Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Wielded the Power of the Sun and Moon? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. The Start of a Journey. Young Midoriya, will you inherit my quirk? Toshinori looked at the surprised boy. Midoriya looked at his favorite hero and began to tear up before nodding enthusiastically. The pro-hero smiled and waited as the young boy got up, wiping his face with his school uniform sleeve. He looked happily at the lanky man, but then expressed a sense of uneasiness. What is wrong, my boy? Toshinori walked up to the boy. Midoriya looked up at him, then looked down at his hand, clenching it then loosened it. He looked up at the man. What about my other quirk? Toshinori looked at him confused. You have a quirk? How come you didn't use it when you saved that Bakugo kid? Midoriya deadpanned at the hero as he sighed and brought out a handbook from the Japanese government and showed him a page. The law states that, without a license, quirk usage is strictly prohibited. Toshinori smacked his forehead as he forgot about that rule. He nodded and motioned for him to follow him. The boy quickly put the handbook back in his bag and hurried after the hero. They walked along the sidewalk, passing by commuters as they seemed to walk aimlessly, until they reached a local cafe. They were seated as Toshinori told Midoriya that he could get anything he wanted as he ordered a parfait, and the boy finally decided on the crepe. So kid, what's your quirk? Toshinori said as they waited for their food. Midoriya took a sip from his tea and held the base of the cup with both of his hands. My quirk allows me to have control over the sun and moon, hence the name of it, celestial homage. From controlling sunlight and moonlight, to materializing weapons that are related to those two entities. After doing research about it, and ended up stumbling upon gods with the domains of the sun and moon, and after spending a lot of time, my conclusion was that the quirk was most tied to the twin archers of Greek legend, and the Japanese legend of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Midoriya said as he searched his bag before taking out a notebook and gave it to Toshinori. He opened it and examined the contents of it, from descriptions of those four gods-goddesses to sketches of weapons and stuff that apparently were related to them. Descriptions of bows, a sword, a naginata, and a shield were some of the stuff that were sketched. Eiichi closed the book and examined the cover. So, you've researched the background of the sun and moon and you came up with this? Pretty impressive, kid. Do you have experience with using your quirk? Toshinori asked, and smiled as his parfait arrived. Midoriya nodded and held out his hand. Light accumulated in his before he made it disappear. Toshinori looked impressed. I heard that Bakugo kid call you quirkless, why? Midoriya had a small smile on his face as his crepes soon arrived after. I don't use my quirk outside of practicing at home, or at a place where no one can bother me, nor notice me. I just like it that way. Midoriya placed his drink down and stared at the hero. Toshinori was weighing his options before nodding and handing the boy a piece of paper. Midoriya picked it up and saw a phone number written on it. He looked up at the lanky man as he got up and began to walk out of the cafe. Make sure you add me to your contacts. I'll text you where to meet me for your training. Don't worry, I've already paid the bill. Until next time, young man. Toshinori waved as he walked out of the building and disappeared in the wave of people passing through the area. Midoriya looked at the paper and grabbed his phone from his pocket and added him into his contacts. He shoot the hero a text and a couple of seconds later, his phone buzzed on the table. He picked the phone up and looked at the message. Meet me at the Takoba Seaside Bay at 5 o'clock in the early morning. We will start your training then. Midoriya paled at the early time, but nodded and exited the cafe, the lingering memory of his idol asking him to inherit his quirk, even if he had no clue what and how he could do that. He was in a much better mood when he arrived at his house. Midoriya grabbed the mail and entered the house, smelling the warm aroma of katsudon. He smiled and walked into the living room, seeing his mom cooking with a smile on her face. She saw her son from the corner of her eye and continued to cook the meals. Hello son, how was your day? Inko Midoriya smiled as she washed her hands and looked up at her son. The boy walked up and sat down at one of the chairs in the living room and cracked open one of his notebooks and began to write something down on it. "Things are going good, Mom. How are you?" Midoriya said while he was entirely focused on making new tabs for the new pro heroes Kamui Woods and Empty Lady, and began to jot down several things about each of them. He did a once-over and nodded before closing the notebook and grabbed a piece of paper and began to write down even more stuff on it. Curious, Inko walked over and saw the title of the paper. UA Entrance Exam Training Goals. Are you planning on taking the entrance exam coming up soon? Dear, it's about 10 months until then. Remember to relax and don't wear yourself out until then. Try to train and then take a break, rinse and repeat. Inko said before turning back around and headed into the kitchen. Midori sighed before looking at the paper in his hands before quickly running up into his room and taped the paper to his door. He nodded and ran back downstairs as his mother called for dinner. After a delicious meal made by his mom, Midoriya retired for the night and laid on his bed, while reminiscing what happened today. He shook his head as he played the events through his mind, still surprised at the sudden developments that transpired today. Midoriya wasn't complaining about it. In fact, he was quite thrilled and astonished that he got to meet his idol, even though he revealed what happened to him, which kind of bummed Midoriya out a little as his idol's true form was, for the lack of a better term, unimpressive. He chuckled before setting his alarm to 4:30 as the walk to Takoba wasn't that far away from his home, and he waited before succumbing to the relief of stress. The next day, Midoriya grunted as he jogged all the way to where Toshinori wanted to meet him so that he could start his training. After jogging for a couple of minutes, he managed to keep up his pace and eventually he arrived at the beach. He saw All Might's bulky physique and rushed over to him. The pro hero turned and his trademark grin on his face as he saw Midoriya running up to him. "Ah, young Midoriya. Are you ready to start your training?" Midoriya nodded. All Might noticed the silver glow around the boy, and his eyes were a silvery green. He felt a calming, serene feeling from the young boy. "What's up with your eyes and the sort of silver aura around you?" he said as he bent down and looked at the boy. "It's just an effect of my quirk. Since the moon is up, my lunar powers are more enhanced while solar powers are reduced to a mostly defensive quirk as the power is reduced significantly. Same goes the other way around. I'll demonstrate." Midoriya then turned to a trashed washing machine and his hands started to glow silver before snapping his fingers. A beam of moonlight came crashing down and obliterated it, leaving a small crater. Then he turned to a broken fridge and his hand glowed an orange-yellow and sent a beam of sunlight at it, but when it reached the target, the beam stopped in place before falling down to the ground and disappeared. No scorch marks or signs of damage to it. All Might somehow felt very depressed by the lack of power in his solar problems, but he understood the drawbacks as it made sense. "Very impressive, young Midoriya. But why hide your powers to your classmates? Surely with the power you have, I'm pretty sure you would have been guaranteed a recommendation to you," All Might said as he stretched his arms, sighing in content when he heard his shoulder popping. He looked at the boy, who was in deep thought. "To be honest, I was actually quirkless until 3 years ago. When I woke up that day, I suddenly had them. I don't know all the details, but after being called quirkless your entire life, I guess you become more reserved. That's why I never told anyone except for my mom, and now you, All Might. I see that well. Forget about that now, we have some training to do. Here is your plan for the next 10 months, as the entrance exam will be taking place in 10 months. Your body is developed, but you still need the training. The reason I chose this place for your training is to train your body while cleaning up this beach. Oh yeah, this spot was a tourist attraction and pretty popular in the past, but ever since then, it's been deserted and trashed. Well, it would be nice to clean up this place," Midoriya said as he looked at the massive amount of garbage stacked up on top of each other. "All right, let's begin your training," All Might bellowed as he fist-pumped the air. Midoriya mimicked his mentor's actions and just like that, they began the training. Training with the best hero in the world was rather grueling as Midoriya panted, carrying his mentor in the morning with the sun basking them in warm sunlight. It rejuvenated Midoriya as he continued to carry All Might around the beachside before he then got to work on the piles and piles of trash. Midoriya was about to just vaporize the trash with his solar powers, But All Might told him to train his body first, then he would start working on perfecting his quirk and the power he was going to inherit from All Might. That got the young boy pumped as he kept his pace and started to clean the beach, using his solar and lunar powers to help with some of the heavy lifting, which included All Might sitting on a fridge. When he wasn't training, he was studying his quirk, seeing if he could get some influence and try some new things as his quirk was rather broad. He started to look at numerous applications, then he wrote them in his notebook. After looking at all the things he wrote down, he circled medicinal and healing for his solar power and lunar power, and circled water manipulation for his lunar powers as his first thing he wanted to practice on. He walked out of his house and looked around before noticing a dying flower in front of his house. He bent down and decided to try it out. He concentrated his power into his hand and enveloped the flower with his solar power. The flower began to glow before it stood right back up, causing Midoriya looked at his hand before smiling at the flower and stood up. He took out his notebook and wrote for vegetation a check mark, then he wrote down human under healing. He put away his notebook and walked off to the gas station for some green tea. At night, he went down to Takoba and stood at the shallow end of the beach. His skin glowed silver as he meditated and concentrated his lunar powers, and he felt the tug of connection as he opened his eyes and placed his hands above the water surface. He glanced at the water as it was attracted to his hand, and watched as the water levels of the shallow end were slowly rising, in accordance with his hands. He dropped his hands and deactivated his power, causing the water to drop down to its regular level. He walked out of the shallow end and glanced at the moon, calming his nerves every time he looked at it. Midoriya sat down and listened to the crashing of the waves, and the serene feeling he felt when he relaxed in the moonlight. After the first 5 months passed, Midoriya managed to clean the entire beach, with the help of his quirk. He felt his body changing as he looked at himself in the mirror, seeing his body more defined and a growing six-pack. He flexed a little and saw his arm and leg muscles also built. He smiled as his training with All Might was keeping his body in tip-top form. All Might was impressed with his student's accomplishments and looked at the spotless beach, causing his grin to widen as he then plucked a strand of hair and approached the young boy. "Young Midoriya, you have far exceeded my expectations and even cleaned this beach in half the time. I believe you are ready to inherit my power. Please eat this." He presented his strand of hair to Midoriya, who looked at it then to the hero before looking back at the strand. "Seriously?" Midoriya deadpanned as he grabbed the strand of hair and looked at the bashful look on All Might's face. Yes, but it isn't ideal. But you need to consume my DNA to inherit my quirk, one for all. The quirk is a combination of 2 quirks, one to stockpile power, and the other to transfer the quirk to others. With this, my boy, you will become the 9th holder of this quirk. I'm sure you will be able to even surpass me and become the greatest hero of all time. All you got to do is believe in yourself and to always give your plus ultra. All Might said and gestured Midoriya to ingest the strand. After his idle pseudo-speech, he calmed his nerves and ate the strand. He swallowed it as he felt disgusted, but deemed it necessary. And held his stomach. After a couple of seconds, he felt nothing and looked at All Might. Nothing has happened yet. All Might chuckled and walked up to the boy's side. "You have inherited my quirk, how about you try a smash? Do a Detroit smash." All Might said and punched out a Detroit smash, causing a huge amount of force to suddenly appear and separate the ocean water, creating a path before everything went to normal. Midoriya looked on in amazement before looking focused and reeled his hand back. Detroit smash. He punched out, sending a Detroit smash, but suddenly, a huge amount of pain soared through up his arm as several of his muscles instantly tore. His arm started to bleed profusely as Midoriya tried to hold in his tears as the pain he felt was unbearable. All Might rushed up to the boy and started to panic. He was about to take him to a hospital, but Midoriya stopped him. He held up his hand and it started to glow silver as the moon seemed to glow even brighter, and it seemed to be in sync with his arm. His hand slowly started to repair itself as the green-haired boy felt the pain go away and he slowly stood up, but almost fell. He was caught by All Might and the pro hero noticed that his pupil fell asleep and grinned. "I'm proud of you, my boy," All Might said as he looked at the moon, which glowed even brighter than it was before. The calming presence once again rolled over the hero. Ever since Midoriya inherited One for All from All Might, he's been training both that and celestial homage. He slowly managed to get OFA under control, and he got it to the point where he wouldn't get hurt from the first couple of times he used it, but he would eventually break several of his fingers and then his arms. Then, he would heal with either his sunlight or moonlight. It helped him with his endurance with OFA while improving his healing with his other quirk. He would also train with his attacks for celestial homage. He trained the quirk by creating mini-targets with the light energy as he figured out to manipulate the energy that way, albeit small, but he got somewhere with it. He launched several beams of moonlight and watched as it blew up his training dummy. When he was training with sunlight, he noticed that he pierced anything due to the speed of his attacks for sunlight. Next, once he was done training his quirk, he would focus on the weapons that he could summon. For solar, he could summon a bow, shield, and a sword. Due to his research, he called them Apotheon Bow, Dazzling Mirror, and Regalian Sword. For lunar, a bow, some daggers, and a crescent blade Naginata. He named them Artemisian Bow, Moonlight Daggers, and Lunaric Naginata. He trained with all of them, and was most intrigued by the mirror as it absorbed any projectile and would launch it back. It also could reflect any attack. He paired it with the sword, and sparred All Might with it. He managed to keep pace with the hero as his speed was increased during both times of day. He lost due to All Might's endless stamina and Midoriya's sluggish movements. He wrote in his notebook that he needed more weapons training with a sword, and even the Naginata and daggers. He did feel comfortable with the bows as it sort of came naturally for the young boy. Bullseye. Midoriya said as he had his Artemisian bow out and hit several bullseyes in a row. All Might nodded as he saw his students steadily increase in power over his quirks. Midoriya panted as he had no arrows, but he was able to create them when he drew the string back, but it whittled his energy down little by little. He counted 30 arrows before he couldn't do anything. He tested it out with his Apotheon bow and got the same result. He did quickly regain his energy as it seemed like the two celestial bodies rejuvenated his energy. The next 5 months had passed and Midoriya grew so much in just that amount of time. With his training with OFA, he managed to get down 15% with his training method for it. Use OFA until his body started to break down, and then use his healing to repair any damage that he had sustained until he got to the point where he could use OFA in an extensive PRD of time without destroying his body. For Celestial Homage, he managed to master the bow and created several new attacks for both solar and lunar energies. He also created several defensive skills from his sparring matches with All Might. Midoriya's body was well developed as he finished his final training for the 10 months and smiled at his mentor, who was currently in his lanky state. "The exam is today, are you ready?" Toshinori said as he glanced over his pupil, seeing the determination on his face. Midoriya nodded and gave his mentor a thumbs up before running off to the Hero Academy. Toshinori smiled as he watched his student slowly disappear from sight and then turned to the sunrise and smiled at it, the wind gently blowing as it felt like a very good day. Midoriya ran with excitement as he waited long for this day to come. He passed numerous people as he made his way to his dream school. He got there and looked at it with amazement as he saw streams of people entering the premises, most likely to take the entrance exam. "Whoa!" he said as he looked at the academy as he made his way to the designated area to take the written portion of it. He looked at the scenery with a big smile on his face as he made his way into the building he was assigned to and sat down at the room. He noticed several other people already there, but they all sat in the back of the room. He decided to sit in the front of the class and waited as more and more people trickled in little by little until it was time to take the test. The chaperone closed the door and began to explain the test. After the long lecture, she placed the paper down on the table. "All right, you may begin the test." Midoriya flipped the front page and looked at the questions before sighing. He breezed through the entire test as he expected the test to be easy as he studied for it in the last 10 months, plus he had an actual hero with him for help. Midoriya was the first one to finish and stood up to turn it in. The examiner looked at him with a smug look on her face as she grabbed his paper. "Are you sure you want to turn this in now? You have 45 more minutes to finish the test. I highly doubt that someone that actually wants to attend UA will take so little time on a test," she said. Midoriya didn't say anything as he nodded and went back to his seat, not caring about the words she said. He noticed several other people snickering at him, while others looked at him with condescending looks. He felt nervous with all the looks he was getting, but he felt really confident in his answers as the next 45 minutes, people were turning in their tests while giving Midoriya looks as they passed by his desk. After the last person turned their test in, the examiner left the room with the stack of tests, and soon, people were talking about Midoriya and how he basically rushed through the test, or so they think. He rushed through the test. Well, one less person that isn't fit to be a hero. What an idiot. I'm so glad that I took my time on it, I have a chance of passing it. Midoriya sighed as he fiddled with his thumbs, waiting for the exams to be graded and the grade to be announced. The intercom came on and told everyone to report to the auditorium near the entrance of the building. Everyone grabbed their stuff and went to the designated area, laughing and joking about stuff, while others were talking about the top scores on the written test. Midoriya noticed the snickering faces of people as he walked by them, and decided to ignore them even though his heart was pounding from all the attention he was getting. Once they reached the destination, they were asked to be seated by the chaperones. Midoriya noticed the examiner of the room he was in and saw her looking at him with a dismissive attitude. She then nudged a couple of her colleagues and pointed to him. They all started to laugh as several others were chuckling. Midoriya just sighed as a spokesman walked up to the stage. The results of the written portion are as followed. Out of the 600 people that took the exam, only 350 people passed the exam. Gasps were heard as the expressions of people varied from smirks to grimaces to fear as they heard the number of people that passed. Out of the 350 people who passed, only a single person got a perfect score on the exam. Midoriya turned and saw a guy with glasses looking smug at the spokesperson. He was telling a couple of his friends and the people around him that he got the perfect score, and people believed him. I know who he is, he's the boy that was top honors in his junior high, and even had a powerful quirk. People already were talking about him being the few to receive a perfect score on the written exam. Midoriya turned back towards the spokesperson as he shuffled the cards and stopped at one. Alright, the person with the perfect score is me, Izuku Midoriya. The boy's smug grin quickly disappeared as he heard the name of the person that got a perfect score. Midoriya looked at the man in surprise. Izuku Midoriya, would you please come to the stage? Midoriya sighed as he stood up, causing several gasps to be heard in the auditorium. The green-haired boy made his way to the stage, noticing all the looks he was getting, especially the look the arrogant boy and his examiner. No way. He's the guy that finished the test first. It must be a joke, there's no way. Maybe he cheated or bribed his way. Midoriya arrived of the stage and shook the man's hand. The man smiled as he handed Midoriya a piece of paper stating that he got a perfect score on the exam and gave him a medal. He patted the boy on the shoulder. I heard you finished the exam in less than 10 minutes, and yet, you got the perfect score on it. I'm impressed with your studious behavior, young man. I can already tell you'll go for it in life at UA and be a fine hero. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya, you passed the exam. Midoriya smiled and shook the guy's hand before walking out of the auditorium, still feeling the malice of all the people in there. He sighed and looked at the paper stating his success and grinned before waiting for the next exam to begin. He felt energetic as the sun beamed down on him, calming his nerves and giving him excitement as he ran around the school, taking in the rest of sights of UA and its massive center building where all the classes were. He stood in front of it and smiled as he walked around the campus some more, seeing people walking in and out of the building, from students to parents. Excuse me, do you know where the main office is at? Midoriya turned around and his breath faded away from him. He saw a girl about a year older than him, her curvaceous and mature figure coupled with her onyx eyes and black hair in a spiky ponytail with bangs covering her right side. Needless to say, he found her very beautiful to the point where it almost fried his brain completely, but he remembered her question and awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, but I don't know either. I'm here to take the entrance exam, he said, fumbling over his words as he never had talked to a girl before other than his mom, but that didn't count. The girl looked rather downcast, but she then smiled at him. I see, Well, that's all right, and you said you were taking the entrance exam, right? So, you'll be attending UA, and I'm assuming the hero course, right? Midoriya nodded, while trying to hide his blush, as she was really pretty to him, and her voice sounded really nice. What about YU? Midoriya asked. She smiled and shook her head. Actually, I got into UA through a recommendation, although sometimes I felt like I don't deserve it, unlike others in my school. She smiled sadly as she looked at the ground. Midoriya noticed her mood change and quickly walked up to her. I'm sure you earned that recommendation. I mean, you must have a pretty strong quirk, he said, trying to cheer the girl up. After a little more, she smiled back at him and wiped a couple of tears that fell down her face. He sighed as he calmed her down, before a light bulb appeared above his head. Oh yeah, speaking of which, what is your quirk? Midoriya and the girl ended up sitting down at one of the benches as they walked and talked. My quirk is called creation, which allows me to use my fat cells to create any non-living object through exposed skin, but I need to know the components and makeup of the object I want to create. Naturally, I need to eat a lot of fatty foods in order to have more fat cells, and the bigger the object, the more skin I need to expose, which, creates a lot of unwanted attention. She said and blushed a bit. Midoriya also blushed, but she understood what she was talking about, as she was very beautiful and a very well-endowed body. It surprised him that a girl about his age has a body that rivals a grown woman is beyond him, but he liked that she had a sense of maturity. She smiled and then held out her hand. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Midoriya blushed even more as he gingerly took her hand, but quickly released it and apologized. She smiled and waved him off. And my name is Izuku Midoriya, he said as he rubbed the back of his neck and chuckled. Well, it's nice to meet you, Midoriya. May I ask what's your quirk? She said as she leaned closer to him. Midoriya blushed as he smelled her perfume. He was slowly losing his mind. After calming down, he looked up at her, curiosity on her face. He gulped and held out his hand, and she stared in interest as his hand began to glow an orange-yellow. My quirk allows me to have the powers of the sun and moon. Here, give me your hand. She looked at him before reluctantly placing her hand on his, and waited for something bad to happen, but instead she felt something warm and comforting. She looked down and noticed a small fireball dancing around her hand. Yaoyorozu looked at Midoriya in surprise as he controlled the fireball before tossing it in the air and it disappeared. How? She looked at him with confusion. It comes in the territory of the power of the sun, which is essentially a big ball of gas and fire. My quirk allows me to use solar and lunar powers in any way I see fit. I can either hurt or heal someone. The downside is that if it's daytime, then my lunar power will be reduced to defense only, and vice versa. I can even create objects from sunlight and/or moonlight. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his hand before condensing the power and gave it a form. He opened his eyes and Yaoyorozu looked at his hand with disbelief, a simple gold necklace with a red gem at the center. Here, take it. Midoriya handed it to her, but she was about to decline it. After a couple of seconds later, she nodded and placed it around her neck and marveled at the beauty and simplicity of it. She smiled at him, which caused him to blush and look away in embarrassment. The intercom came on and advised the people who were taking the entrance exam to start heading towards the main auditorium of the campus to begin the second part of the exam. Midoriya nodded and stood up, stretching his stiff arms. Well, I guess this is my cue to go. It was nice meeting you, Yaoyorozu. Midoriya said and held out his hand to help her up. She smiled and grabbed it before pulling herself up with his help. She then asked for his phone and he nodded, giving her his phone and waited as she fiddled with it for a few seconds before handing it back to him. I gave you my contact information. It was nice to meet you. Make sure pass the exam and tell me how it went. Yaoyorozu said. Midoriya blushed even more, but he nodded and began to walk towards the auditorium. She waved at him as he walked off. Good luck, Midoriya. She yelled out as she saw his figure going out of view. She smiled and blushed as she gave him her contact information. She then blushed even more as she brushed the necklace he gave her, and gripped it before smiling. She felt so calm around him, and the stress she felt before meeting him faded away. She felt calm and peaceful around him. She felt protected, to say the least. Please be safe. She chuckled as she shook her head. She believed he would pass the exam. She sighed and looked up at the sun. The warm feeling she felt as the sun touched her skin felt the same way being near Midoriya felt. And she loved it. Chapter 2, Showing of Power. Midoriya walked into the building and took a seat at the near back, as he still got stares at the auditorium. That's the kid that rushed through it and got perfect score on it. Do you think he cheated? He just wanted to start the second phase of the exam and get away from all the gossip and utter nonsense. He waited as more and more people trickled in, noticing several of his classmates walking, and then he saw Bakugo walking a ways behind them. He had an annoyed look on his face as he turned and glared straight at him. Midoriya just looked at him as the blonde sat on the end of his row and placed his feet on the chair in front of him, giving glares at anyone who glanced at him. Once the auditorium filled up, the lights began to darken as a figure walked up to the stage. Spotlights turned on and focused on that one person, and Midoriya started to look on with excitement. Hey everybody, welcome to the entrance exam. Can I get a hi-yi-yi? The pro-hero present Mike yelled and then cupped his ear towards the crowd, but silence was heard as he continued to cup his ear for a good 30 seconds while Midoriya was geeking out and looking at the pro-hero. Oh my gosh, that's present Mike. I always tune in onto his talk shows, so cool. Midoriya said as he was bouncing in his seat. DMN nerd. Bakugo mumbled as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Murmurs were heard around the room as people were looking at the pro-hero weirdly as he chuckled and glanced around the room. Tough crowd, eh? Probably from the written portion, but... Present Mike pressed a button from somewhere and a screen popped up. It then moved to a slide with 4 silhouettes of some kind of robots and a picture of a city. Then, point values appeared next to a picture ranging from 0 to Midoriya stopped geeking and he started to become serious as he waited for present Mike to continue. This next part of the exam is a practical exam. People began to get excited as he then explained the rules, from the time limit of 30 minutes to the dreaded 0-pointer. He then told everyone to go to their designated battle area. Midoriya sighed in relief as he didn't see Bakugo amongst his group, but he did see the glasses guy that literally questioned almost everything during the explanation. He calmed his nerves as he waited for the exam to begin, and he channeled a bit of OFA through his legs as he looked up and saw the sun beaming down on him, almost like it was smiling at him. He then looked to the closed door of his area and his eyes changed from green to orange-yellow as he saw the doors opening and immediately zoomed past the rest of the group. Apotheon! Midoriya yelled as he felt the familiar grip of the sun bow and quickly destroyed 5 robots with the sunlight arrows as it pierced through the buildings as well. He left his stunned group as he continued to block lasers from the robots with his crescent wall and destroyed more robots, piercing through all of them with clean precision shots. He didn't look back as he left a mess of robot remains as the rest of the group looked on with shock. What the? Why are you guys still in your area? Villains don't wait on heroes. Present Mike boomed over the intercom, knocking people out of their stupor, and they slowly followed the mess of robots left by Midoriya. Several explosions could be heard as robots were being destroyed left and right. Several of the UA staff were watching the exam as they started to scout out promising students. They currently had 2 screens dedicated to that, showing the progress of Midoriya and Bakugo as they made their way deeper into the city replica. That Bakugo has some serious combat experience. The pro-hero Snipe said as he watched Bakugo destroying a couple of 3-pointers without much problem, causing several of the other heroes in the room to nod in agreement. The kid, Midoriya, rushed the written portion of the exam and even started the practical without having the need of an announcement. Kid has some quality hero instincts. Pro-hero Ectoplasm noted. Toshinori smiled as he saw his pupil showing off his powers as he saw Midoriya using OFA in his legs to help better propel himself across the city. His grin grew wider when he saw him protect a downed student and took her to safety. Several of the judges smiled as they began to take note of Midoriya. That's it, my boy. Show them what a hero is. Midoriya dodged a laser beam and quickly sent a beam of light that pierced the armor and exploded. He dematerialized Apotheon in order to avoid using too much of his energy as he dodged yet another attack and punched several robots and swiftly turned to roundhouse one trying to back attack him. Several explosions sounded off as he continued to run, while stopping to help people if they were in trouble. So far, I have 57 points. I'm keeping a solid pace, just need to watch how much I use my energy. OFA is fine as I'm just using it to increase my leg strength and the occasional smash. Alright, time to keep on going. Midoriya said as he once again ran off, this time summoning Dazzling Mirror and Regalian Sword as he continued to run deeper into the city, slashing several robots in the process. He eventually made it to a big intersection as he felt immediate danger and quickly put up a crescent barrier, blocking the incoming fire from the robots as they ended up surrounding him and started to blast everything they had at him. He grunted as he felt the sure lead begin to crack. Din, dazzling shield. He sent the mirror up into the air, causing the robots to start shooting at it, but the mirror absorbed all of the attacks the robots sent. He breathed in and exhaled before moving his arm up, and it began to glow as the mirror absorbed more and more until his hand was glowing brightly that it almost blinded him. Repercussive storm. He sent the energy he was building up and launched at the mirror. The mirror turned so that the glass faced the beam, and once it struck, the beam dispersed into numerous beams as it reflected off of the glass, but it gained all the energy that was in the attacks of the robots as it hummed, and then a huge beam shot out of the mirror. Midoriya quickly made a moonlight barrier as it came crashing down on him and the robots surrounding him, creating an immense pressure that cracked the concrete underneath him as he tried to keep the barrier up, but the power of the beam was beginning to crack his barrier. He grunted as sweat began to get into his eyes, causing them to burn a bit and his eyes to water. The beam finally stopped and dissipated, creating a crater around Midoriya. He immediately collapsed to his knees and panted heavily while he surveyed the destruction that the mirror did. After he caught his breath, he noticed the mirror slowly disappeared and turned into a ball of light that went into his body. The boy felt a little bit better as he felt some of his energy was replenished, but still was pretty tired from that attack. Note to self, don't use it unless I really need to. Plus, don't be in its range as using a barrier seriously drained my power and it almost took me out of the fight. Need more control and training, but really surprised that the mirror can be that powerful. Midoriya hopped off of his little platform and continued on his adventure as he slashed through robots on the way, ever increasing his already high score. Several of the judges were impressed by his power and technique as he gracefully sliced through any robot that got in his way. Kid's really powerful, Snipe said, looking at Midoriya slashing his way through the city, and his point counter steadily increasing. He looked really stunning when he was on his knees. The risque 18+ hero Midnight said as she liked her lips as she stared at Midoriya and started to rub her thighs together. Illicit relations with a student is prohibited, Midnight. Don't try anything funny. Cementos said, crossing his arms. She sighed and shrugged as they continued to watch the ongoing exam. What do you think, Principal Nizu? Midnight looked over to the big chair in the center of the room, which was currently occupied by a small dog-bear-mink-type animal as the said animal was sipping a cup of tea. Well, everyone is working hard, so I say they are doing their best in this exam. However, Power Loader, can you please send them? The animal looked over at the hero. He nodded and opened up a case that had a big red button in it. He pressed the button, which caused the ground of the exam grounds to start shaking as buildings started to collapse due to the destruction of some of the examinees. Midoriya stopped as he felt the shaking of the ground, shooting a beam of light to his right, piercing 3 robots that tried to sneak upon him. He looked around as he saw multiple buildings crumbling as he tried to find the source of the trembles, and he ended up meeting with a ton of people that were in his designated area. He watched them clean up the robots in the area as he still tried to find the source of the tremors. What's causing the trem dash? Midoriya quickly dodged as several lasers suddenly appeared, and some even nicked him. He gritted his teeth as he landed on his feet while clutching his wound on his cheek. He looked where the lasers were fired off and saw massive robots basically causing destruction across the exam site. Midoriya heard people screaming and saw people running away from the robot, including the glasses guy from earlier, but he paid him no attention as he focused on the problem at hand. The robot noticed Midoriya and fired off several rockets at him. It quickly sent out numerous small interception beams that destroyed the missiles, but that ended up causing a huge explosion that created a huge dust cloud as rubble from the surrounding buildings just added more dust and debris. Midoriya covered his mouth with his shirt and shielded his eyes with his hand as he tried to look around, but to no avail. He heard something being fired off and quickly pulled up a barrier as it crashed against the shield, cracking it on impact. The green-haired boy cursed as he took down the barrier, saw the dust settling. Midoriya became alarmed when he saw a girl being pinned down by debris as she struggled to break free, and what made matters worse was that the giant robot was slowly making its way towards the down girl. He noticed that everyone else was quite a ways behind him as they did nothing to try and save the girl being pinned down, in fear of the giant robot. Midoriya looked at the robot and then the girl before shaking his head and charged straight at the robot, dodging several laser beams that were being shot at him as his eyes began to glow as he felt the sun's rays giving him strength as he used all the power he had in him and used all of OFA in his body and jumped up, launching himself into the air. Everyone else on the ground looked stunned as they saw Midoriya facing the robot head-on. Gah! Midoriya grunted when he saw his legs wiggle in the air wildly, but he didn't care at the moment as he was at the height of his head. The mouth of the robot opened up and launched a huge laser that blasted the boy point-blank range, but it didn't finish him off as Midoriya groaned at the amount of pain he was in. If I hadn't put up that barrier at the last second, I would have been done for. Midoriya was slowly getting closer and closer to the robot as the laser didn't affect his trajectory. He gritted his teeth as he felt the power of OFA envelope his arm as he tightened it into a fist and reeled it back. He didn't even think of what he was doing, but he went into overdrive as the adrenaline pumped him up. His eyes were glowing a bright yellow as he gave the punch everything he had while he clenched his buttocks. Smash! Midoriya connected his attack with the robot, creating a huge force that knocked it back and a huge crater formed a second later. Several explosions were seen as the robot began to fall back, eventually crashing down onto the street. The boy sighed as his adrenaline was all used up, and then he noticed his situation. His right arm was broken due to an overjump of OFA power, and his legs for the same reason. He began to panic as he now had no way to break his fall, except for his left arm, but it was also injured due to the point-blank laser. Crap, at this rate, I'm going to become a pancake. Midoriya yelled out as he subconsciously held out his slightly less broken hand out in front of him, even though he knew it was pointless, and began to make silent prayers to his mom and any higher being. He got even closer to the ground, but suddenly he felt a JRK as his rapid descent began to slow down and he was within arm's distance of the ground. He suddenly flopped onto the ground. Searing pain began to envelope the boy as he clenched his right arm in pain as he landed on it. He grunted in pain as he saw the pinned girl with her hands together as she panted and raised a sickly thumbs up before placing them both on top of her mouth. She didn't look too good and she finally let out her stomach, hurling right in front of Midoriya, but he didn't really care as he was too busy feeling the pain he felt, but he did hear her retching, which nearly made him throw up, but he managed not to toss the salad. Darkness soon consumed his vision as he passed out due to the exhaustion and fatigue. The girl looked dead as she stopped vomiting and just laid there unconscious under the debris. People slowly began to gather around Midoriya as they looked at a distance. People were muttering about him and his power, but the glasses boy looked at the downed boy with a calculating gaze. He rushed in to help her without a second thought, but why? Could it be? He looked over the freckled boy as he started to gain a more of an understanding of the true nature of the exam. Pushing his glasses up, the boy gazed over the two currently down people, but more on Midoriya as the girl was still queasy. The intercom rang, signaling that the 30 minutes were over, and many groans and cheers were heard across the entire exam field. People were gathered around Midoriya as they looked at the mangled state of his body. Both of his legs were twisted in direction, a lot of them didn't know that it could bend that way, and his right arm all busted up. Many people cringed as they saw the damage the boy sustained, but ahead of the boy, seeing the amount of damage he did to the robot. Whistle, that kid did a number on your robot, a power loader? Snipe jabbed. The said hero could only sigh and left in order to recover the destroyed robot. Several of the judges were amazed by Midoriya's power and they started to discuss the topic. Toshinori smiled widely at the boy as he exceeded his expectations, then frowned when he saw the injuries the boy had suffered and took mental notes to address that. Very interesting group we have this year, Principal Nizu said as he sipped his tea and stared at two monitors, which had both Bakugo and Midoriya on them. A shaggy man in the back of the room stared at Midoriya's picture from one of the screens and his bored eyes showed some interest as he studied the boy's information. This kid. Midoriya jolted up as he looked at his surroundings, deducing that he was in the infirmary, which was confirmed when he saw Recovery Girl open the curtain to his bed and looked at him before whacking him with her stick numerous times, causing the boy to groan as he tried to block the hits. After a couple minutes of that, she stopped and grabbed his hands, showing him his scars across his arm, fist, and his legs. He could tell that he did some serious damage on his body as the amount of bandages implied that. Look, Sonny, these injuries can't be constant as I can't fully heal your injuries every time. It will affect your body eventually, but for now, you're good to go. Recovery Girl said as she handed him a sucker and kicked him out of the infirmary. Midoriya looked back at the door before walking out of the building and saw the wave of people walking out of the campus, and he deduced that the exam was over and started to walk out of the campus. Checking the time, he noticed that it was already past noon. He then checked his messages and saw a message from the girl he met in the morning. Hello, it's Yaoyorozu. How was the exam? He looked at the screen before he began to type. It was good, it just ended right now. What are you doing? A few seconds later, a message popped up on his screen. He stood off to the side of the gate. That's great. I'm currently standing right beside you. Tongue sticking out, Midoriya turned, and sure enough, Yaoyorozu was standing right beside him smiling as she waved her hand and stood in front of him. He blushed and smiled at her. What are you still doing here, Yaoyorozu? Midoriya asked as they stood off to the side of the gates, but attracted unwanted attention as people began to look at the Yaoyorozu, more specifically, her body. Boys and men alike were eyeing her body like hungry tigers while women and girls were looking at her body with jealousy, causing the girl to squirm in displeasure and discomfort as the intensity of the looks was slowly making her nervous. Midoriya noticed this and grew weary as he saw several attempts of catcalling. He felt her grip his arm tightly as she shielded herself from them, using Midoriya as a barrier between her and them. The boy gulped nervously as he felt her pressing her body onto his arm, causing him to blush a lot, but he managed to calm his hormones and led her away from all the unwanted attention. After walking for a couple of minutes, they ended up at the local ice cream place. They both sat down at a booth, with Yaoyorozu with a tripled banana split, while Midoriya ordered a simple Neapolitan in a bowl. He watched her happily scarf the treat down, while he took simple spoonfuls of ice cream and couldn't help but smile when she ummed in delight. She grabbed a napkin and cleaned her face off from the chocolate drizzle. I would like to thank you for what you did back there, and for the ice cream. I will repay you in due time. She bowed her head slightly. Oh no. It's fine, you don't need to do that. Midoriya stammered out, causing Yaoyorozu to stifle a chuckle. He joined her shortly and they went back to enjoying their tasty cold treats. Once they were done, Midoriya paid for the two of them, after having a little argument about who should pay the bill. They walked out of the parlor, they walked together, and Midoriya talked about the exam and how he felt he did. She listened with great interest, but she frowned occasionally, which caught his attention, but didn't question it. The two of them walked back to the station, and Midoriya ended up tagging along with her as a sort of protection against lecherous men and envious women. He sat right beside her and took out his phone and started to scroll down numerous hero profiles, memorizing copious amounts of information. He turned to Yaoyorozu, but she had fallen asleep and slowly leaned her head on his shoulder. The boy's face instantly went red as he panicked from the contact, but he eventually calmed down and let her be as the train ride continued on through the setting sun. The vibrant mass of colors merged together in the sky. Midoriya smiled as he heard her tiny snores, and she slowly began to curl herself onto his arm. We're here. Midoriya lightly shook Yaoyorozu, causing her to stir as she yawned and stretched her arms. She then looked down and let out a yelp as she saw that she was on his back. She blushed and then she noticed that they were walking on her street. How did you know where I lived? She asked as Midoriya chuckled and continued to walk. Well, I heard you say your address in your sleep, so that's sorry. He nervously chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. She looked at him before laughing and wrapped her arms around his neck for grip. She pointed to a house. That's my house, Midoriya. He looked at the house and nearly dropped her. His eyes wandered around her house, seeing the massive estate, with the large amount of yard and decorations. It looked like some sort of palace in a way, extremely grandiose. That's your house. Midoriya walked up to the gate, and she nodded, hopping off his back. She went up to the gate and punched in a code. The gates opened and she entered, turning around to face Midoriya. I had a wonderful time today, Midoriya. Hope we can do this again, good night. She waved and dashed up to her porch and entered her house. The boy watched her as she left his sight, and smiled before turning around and walked back towards the station. The memories of today lingered in his mind as he looked up the clear night sky. He whistled into the night and made his way back home. A couple of days later after the exam, Midoriya looked down at the envelope on his desk with the seal of UA on it. He stared at it for a couple of minutes before gripping the sides and ripped the envelope open, and a small metal device fell out, clattering onto the desk. What is this? He questioned as he pressed the red button at the base of it. A holographic screen popped up, startling Midoriya as it began to play, and it started with All Might appearing in a business suit. The cinnamon bun smiled widely as he saw his mentor on the screen. All Might. I am here. As a hologram. Greetings, young Midoriya. Hope your day was plus ultra. Midoriya could feel the emotion from the screen as he then looked confused at the screen. But wait, this is from UA? Wait. Don't tell me why dash. The boy didn't finish his sentence, as the number 1 hero came back on screen, and nearly gave Midoriya a heart attack. Now, I'm pretty sure you have figured it out by now, yes. I will now be a teacher at UA. Now, I will be a figure in your quest to become the number 1 hero. Pretty neat, huh? All Might began to laugh loudly as a hand tried to get his attention from the side of the screen, but the hero wasn't paying much attention to the hand. Midoriya sighed as he couldn't help but smile at his mentor's antics. He then saw the hand finally getting All Might's attention. You said I have 5 minutes left? I need to talk to the boy though. What? I have to do over 100 of these? Well, better get this done. Anyways, I am here to tell you your exam scores. As you already know, you scored a perfect score on the written exam. Very studious, my boy. As for the practical exam, please take a look at the score. The camera moved to show a screen that appeared behind All Might, and it showed a scoreboard with all of the different scores on the panel. It scrolled up until it got to the top 10 people of the exam, and Midoriya smiled as he saw his score. All Might once again appeared on screen as he had a big smile on his face. As you saw, you had 60 combat villain points, making you the second highest in that regard, under young Bakugo. But there was another element to this test rather than just destroying robots is rescue points. Of course we weren't going to ignore heroic acts, and you, young Midoriya, displayed that throughout the exam. For that, you get 0.75 rescue points. And that girl you saved from the debris, she is awarded 45 rescue points as she helped you to safety. With that, you have scored the highest on this exam, making you one of the only to ever reach above the 100-point mark on the exam. Good job. I am proud of you, and remember to give it your plus ultra. Midoriya started to tear up in happiness as passed the exam as the top person in the exam. He smiled happily at the screen. I did it, he said as he celebrated his achievement, Inko silently looking at her son as she smiled and soon after, left her son to his celebrating, her smile never leaving her face. Come, young Midoriya, this is your hero academia. All Might's wide grin and his outstretched arm made Midoriya smile as he looked down at his fist and clenched it as he looked up at his idol. He nodded as the hologram shut off and he was left in silence in his room as there was a faint beeping noise. He looked around in confusion as the beeping steadily increased as he started to scramble, trying to find the source of it, until he finally landed his gaze at the hologram. Self-destruct sequence activated. Oh, dash. A blast was heard from the kitchen, causing Inko to rush up the stairs to her son's room. Once she got there, she frantically opened the door. "Son, are you okay?" she frantically said as she saw the state of his room. It looked like a bomb had gone off in his room. Things were blown out of their place. She looked around until she saw her son currently getting up from the floor, sulfur salt, or whatever it was, covered Midoriya from head to toe. Inko scrambled over to her son in worry as he coughed out smoke. "Are you okay, Izuku? Do I need to call an ambulance?" Inko yelled, looking all over her son. Midoriya sheepishly smiled and assured his mom that he was all good. It took him 20 minutes to finally calm her down, and even after that, she almost called which he had to stop her from doing so. After that fiasco, he checked his phone, and it appeared he had a text from Toshinori. "Meet me at Takoba at 9 p.m. Okay. Midoriya ate dinner and made his way over to his training ground, and saw the tall, lanky man as usual. The boy smiled and made his way over to him, and joined him as they watched the rising moon from the horizon. The calming effect instantly came to Midoriya as the tides were being attracted to by him. The shallow end rose in water levels as Midoriya's quirk affected them, but not to any dangerous levels. "Good job, kid. You exceeded my expectations once again. Your hero life will begin tomorrow, and your uniform should have came after your acceptance envelope. You did receive the uniform, yes?" Toshinori looked at the boy, who nodded, and they went back to gazing at the moon, now surrounded by stars as they enveloped the dark sky. They stayed like that until they parted ways, the thought of UA on their minds as they were ready to tackle any challenge that would come their way. The next day, Midoriya looked in amazement at the size of the door to his class, Class 1A of the Hero course. He gulped as he fidgeted with his tie to his uniform, and sweat began to roll down on his back. He exhaled and looked at the door with confidence, and he pushed the door open, revealing that several students were already in the classroom, including Bakugo and the glasses guy from the exam. "And why the hell should I listen to your demon orders?" Midoriya heard Bakugo say at the boy, who just simply fixed his glasses and bowed to the blonde hothead. "My name is Tenya Ida. I'm from Somei Private School, pleased to meet you," the boy said. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance and glared at the boy, a predatory grin on his face. "Ah, a FING hotshot elitist smartass, huh? I'll enjoy blowing your butt up, the nerd." Ida recoiled in shock at his vulgar language. "You want to become a hero?" After that, Ida then turned to Midoriya and bowed. He started his introduction once more, but the green-haired boy stopped him from doing so. "I must apologize for my ignorance of the true purpose of the exam. You figured it out. I have much to learn from you." Ida bowed to Midoriya once more, causing the boy to blush in embarrassment. He felt eyes on him as people were looking at him, until a girl jumped into his vision, pink skin and black eyes that made her look almost like an alien. She bounced in front of Midoriya happily. "You're the guy that got a perfect score on the written exam, and first on the practical exam. Wow, you must be very strong. Anyways, my name is Mina Ishido. Pleased to meet you, Midoriya." She had a huge grin on her face, which caused Midoriya to have a smile threaten his lips as her infectious personality was too much. He chuckled as he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned and saw the brunette girl that he had saved back at the exam, and vice versa. She had a bubbly smile on her face as she smiled at him. "Wow, we're in the same class. That's very cool, and I wanted to thank you for saving me at the exam, ah." She started to think, and she gave him a sheepishly smile. "My name is Midoriya, pleased to meet you." He held out his hand to the girl, who gingerly grabbed it and shook it. "I'm Uraraka, nice to meet you, Midoriya." Likewise. Like Ishido, Uraraka had a bright personality and an infectious one at that. They seemed always happy, well, at least to him for the time that he had met the two. People began to trickle, and finally, they managed to cap it out at 20 for now. Midoriya saw Yaoyorozu and attempted to wave at her to get her attention, but she apparently didn't see him and began to converse with some of the other students, causing him to sigh in defeat before hearing the door to the room open up, and a man that looked extremely dead inside and outside with a white scarf. He was dragging along a sleeping bag with him as he made his way to the desk up front. Everyone just looked at him as he looked like he was lost in thought. This isn't a time to be mingling with each other. Here, put these on and meet me at the practice field. He placed a bunch of exercise uniforms and left the room. Everyone looked at each other, except for Ida, who grabbed a uniform that had his name on it and left the room to go change into it. Midoriya went up next and found the one labeled with his name on it and quickly went to the changing room to change into it, surprised that it was a perfect fit for him. He then made his way to the practice field, where he saw Ida and the rough-looking man, which he assumed that he was the teacher of the class, and waited for the rest of his classmates, slowly coming one by one. He glanced at the man as he just stared at the entrance as he had an extremely bored look on his face. Once everyone arrived, the man sighed and took out a timer and stopped it. You guys were 5 minutes 47 seconds late. There is no late time in the hero course, he said in a rough tone, causing several people to flinch involuntarily. He then led them to an open field and stood in front of them. My name is Aizawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. Anyways, Midoriya, come forth. Aizawa looked dead center at Midoriya, who nervously came forward. Bakugo was glaring at him as he made his way over to Aizawa. You got the top score in the entrance exam, but with that half-butt usage of your quirk, you won't become a hero. Anyways, what was your shot put distance without your quirk? Midoriya was kind of upset that he was getting belittled, but he decided that lashing out would get him sent onto the first train of expulsion. 43 meters, he said, and then looked at Aizawa, who had a shot put ball in his hand, and walked over to the boy and placed it in his hands. Midoriya looked at the ball with shock. It was so light for him, probably because his training with All Might boosted his physical prowess, or maybe because he was being strengthened by the sun. Anyways, Aizawa motioned him to go to the circle and stand in it. This time, use your quirk and don't hold back, or else. He left the threat hang, causing Midoriya to get shivers down his spine, but he sighed and entered the circle with the ball in his hands. He powered OFA through his arm at max power and got ready to throw it. He threw it with everything he had and launched the ball. He stared in horror as it only made it to the 20-meter mark, causing several of his classmates to snicker at the poor score. Bakugo was laughing hysterically. Midoriya was looking at his hand with horror as he felt really shaken up from that. Don't worry, I just erased your quirk, Midoriya. You were about to break your arm again, just like the exam. A hero that self-inflicts wounds is a liability in the future. Think hard on what you're about to do next. People looked on with confusion about the erasing part, but Midoriya looked shocked at Aizawa. Wait, you're the erasure hero. Eraserhead. The hero that can erase quirks, and is said to be super underground and doesn't like the public all too well. Is that really you? Midoriya said with an excited look on his face. Aizawa just looked at him before grunting. Just threw the ball again, he said as Midoriya once again got into the circle and watched his every move. The boy was in deep turmoil as he didn't know what to do until he felt calm all of a sudden and looked at the sun, which was glowing brighter than normal. He smiled as he looked forward and let the sun's energy take him as it flowed throughout his body. Then he powered up OFA through his arm and once again got ready to throw it. He then put everything he had into the throw, and at the last second, he concentrated all of his energy into a single point and released the ball. Everyone looked stunned as they saw the trail it left as it disappeared out of anyone's vision. Midoriya turned to Aizawa. His arm was numb and some wounds appeared all over it, but it wasn't as bad as in the exam. How was that, Mr. Aizawa? Midoriya said as he clenched his arm in pain, but he was still able to move. This kid. Aizawa had a grin on his face as he looked at the green-haired boy. Then he turned to the rest of the class. All right, everyone else, there are multiple tests here, do them, and the person with the lowest score will be expelled, got it? He said in a serious tone, causing several people to become worried. Aizawa then turned to Midoriya and held out a screen, which had a number on it. 5,102 kilometers, very well done. Get yourself checked up, you're exempted from the tests, he said and walked off. Midoriya saw Yaoyorozu walk up to their teacher. Mr. Aizawa, may I please escort Midoriya to the infirmary? She asked, and he nodded before walking off. She then turned to him and smiled, catching up to him, and made their way to the infirmary. Midoriya did notice the aura that Bakugo was releasing as he was looking at him with a death glare and gritted teeth. The two of them walked in silence as they left the practice field. Midoriya stopped Yaoyorozu and asked her to wait for a bit, which she nodded. He then concentrated on his arm and a beam of sunlight hit his arm, restoring it to its original state. She ran up to him in concern as he fell to his knees and was sweating really hard. "Are you okay?" she said as she materialized a water bottle and handed it over to him, which he gladly took and finished the entire bottle a couple of seconds later. He sighed in contempt and thanked her for it. After she helped him up, they continued on towards the infirmary on behalf of Yaoyorozu's concern for his health. Midoriya declined at first, but she glared at him, which almost made him wet his pants and agreed to do so. "Is that what happens to your arm when you use your quirk?" she asked, looking quite worried at him, and got pretty close to him, which caused him to blush and created some distance from her. He scratched his cheek and chuckled nervously before replacing it with a serious look, which caught her attention and turned towards him. "What you saw there, yeah, that's what happens when I use too much power. I break the part one used too much power with. It shows my lack of control over that power, but I will eventually succeed in controlling power to become the greatest hero of all time." Yaoyorozu was stunned at his words, but soon smiled as she heard his conviction and was moved by his words. "Well, I guess I'll tag along on your adventure to become the best of the best. As of right now, you're pretty reckless with that power, so I'll have to step in to set you right, okay?" she said as she had a sly smile on her face. He laughed and nodded as they arrived at the infirmary, needlessly to say, recovery girl didn't like the visit and whacked Midoriya with her stick, startling Yaoyorozu as she tried and stopped the hero from beating him up anymore. After she had stopped, she checked his arm and did numerous other assessments before telling him that he was fine for now, but the ligaments in his arm were wearing down from the two injuries, so she advised to let the arm heal for at least a couple of days. When they exited the building, it was already past noon, and school was over. The setting sun colored the sky with red, yellow, and hints of violet. The both of them exited the building and saw that a couple of people were waiting for them at the gate. Midoriya smiled as Uraraka waved at them. Ida fixed his glasses and they met halfway. "Good to see you in good health, Midoriya," Ida said. Midoriya smiled and thanked him before looking past them and seeing a couple of other people in his class. They all walked up to Midoriya, starting with the spiky redhead. He held out his hand for Midoriya. "Name's Kirishima. You showed some mighty power during the throw there. It got me pretty pumped up, sadly that you didn't do the other tests. Wished I could have seen more of that power, Midoriya." Midoriya looked at him before smiling and accepted his hand, shaking it firmly. The both of them smiled at each other, but then the girl with the pink skin broke the handshake and grabbed both of Midoriya's hands. "Hiya, Mina Ishido. You can call me Mina, Deku. I know I introduced myself in class, but I wanted it to be more formal. Pleased to meet you," she exclaimed with happiness. Midoriya smiled at her antics, but frowned a little when he heard his nickname, which didn't go unnoticed by Yaoyorozu and Ida as they looked at him with some curiosity, but also worry. Midoriya forced a smile out for Ishido's sake and chuckled genuinely when her and Kirishima were arguing over something. He then turned towards the blonde with a black lightning bolt in his hair and a girl with short purple hair with the ear jacks hanging from her earlobes. "Yo, name's Kaminari and this is Jiro. It's pretty cool to meet you," Kaminari said and gave him a thumbs up while Jiro just nodded at him. He smiled at the both of them and thought that he was in a class with a bunch of cool people. Plus, they're going to be in the same class for the next 3 years, so building the friendships and bonds will be a top priority to Midoriya. He then turned to Ida and Uraraka and looked at them in confusion. "Wait, why are you guys here for?" he asked. Uraraka smiled as she clasped her hands together. "We were waiting for you so we could go eat dinner together," she said happily, and Kirishima and Ishido nodded. Midoriya heard Ida clear his throat and looked at him. Uraraka here proposed that we all get to know each other better, as we will be in the same class all 3 years. So, we decided on the idea of having dinner together as the best option. We asked everyone if they wanted to come, but most of them declined rather politely, except for Bakugo, who stomped off angrily. "Such crude behavior," Ida said. Midoriya could only sigh at Bakugo's attitude, but smiled at the thought of a little get-together. Alright, I'm in. Yaoyorozu, what about you? He turned to her, but she seemed a bit off. He raised an eyebrow and placed his hand on her shoulder, which startled her, and that caused her defense instincts to kick in. She flipped Midoriya onto the ground with a loud thud, his face comically confused as he felt a blade pressed against his neck, which caused him to go into full panic mode. Everybody else looked on with confusion, except for Jiro, who whistled at Yaoyorozu's flip, and Ida, who was chopping the air as he told the spiky-haired girl that judo flipping people wasn't allowed in a school environment. Yaoyorozu finally came back to reality and saw that she currently had Midoriya pinned to the ground with a blade to his neck. The boy, on the other hand, had swirls as eyes as he just laid there, confused and scared for his life. She then looked at everyone else and blushed before hopping off of the boy and quickly apologized to him before bowing. Midoriya slowly go up and waved it off like it was nothing, which inspired Ida, for some reason. Sorry about that, Midoriya. Anyways, yes. I think getting to know each other better is a great way to start off the school year. Shame the others couldn't make or just didn't want to come. Hopefully they will next time. She said. Everyone smiled as they made their way out of campus grounds and started to look for a place to eat dinner while getting to know each other better. The girls ended up huddling with each other while the guys just stuck together as they saw the girls do just that. This applied to the place that they found to eat, which was a local diner that was pretty famous for their delicious food. It was girls in one table while the guys had the table across from them. Once they ordered what they wanted, they had small conversations within their tables. Kirishima and Kaminari were discussing quirks and the apprehension test, or that's what they said at least. Midoriya and Ida were discussing several things, especially how they came to be at UA. Over at the girls' table, Yaoyorozu and Jiro were hitting it off while Ishido and Uraraka were discussing their quirks to each other. They waited for a good 15 minutes, and their food looked absolutely delicious. Oh man, this looks amazing, Kaminari said as he examined his food. Kirishima agreed as he eyed his food with great hunger. The girls were marveling their food and they all said their thanks and greetings before they all took a bite out of their food. Needlessly to say, the reputation of the diner was 100% fact. Midoriya enjoyed his food while chuckling at Kaminari and Kirishima as they scarfed down their food, while Ida was telling them not to eat like that, but they kept on going. The girls chuckled at the boys' table as they enjoyed their food more manner-like. They were all discussing Yaoyorozu's quirk, asking a ton of questions about it, while she was trying to answer all of them, but was overwhelmed by them. Overall, it was a great time as Midoriya learned more about everyone that had enjoyed the little bonding experience. You know, we should do this again, Kaminari said as they exited the diner, paying for their food and even leaving an extra tip. They all felt rather satisfied with the food and they all had a great time there. Everyone else agreed as they continued to walk together, while the moon was now rising to take its place in the sky. Midoriya smiled as the calming rays of the moon made him want to go to the beach and just swim for all eternity. He then had an idea pop into his mind. How about we all exchange our contact information and make a group chat for the class? We can get everyone else's tomorrow. How does that sound to you guys? Midoriya asked. I think that's a grand idea, Midoriya, Ida said, and they all took out their phones and gave each other their contact information before Midoriya made the group chat and smiled at everyone. They stopped at an intersection and said their goodbyes as they left, leaving just Midoriya and Yaoyorozu to walk home together, which was rather convenient as she felt uncomfortable at night and had asked him if he could escort her home during the dinner get-together as a class. He accepted and walked towards her house, which was now pretty easy to go to, as he remembered the directions, and the fact that it was a big mansion made it pretty easy for him. They continued to walk in silence as the moon was soothing Midoriya's mind and he felt like his connection with it was growing ever stronger, but still not strong enough for him. But he pushed the though back into his mind as he continued to escort her back to her house, making sure to make idle chat with her every so often. Once they made it over to her house, she waved at him before closing the gate to her house and she left behind a smiling Midoriya as he left the area with a smile of his own. Mom, I'm home, he shouted once he got back from the little activity that they did. He noticed that his mom wasn't in the living room and then he checked the time, which was almost midnight. He looked at the clock in bewilderment. He then quickly got out of his uniform and quickly dressed himself so that he could sleep to rebuild his energy. The next day, Midoriya was the first person in the classroom, so he ended up taking a nap at his desk. He woke up due to Ida waking him up and scolded him for sleeping in the classroom. The day felt pretty normal as some of the pro heroes were working with them on different subjects, like English and science. For Midnight's class, which was history over hero art, which was mostly her flirting with the class and several of the guys swooning over her, while the girls were looking at the pro hero with a deadpanned look. Midoriya was too busy writing down information that would help him in the long run in his notebook, which contains everything about a pro hero, starting with All Might, of course, and filled out more information on Midnight. After having several more classes, it was now the last PRD of the day before the second day was over. They were all currently sitting in class, talking amongst each other as they waited for what they were doing tomorrow. Man, that math class sure was pretty challenging, am I right? Kaminari said as he stood in front of Kirishima's desk as they talked about their second experience. Dude, the English class, now that was the hardest yet. He said, which his friend nodded to as they waited for their next thing that they were going to be doing for the rest of the day. All of a sudden, the door to the room opened suddenly, and a familiar voice boomed throughout the room. I am coming. Through the door. Like a normal person. All Might said as he revealed himself and his costume, which got everyone's attention. Wow, it's All Might. That must be the costume from his golden ages. Seriously, All Might's one of our teacher, pretty cool. Chattering could be heard as everyone was excited for the first lesson with the greatest her of all. His ever-wide smile grew as he saw the excitement on everyone's faces and cleared his throat. Yes, I will be the foundational hero studies teacher and I am here to teach you what it is to be a hero. Before that, I would like to start the day with a little something special. Will everyone put on their hero costume and meet me at the simulation area at Ground B? I will see you there. The hero said as he left the classroom, leaving a stunned class behind. A couple of seconds later, they all managed to grab their hero costumes and made their way to the changing room. Midoriya was thinking hard on the subject as he put on his costume. He sighed before looking at himself in the mirror and splashed his face with water. He dried himself and nodded firmly before making his way towards the designated area, ready for what lies ahead of him. Chapter 4, Deep End Battle. Midoriya was the last one to enter the training ground, as everyone else was already there in their hero costume. He sighed as he fixed his golden fingerless gloves and walked into the sunlight as his eyes began to turn gold and his hero costume shimmered to life. On his head, a small golden manly tiara appeared on his head with several suns on it with small little red gems. He donned a golden white scarf with golden linings on the sides of it, and was wearing a gold long-sleeved vest that stopped to his midsection in the front and in the back traveled down, making it look like a cloak with a white tank top underneath it. In the center of the shirt was a moving celestial sun as it radiated brightly. Moving on, he had a white rope holding his golden cargo pants and a pair of white and gold sneakers. His hair had a golden hue to it as he sighed in content and stretched his arms out, noticing the stares his classmates were giving him. What? Midoriya said, looking confused. All of a sudden, many people swarmed him and started to introduce themselves. After a couple of minutes of introductions, Midoriya managed to get everyone's names and began to connect them with their faces, as he was basically going to be a family with them for 3 years. He smiled as he joined everyone as All Might appeared from inside of the building and motioned for everyone to follow him to the area between the building and the monitor room, all while having a big grin on his face. Welcome. I've been expecting you. Anyways, instead of doing some old boring schoolwork, we're going to be doing a little simulation. 2 teams of 2 will face each other inside this little training building as a simulation between heroes and villains. Teams will be sorted randomly, so please, turn your attention to the monitor. A screen appeared and it began to cycle between names as it showed all of the teams and 2 slots for each one. It continued for some time until the slots began to slow down as it was winding down. It stopped and Midoriya looked at the screen before finding his name and then saw his teammate. Well, I guess we're teammates, Midori. He turned and saw no one, but noticed the floating gloves. He sighed as he felt pretty bad for not noticing her right away, but he smiled as both of them were together. Yeah, it's pretty cool, Hagakure. The invisible chuckled as she stood beside Midoriya as they looked at all the teams until his eyes landed on a couple of teams that interested him. Ida and Uraraka, Kaminari and Kirishima, Jiro and Todoroki, and the final group, Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. Midoriya gritted his teeth as in terms of power between the two, his team was at a disadvantage as Hagakure's quirk made her permanently invisible. However, she would be amazing at a stealth approach to this simulation, but he didn't know what it was going to simulate. A hostage situation? Or some sort of heist operation? Or is it? Midoriya was going into one of his little calculating triads, but was brought out of it by Hagakure as she pointed to All Might as he was explaining the rules of the thing. 15-minute time limit. This will simulate a bomb threat, so the villains will enter first. Victory conditions for the heroes is simply touching the bomb. Villains will have 10 minutes to prepare for it. As for the teams, once again, look at the monitor. Everyone looked at the monitor before it chose each team's opponent, which caused Midoriya to bite his thumb. His opposition was the one team he didn't want to face. Bakugo was grinning his teeth as he turned towards the green-haired boy and fired off a couple of explosions. First match. Heroes Hagakure and Midoriya versus villains Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. Villains, you may proceed inside the building. Heroes, wait here. Everyone else, please follow me into the monitor room. With that, everyone went their ways as Midoriya watched Yaoyorozu and Bakugo enter the building and sighed as he sat down. Hagakure shortly after followed him as he took out his notebook and began to think about their strategy. She was looking over his notes as he wrote down numerous things that could impact the match. What's wrong, Midori? Shouldn't it just be touch the thing and win? It sounds like we have the advantage as we just touch it, right? Hagakure as she looked at Midoriya. He shook his head as he looked at the building and counted 10 stories. He then turned back to her. In that sense, yes. Our victory conditions is a lot easier than the villains, however, in reality we are at a disadvantage in this match. Do you know why, Hagakure? He asked his partner. She shook her head and lightly punched the side of her head, or that's what it looked like. He just smiled and his demeanor changed all of a sudden. The major disadvantage is that we don't know where the bomb is at, but the villains do. So we'll be wasting our time if we check all the floors. Plus, the time given to the villains lets them set up, which is bad since this is territory we don't know. Traps, things like that could happen. The other disadvantage is that our opponents have an advantage over us in combat. No offense, Hagakure. He looked at her. She waved him off and gave him a thumbs up and they continued to strategize their approach to the building. Well, what about Bakugo? He's really strong. His power he displayed during the apprehension test was scary. Hagakure looked at Midoriya and saw that the timer for them to begin was 5 minutes. Midoriya shook his head as he closed his notebook and looked at her. Their team is strong, however, Bakugo will most likely go off alone in order to find me. Yaoyorozu will be protecting the bomb as her quirk is the perfect defense for it. Don't worry, I'll deal with Bakugo while you try to disarm the bomb. He said as he got ready and began to stretch his body out. Hagakure joined him as the time ran down as it was almost time to go. Alright, heroes, you may proceed. Remember, 15 minutes. All Might said. They both nodded and began to enter the building, but Midoriya quickly grabbed Hagakure's hand and pulled her back from the entrance. She looked at him with confusion and he pointed to the floor. She didn't see anything right away, but then she caught a glimpse of some glare as it blinded her temporarily. Careful, that was wire. Some sort of trap for us. We're going to have to find another way to enter the building, but first. He concentrated his energy and his hand began to glow until he released it, and a little ball of light appeared in his hand before flying off into the building. He closed his eyes before opening them. His eyes changed shape from his normal eyes to a more sharpened and coarse look. She looked at him in worry as he wasn't moving for a bit, but then she saw the orb come back and Midoriya absorbed it back into his body. He breathed in and out before looking at her. The bomb is at the 8th floor of the building. We'll go up to the top floor and we'll work our way from there. Is that okay with you? He asked her, and she nodded. He knelt down and waited. She was confused until she finally figured it out and blushed as she hopped onto his back. He gulped as he felt her press herself onto his back, but he shook his thoughts away and powered through his legs. Using the building closest to the main building, he managed to get to the top of the building and sat her down. "Are you okay?" he asked her as he dusted off dirt that he got on his costume. "Yeah, anyways, let's go," she said, and they both entered the building via the top floor and made their way to the 8th floor. Midoriya peeked past a corner and motioned Hagakure to come closer. "Hey, from here, make your way down to the 8th floor, but don't touch the bomb at the center. That's a decoy and a trap, so watch out for that. The real one is behind a tarp at the back of the corner, which it looks like there is nothing there. Remember, don't set off any traps. We don't know the extent of Yaoyorozu's quirk." "Okay, I'm going to distract Bakugo on the 5th floor. Make sure he doesn't pincer you. Be safe, Hagakure, and here." He tossed her something and she caught it. She examined the thing that he gave her, which was a medallion with a sun on it. She didn't question it as she nodded and headed towards the bomb. Midoriya sighed as he jumped out of the window, powering OFA through his legs as to cushion his fall, and landed on ground level before jumping once again, this time to the 4th floor, and saw Bakugo facing away from him. The momentum of the jump helped Midoriya as he crashed right into the blonde, sending him flying into the wall across the hallway, shaking the very foundation of the building. Dust from the ceiling fell down as Midoriya grunted as that stunt he pulled injured his left foot, but he just healed it by sticking his foot out where he crashed into and sighed as his foot slowly healed. Rubble from the Bakugo's crash area moved as an explosion boomed through the hallway. "Diamenu Deku. I am going to RIP your F-head OFF." Bakugo got up and charged straight at Midoriya, his eyes red with bloodlust as he fired off more explosions at Midoriya, but the boy dodged and punched the blonde's side and sent a solar-infused roundhouse to the abdomen. The blonde grunted and managed to grab Midoriya's arm and fired off an explosion to the arm and threw him to the wall. Midoriya recovered and dashed straight towards the unsuspecting Bakugo and elbowed him and summoned Dazzling Shield in order to block a massive explosion that Bakugo sent out. Growling could be heard as he launched multiple explosions as he tried to maneuver behind Midoriya, but the mirror launched up and made contact with Bakugo and crashed him into the ceiling. Midoriya gripped his arm and clenched his teeth and tried to heal it, but was sent back by an even bigger explosion. Midoriya crashed into a pillar and coughed out in pain as the blast was powerful, like the intent to kill. He gritted his teeth and wiped some blood from his lips as he glared at Bakugo, who was snarling at him as they stared each other down. Midoriya grunted as Dazzling Mirror was floating at his side and was glowing slightly. He then looked at it and willed it to go outside in order to charge. In the meantime, he got into a fighting stance as his fight with Bakugo was just beginning. "I hope Hagakure's okay. This fight will be very intense, so I need to keep that in mind just in case if I need to save her or Yaoyorozu. I need to trust in her and focus on fighting Kaken." Midoriya thought as he gazed at Bakugo, who was firing off more mini-explosions as his sweat was picking up. "The hell? How are you doing this? You are supposed to be quirkless, you be..." Bakugo shouted as he charged at Midoriya and fired off another explosion, but his reckless attack style allowed Midoriya to quickly dodge out of the way and launched several rays of light straight at Bakugo and used that time to get in close and sent a Detroit smash at him while the rays hit him, but Bakugo grinned and blasted Midoriya point-blank range. Smoke enveloped that area, and Midoriya was shot out of that cloud, as he was encased in a lunar barrier. Once he had some distance from Bakugo, he dropped the barrier and started to breathe heavily. "Wow, this battle is intense," Kirishima said. Several nods agreed with him as they watched the battle unfold from the monitor room. Uraraka and Ida were growing worried as the battle between the two intensified as they once again went at it with each other. People were watching the battle with either awe or fear, or both as they saw the power they were packing, except for Todoroki as he watched Midoriya with a passive look. Jiro watched the battle and winced when Midoriya got punched in the gut and was blasted away. She then turned towards the monitor that had Hagakure and Yaoyorozu little skirmish going on as Hagakure was hiding from Yaoyorozu while in the 8th floor with the bomb in sight. Hagakure had abandoned her gloves as she went into full stealth mode as she tried to find a path to get past Yaoyorozu as the ponytailed girl was guarding the bomb, a staff in her hands and many traps around the bomb as added protection. All of a sudden, the building began to shake, forcing both girls to cling onto something as the battle down below grew more and more intense. There were several boxes that had toppled next to the bomb, so Hagakure used those boxes as a safe spot. "Died you?" Bakugo's voice could be heard, followed by several explosions and shaking as the building was starting to become unstable due to the fight between childhood friends. Hagakure started to get worried, so she started to look for ways she could, and then she noticed the worried look that Yaoyorozu had as she stared at the door, not bothering to check the area until she heard something fall down behind her and turned around and created a paint can. She flung it at the area, and she heard a groan as an outline of a girl appeared. "Hagakure, I'm sorry, but you won't be getting past me," Yaoyorozu said as she twirled her staff and was ready to engage should she need to. Hagakure stepped back and fell to her knees as the whole building began to shake once more, but now cracks were beginning to form on the floor as they heard several things collapsing. The invisible girl grabbed the medallion that Midoriya gave her and she instinctively held it up. It began to glow brightly, forcing Yaoyorozu to turn away, giving Hagakure time to touch the bomb, but her leg ended up getting caught in rope as it tightened and held her there. She struggled to break free as the medallion began to lose brightness. All Might watched the battle while gripping the mic as he saw the fight between the two grow more intense as they were now on the 6th floor of the building G, seeing Midoriya connect another Detroit smash and sent the blonde crashing into the wall. His face had blood dripping down his forehead and his right arm was all torn as he had overused OFA in that arm, and several rips were in his costume. The dazzling mirror that was collecting sunlight dropped to the ground before it became dull, losing the shine it had. Cracks were forming among the outside walls as the clash between former friends intensified. The rest of the class looked on with worry as the intense battle was wearing down the structure of the building. "What power does it's almost scary," Ojiro said as he looked at the monitor with the two girls of each team as they were being forced to the ground as the unstable building was starting to sway. "Bakugo's power is almost bloodthirsty, but definitely animalistic for sure," Shoji said as another shockwave was felt even in the monitor room as the building's sturdiness was starting to disappear. Everyone was starting to look worried as the fight with Midoriya and Bakugo was getting even more intense than before, but All Might couldn't stop the battle as all he could do was watch, disregarding several of the students' requests to shut it down. Midoriya grunted as his dodges were getting sloppy as an explosive punch nicked his stomach. He looked around the area that they were in, and then at the floor that they had made a hole in. When they were going at it, he gritted his teeth as he had twisted his right ankle and he couldn't heal it without running low on energy, and with Bakugo on his rampage, the end result is something that he didn't want to think of. "I have to end this or else this will get very dangerous. Damn it, the recoil of Kaken's quirk should be active already. He's still going on just so he can beat me up," Midoriya thought as he blocked a punch with his elbow that was reinforced with lunar energy as he then blocked an explosion and skidded away from Bakugo. He panted as he sent multiple rays of light that nicked Bakugo's cheek and blasted a hole in the all behind the blonde. The building once again shook as the building's support was nearly at its edge. Midoriya could feel the building's collapse at any moment. "Hagakure, can you hear me?" Hagakure heard a voice from the medallion and held it up to her ear. "Midoriya? Is that you?" she asked as she dodged some falling rubble and hid behind a pillar, while Yaoyorozu looking at the ceiling with worry as she started to fidget and started to unconsciously make a bunch of wooden dolls as she was beating in her head what to do. "Yeah, anyways, I want you and Yaoyorozu to leave the building as in right now," Midoriya said as he dodged another explosion that blasted another hole in the wall. Midoriya looked back at the damage and then rushed at Bakugo and delivered a swift kick to the side and created a fist made up of solar energy, uppercutting Bakugo to the ceiling. He placed his hand to his ear and contacted Hagakure. "Are you guys out of here yet?" Midoriya said as he felt the building start to collapse. "Midori, where do we go? The emergency exit is blocked," he heard Hagakure say, and he cursed as he saw Bakugo landing on the ground and had an even angrier expression than before as he started to fire off explosions left and right. "Damn it. Yao, can you get yourselves down from the windows? Like, can you make a parachute or something that can break you fall? He didn't know if she was with Hagakure, but he had a feeling she was, and it was confirmed when he heard her voice. I can make a parachute, but what about you? Better yet, how do you know I was with Hagakure? Well, I'm pretty sure once the building was starting to break down, you'd be worried about the structure more than Hagakure touching the bomb. Anyways, get yourselves out of the building. He said as he heard even more intense growling as he could literally see steam coming off of Bakugo's body. Demon Deku. I'll FRIP your head OFF. Bakugo yelled as he charged recklessly at Midoriya and released another big explosion that shook the building, and then part of the floor collapsed as the whole building was beginning to shake, knocking the both of them off balance as rumbling was heard. Midoriya felt the building slowly collapsing as he then looked at Bakugo, who didn't even care if the building's condition as he rushed Midoriya and released an explosion at point-blank range, sending Midoriya flying into a wall. This made Midoriya angry as he dashed at Bakugo at blinding speeds and launched a Detroit smash at his abdomen, and then sent a wave of light that caught the blonde mid-air and crashed him into a wall. He then charged to where Bakugo was at and grabbed him, breaking through the wall and into the next room over. He let go of Bakugo and watched as the blonde skidded to a halt and glared at Midoriya as the dust was beginning to fall from the ceiling and the building was slowly tilting. Die! Bakugo charged at Midoriya, ignoring the pain in his arms. Midoriya simply powered the last amount of solar energy he had and followed suit, both of them putting everything they had into the attack. The two of them launched their attacks and a huge explosion was heard as the building was obliterated by the combination of the attacks. Everyone looked in shock as they saw the explosion from the monitor, and both the two girls from each team was hiding behind a blast-resistant shield, but the force of the blast was pushing them back as Yaoyorozu planted the shield down, allowing them to breathe as the explosion died down. After that, everyone rushed out of the monitor room and checked on the two girls as they appeared behind the shield unscathed. Everyone smiled as they saw that they were okay, but then turned their attention towards the now destroyed building, and even some of the other buildings were damaged in the process. Holy crap! Kirishima said as they all made their way to the rubble of the building. Ida grabbed a piece of metal that was from the bomb and showed it to the rest of the class. All Might grew worried as they began to look for the two boys, Jiro plugging her earphones anywhere she could to see if she can find them, while everyone else was moving the rubble to see if they were under there. Yaoyorozu was growing increasingly worried as she also searched for her friend. Damn it! Where are they? Kaminari said as he threw several pieces of rubble out of the way as he was growing frustrated much like the rest of the class. Uraraka was moving the larger pieces of rubble as she was frantically searching for Midoriya. She was about to continue when she felt her recoil and nearly threw up, but Ishido and Tsuyu saw her condition and helped her sit down. All Might was moving objects left and right as he tried to search for the two students, and was growing frustrated as he ending up crushing some rubble that was in his hands. After a couple minutes of searching and nothing showing up, people were starting to lose hope, the first one being Mineta. Why are we even searching? They're probably dead from the massive explosion the two mad. That ended up with over half of the class giving him a death glare, causing him to squeak and shut up for the duration. While people were slowly losing hope, people like Ida, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari continued to look for the two along with All Might and Jiro. Hagakure was watching from a distance as she noticed a mirror on the floor and walked over to it. She grabbed it and inspected it. It suddenly glowed brightly, causing Hagakure to let out a yelp as it flew out of her hands and floated up in the air. She then saw the medallion that Midoriya gave her fly up towards it, and it was absorbed by the mirror. She looked at it with wide eyes as the mirror lowered itself before flying over to a piece of rubble that landed quite far from the remains of the building, and it hummed with power. A loud crash was heard from the sky, causing people to stop with what they were doing and watched as a large beam of light appeared over the mirror and the piece of rubble. All of a sudden, the top of the rubble began to move, causing everyone to slowly make their way over to the rubble. It continued to move until a hand broke through the rubble and grabbed the mirror, startling everyone as then the top of the rubble moved until something popped up. Well, my entire body hurts from that. Note to self, never do that again, unless I can use it to my advantage. Midoriya appeared from the rubble as he stood up, and with Bakugo in his arms baggage style. He then brought his hand in front of his face and looked at his broken finger. He then saw everyone and pet his head to the side as he looked at everyone's gaping mouths in confusion. What? Everyone fell down comically, and some even wanted to facepalm at Midoriya's confusion. After that, people crowded around Midoriya as looked at dazzling mirror before absorbing it as it disappeared, gaining energy back and felt better as several of his wounds healed up. He sighed before stumbling a little, and slowly placed Bakugo to the ground while Kirishima and Kaminari helped him stabilize as they helped him walk towards the group. Several medical robots rushed in and carried Bakugo out of the training grounds. Man, Midoriya, didn't know you were this powerful. Kirishima said. Kaminari nodded. Yeah dude, that was pretty intense, scary even. Glad to see that the both of you are okay, even though Bakugo's behavior is less than ideal. What matters is that both of you are safe. Midoriya could only nod as fatigue was slowly getting the best of him. Once they made it to the group, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were the first ones to meet the group, soon followed by the rest of the group shortly after. Are you okay, Deku? Uraraka said as she looked at Midoriya with worry. He slightly flinched at his nickname, but didn't let that get the best of him and mustered up a small smile to her. I'm fine. Mostly. Midoriya coughed out and ended up passing out, causing everyone to become worried. All Might stepped forward and grabbed Midoriya from the two boys. He then looked at the rest of the class. I'm canceling the simulation for now, please return to class while I escort young Midoriya to the infirmary. All Might said as he turned around and left the grounds, leaving behind Class 1A as they looked at each other with worried expressions as they changed out of their hero costumes and made their way to their class. Do you think that Midoriya will be okay? Ashido asked, her voice was solemn, which surprised a couple of people as her normal, outgoing personality disappeared. I'm sure he's fine, but he did seem pretty out of it. Shoji said. Tokoyami nodding in agreement as they continued to walk. Man, that was some serious power though. Sato said. People agreed as they remembered the intense clash that they had. Hagakure and Yaoyorozu were silent as they didn't really do much in that match, as they basically left the entire match to those two. Yaoyorozu clenched her fist as she felt useless in that match while Hagakure was thinking that she didn't do anything as she had Midoriya's medallion do all the work. Both of them sighed sadly. Are you okay, Hagakure? She turned and saw Ojiro's grim expression as he looked at her with worry in his eyes. I don't know. She muttered out. Ojiro took her answer as he didn't have much to say either. Midoriya woke up groggily as he looked at his surroundings, hearing an old lady's voice and then he heard another one as his vision slowly came back to him. He looked at his surroundings, seeing the all-too-familiar window and walls. He then looked down and saw he had bandages wrapped around his body and legs. He then looked over and saw Recovery Girl talking to All Might in his true form. So, she must know All Might's true form figures. Tashinori saw his pupil from the corner of his eye and walked over to him, followed by Recovery Girl. How you feeling, kid? Tashinori asked while Recovery Girl checked everything just in case. A lot better, thankfully. Midoriya said as he looked out the window, seeing the sun setting. He then looked at Tashinori before sighing as his body felt better than when he was at the grounds. Recovery Girl finished her checkup and told him that he was able to leave. Geez, this is the way too many visits, kid. You need to get your successor in check, Toshi. She said as she grumbled about recklessness and idiot teachers. The both of them chuckled as Tashinori helped Midoriya out of bed and got him to his feet. He then looked at the other side and saw Bakugo still unconscious and frowned. Don't worry, he's going to be okay. The boy nodded and made his way out of the room, and then faced his mentor. I'm sorry for what happened at the simulation. I should have stopped it from going that far. Tashinori said as he looked down at Midoriya, who just gave him a small smile. Don't worry about it, plus it helped me develop a new move for OFA. Midoriya said, causing the older man to smile widely as he nodded at the boy before ushering him off to class while he stayed in the infirmary for a bit. Midoriya nodded and waved goodbye to him before making his way to Class 1A. He met up with Ida halfway to the class as he helped Midoriya walk to the classroom. Thanks, Ida. You don't need to thank me, Midoriya, just helping a fellow friend in need. They both smiled at each other before making their way to their class, meeting a couple more people that were waiting outside the classroom. Uraraka smiled and ran up to them, followed by Kirishima and Ishido. They all had smiles on their faces as they saw Midoriya was okay. Feeling better, Midoriya? Kirishima said as he also went over and helped Ida with him. The green-haired boy nodded in appreciation as the two other boys helped him into the classroom. Everyone sighed in relief as they saw that Midoriya was okay, especially Yaoyorozu, as they all made their way over to him. Everyone was crowding around him, but Ida told everyone to back up as he helped him sit down at a chair that was pulled out for him by Koda. Thanks, Koda, Midoriya said as he sat down and rested his body, as the trek to the class made him tired. Koda nodded and everyone crowded around the seated boy. They all asked if he was alright, which he nodded and then explained that his body was healing fine thanks to Recovery Girl, and that he would be good to go again in a couple of days. After that, everyone started to converse with each other while they waited for All Might to appear. A couple of minutes later, he appeared and released everyone for the day. Everyone walked out and stood at the gates, except for Todoroki as he went straight home. Everyone else stayed back as they all discussed what they were doing after school, and that's when Ishido brought up the group dinner. Everyone was on board except for a couple of people. Sorry guys, but my family is eating out, and I would like to spend some time with them. But I'm in for the next time we do it. Sato said as she waved goodbye to everyone and left. I have an appointment with my stylist, so I can't. My apologies, au revoir. Aoyama said as he left the group, doing some overdramatic pose and dashed off. People's sweat dropped at his antics and watch him leave. Koda left while waving goodbye as he had to go help his mother out around the house. Everyone else was free as they made their way over to the same place that they went last time. The owner was more than happy to serve them as there was currently nobody else but them in the place, so they had a big dinner with everyone having a blast. Midoriya smiled as he saw everyone getting along with each other and took a bite out of his food and savored the taste as he sighed with happiness. A napkin was handed to him and he looked and saw Yaoyorozu smiling. He thanked her and wiped his face before smiling at her. How are you feeling? She asked him, a look of curiosity on her face. He rolled his shoulder, feeling it pop, and then he stretched out his arms. Yeah, I feel great actually, he said as he then turned to see Ida and Uraraka sitting down with their food. The owner said dinner is on him, which is very kind of him, but I intend to pay for his kindness. Do you have 500 yen on you? Midoriya was about to grab one from his pocket, but Yaoyorozu stopped him and pulled out a fortune from her wallet and handed it to Ida, who looked at her with his mouth agape. She waved him off. Don't worry, I have a lot more money, so don't worry. Tell him I appreciate what he's doing for us. Ida just nodded and walked back to the owner. Uraraka looked at Yaoyorozu. You're rich, Yaoyorozu? She nodded, and then they all began to eat once Ida got back. The whole night was amazing as everyone laughed the night away. Chapter 5. An Unforeseen Incident. A couple of days after the simulation, Bakugo was being reprimanded and placed into a therapeutic remedial class in order to get his anger into check. Class was back in session as Midoriya was currently creating a notebook for Class 1A as he wrote down bios for everyone and their quirks for future use. He was currently on Yaoyorozu right after his as he wrote down her name and her quirk before writing down a summary of her quirk. He finished her bio and nodded before putting the notebook away and looked forward as Aizawa walked through the door while dragging his sleeping bag with him. Everyone settled down as he made his way to the front of the class and stared at everyone. Pick a class representative, he said, and then got into his sleeping bag before passing out just like that. But everyone else didn't care as they all started to raise their hands. I would like to be it, Ishido said while erratically waving her hand in the air. I'll gladly be it, Kaminari said to Jiro, who smirked at him and shook her head. Midoriya just sat there as he looked around the room, seeing the excitement of everyone as they all were saying that they wanted to do it. He then looked at Yaoyorozu, who was fidgeting with her hands as she looked around the room and then at everyone's hands. She must want to be the representative. I think I'd like for her to be it. He then looked up at Ida, who had stood up and looked at the class. I say we should decide who it should be, democratic style. He said as he fixed his glasses. People deadpanned at him as his hand was still very much in the air. Midoriya agreed with him as they all voted on who it should be and wrote Yaoyorozu on a piece of paper and passed it to the front of the room. Aizawa woke up from his nap and collected the pieces of paper. He then went over to the board and wrote everyone's names on it before writing numbers next to each of the names. Midoriya looked at the board with shock. There you have it, Midoriya will now be your class president while Yaoyorozu will be the vice president. Congratulations to the both of you, now you can go back to whatever you were doing. Aizawa said before leaving the room with his sleeping bag. Everyone looked at the door in confusion before starting their own conversations. Midoriya just looked at the board with shock. I got 4 votes, but how? He was muttering to himself, until Yaoyorozu tapped him and brought him out of his muttering spree. He looked at her, noticing her downcast look even if she tried to hide it with her smile, which nearly blinded him. She sat on his desk as she grabbed one of his notebooks that he just brought out to continue working on it and looked through all of it before stopping on one of the pages. Can I see your pencil, Midoriya? He handed her his pencil and watched as she began to write something down, looking at it several times as if it was an artwork. Nodding, she handed it back to him and smiled. He then looked to see that she was looking through his notebook for the class, more specifically on her own page. He then blushed a bit, but noticed that she wrote some extra information, like her birthday and favorite things. He then turned back to her as he saw her smile that was hiding her sadness, and that didn't go unnoticed as he felt a tug in her direction, and it almost looked like she was glowing a lot less in the sun than the others. He was about to question it, but deemed it as one of his powers and placed his hand on hers. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? He asked, seeing her shoulders tense up as her breath hitched, and he felt the exact same tug he felt earlier, only more forceful as the air around her grew more cold and eerie. It was like her light bulb went out as she didn't look at him for a little bit until she turned and had a glare that nearly made him faint because how scary she looked, her eyes piercing his very soul as Midoriya tried not to wet himself at how utter terrifying she looked. It was all silence as Yaoyorozu glared at the poor boy while the boy was starting to sweat out a lot. All of a sudden, someone coughed, causing the two of them to turn and saw Ida looking at the two of them. Excuse me, but the bell for lunch just rang. Midoriya, would you like to eat with me and Uraraka? Ida asked, noticing that the vice president was glaring at the poor boy. YYIIWWW would like TT2. He quickly got up and basically bolted out of the room. Ida smiled and turned around to follow his friend to the lunchroom, but still noticed Yaoyorozu's glare intensify when Midoriya answered his question, but didn't question her as he made his way to the lunchroom. Yaoyorozu watched Ida leave the room before looking down sadly as she felt really bad for getting angry at Midoriya for something he didn't have much control over, but she really wanted the position and hearing that she got second place made her snap. She was so used to being first in a lot of things, and she wasn't being arrogant, she just did her very best at everything in order to be the very best she could be. The girl then noticed another notebook that Midoriya left and grabbed it before opening it after a little argument she had in her head and turned to see names of people in the class. What intrigued her was the descriptions that they had next to them, learning how Midoriya thinks of them. Then, she had an idea and looked for her name. Flipping through pages, she finally found her name. She then noticed the description of lack of one, but there was a small bit of writing to it, so she looked and read it. I can't really think of much for her except for that she's really mature, friendly, intelligent, and really beautiful. As she read over those words, her mind just went blank as her head malfunctioned. She blushed profusely as her mind was slowly trying to comprehend what was just said and what she just read. Many thoughts were running through her mind as she dropped the notebook, but she didn't care as her face was getting hot and her heart was pounding. He called me beautiful. She shook her head as she placed a hand over her chest. She was so confused, but a smile was threatening her lips as her feelings for the boy slowly was brought back. However, her feelings for him were not settled just yet as she wanted to be 100% sure that she liked him for the sake of both of them. It did make her very happy that he thought she was beautiful, but they only just met a couple of days ago. Yaoyorozu sighed and grabbed the notebook she dropped, then made her way to the cafeteria, Her behavior earlier made her heat clench in guilt as she basically lashed out at the boy without even saying anything. I have to apologize to Midoriya. He looked so scared and probably thinks I hate him now. She then nodded and had a boost of confidence as she made her way to the cafeteria, already making up a plan to apologize to him. Midoriya was picking at his food as the look on Yaoyorozu's face was etched into his mind. His mood darkened and it showed in his appearance as his eyes seemed dull, and the air around him was a lot less warm feeling. Uraraka looked at the boy in concern, but was stopped by Ida, who shook his head. She slumped in her chair as his mood affected her as well as Ida. The whole table sat in silence as they all looked at their food with disinterest, even moving the food away from them. Even when Kaminari, Kirishima, Jiro, Ashido, and Tsuyu joined them, the table was silent. The newcomers looked at Midoriya and felt that his presence was a lot different from the one he had at the dinner party. So, congratulations on becoming class president, Midori. Ashido exclaimed as she had a huge smile on her face in order to cheer him up. Kirishima joined in as he patted Midoriya's back and gave him a thumbs up. Yeah. Congratulations, bro. You'll do great, he said, and then turned to Kaminari and Jiro, before motioning them to help with brightening his mood. I did want to become the president, but I feel like you would do a much better job than me, Midoriya. Kaminari said awkwardly and looked sheepishly at Jiro. She sighed and shook her head, and was about to speak until she saw Yaoyorozu walking up to the table. Midoriya, can we talk? Midoriya heard Yaoyorozu's voice and stiffened before slowly nodding his head. They both walked off to a spot where they could have some privacy. Once they found the place, Midoriya looked at her with confusion and a hint of fear, but noticed that her demeanor was a lot less hostile, which calmed his nerves a little as he expected the worst. She sighed and then turned around to face Midoriya before bowing down to him, which startled him as she lowered her head to the ground. I'm not very sorry for my behavior this morning. I was extremely jealous and angry because I wanted to become the president of the class, but then you won it. And that made me very mad at you while you didn't do anything wrong. Once again, I'm very sorry for that. Please, I hope we're still friends, Midoriya. She lowered her head to the floor as she didn't dare to look up at him. That is until he let out a sigh of relief. So that's why you were mad at me. I thought it was because of the notebook bio, he said as he chuckled embarrassingly as he scratched his cheek. She looked up at him with shock before getting up and suddenly embraced the boy, which caused his mind to shut down as he felt her press herself onto him as she tightened her embrace and chuckled. Her aroma was intoxicating to him, but was confused on why she was doing. Why are you hugging me, Yaoyorozu? He asked, even though he was enjoying himself, not in the perverted way, but rather in an affectionate way. Well, I was kind of scared that you hated at me, but to think that you thought I was mad over what you put down in your notebook for the class is kind of funny. But I'm glad that you don't, she said as she clung to him, smiling as she continued her embrace. To be honest, I thought you hated me, and I also saw that you really wanted to be the representative. I'm sorry for that. Don't be, all thought my previous actions say otherwise. I'm really happy that you won. You know, I can just give you my position and dash. Midoriya was interrupted as she covered his mouth with her hand as she glared at him, but with a hint of playfulness danced in her eyes as she removed her hand and shook her head at him. No, please don't do that. I voted for myself, but I think that you would do a better job at being the representative than I would, she said as she smiled at him. Actually, I voted for you, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said while going back to scratching his cheek. She looked at him before smiling and once more tightened her hug as she rested her head on his shoulder. Thank you, she said, and then a smirk grew on her face as she got closer to his ear. So you think I'm very beautiful, Midoriya? She whispered to his ear, causing him to gain a massive blush, but he nodded. She chuckled as she released him from her embrace and smiled at him. He assumed that since she asked that question she must have read that notebook, but he didn't really mind too much since it was her. Well, thank you for the compliment. Midoriya looked at her before smiling and chuckled to himself as they stood there, looking at each other before she then started to fidget with her hands, twirling her fingers together for a while. He looked at her with concern as she would open her mouth and then close it, repeating those two actions. He also noticed the blush that appeared on her cheeks as she started to stammer out her statement, but then she stopped and looked down in embarrassment. After a couple of minutes of silence, she suddenly grabbed his hands and forced him to look at her. "Will you go out on a date with me?" she said, breathing heavily as she finally got it out. Midoriya just stared at her before his brain went poof, as his mind was racing at light speed as he was trying to comprehend what she said, even though he knew exactly what she said. He looked at her and then he thought for a moment before looking at her. He steeled his nerves and calmly looked at her. "I would gladly go on a date with you." Those words made Yaoyorozu's mind just explode as she was giggling like a schoolgirl as her feelings for him were slowly reaching that 100% certainty. Midoriya was still in shock that the most beautiful girl asked him out on a date, but he slowly accepted it and smiled as he felt even closer to her, and maybe he had a chance to date her, even though they had just recently met, as it seemed a bit surreal like one of those love stories. However, he shook his head at that and the both of them just smiled at each other. All of a sudden, growling could be heard as Midoriya turned to see Yaoyorozu gripping her stomach with embarrassment as the growling continued. "Oh right, you still haven't eaten yet, have you?" Midoriya asked and she nodded. They were about to leave, but she stopped him. "Please, call me Momo Izuku." She had a sly smile on her face as she saw his reaction and chuckled as she turned around and made her way to the cafeteria. Midoriya shook his head and followed his friend to the cafeteria, a smile on his. They made their war back to the cafeteria where she grabbed her food and wailed back to the group, seeing Ishido was waving at them. They got back to the table and was greeted by everyone as Midoriya returned to his original seat and Yaoyorozu took the spot next to him. "So, your issue is resolved, I take it?" Ida said to the both of them, which they nodded, and he nodded back. Everyone else had finished their food and was talking about the next dinner that they had in mind. Apparently, the diner that they had eaten in was getting refurbished, so they had to find somewhere else to go and hang out. Places were thrown around and even Tokoyami and Shoji also partook in the conversation on where to go as they were leaving the room. "So, it's between the buffet near the station, the pretty big and popular one, or the sushi place near the cinema," Kaminari said as he looked at everyone. "I vote for the sushi place since there is a karaoke right across the street," Ishido said as she started to act like she was holding a microphone and began to sing something off-key, which kind of disturbed and aggravated Jiro as she also knew the song that Ishido was singing. Kirishima also agreed on the sushi place as he really liked that place. "Either way, it doesn't matter to me. As long as we have fun and bond, I don't care where we eat," Midoriya said as he ate his now cold noodles. "That's why I voted for you, Karo," Tsuyu said to Midoriya. He looked at her in surprise, but thanked her. "Thanks to you, but why though?" Midoriya asked, to which the frog girl placed her hand on her chin before looking at him. "Your kindness and overall character is what got me to vote for you. At the dinner parties, you always talked to everyone and got everyone's input. That's why I voted for you. Shortened down, it's actually a lot more complicated though. And call me Tsu, Karo." Midoriya smiled and nodded to her. "I must admit that I voted for you as well, Midoriya," Ida said, which stunned everyone. "Didn't you want to become the representative, Ida? You had 0 votes, so you didn't even vote for yourself," Kirishima asked him. Ida sighed before turning to Midoriya. "I could have voted for myself, but I saw more potential in Midoriya than myself, so naturally, I voted for him as someone that can fill the position better than me as I still have a long ways to go before I can surpass Midoriya," he said, a fire burning in his soul as he declared Midoriya his rival. But the boy smiled as he nodded at his friend's conviction, a bond between the two growing into something more. "I also voted for you, Deku," Uraraka pipped in as she had a big smile on her face, which the green-haired boy reciprocated. But then, grew a confused look. "That makes 3 votes, and I know Momo didn't vote for me, so how did?" He then saw Kirishima raise his hand as he smiled at his classmate. "I did, bro. I don't much of a reason, but you're the manliest man I've seen ever, so I voted for you." Midoriya chuckled as he thanked the redhead before they all went back to the conversation about the dinner and where they were going to eat. Eventually they decided on the sushi place, then they were going to go to the karaoke place after. How about Friday, which is in 2 days from now? Yaoyorozu said as she checked her calendar on her phone, then looked at everyone. They agreed and then she sent that to the Class 1A group chat. She pocketed her phone and nodded to everyone as she began to dig into her food, miming in bliss as her food was delicious. All of a sudden, an alarm suddenly blared as people started to panic as the intercom came on saying that the campus was breached by a villain, which caused everyone to panic and started to run. Midoriya looked around as people were pushing one another trying to evacuate the cafeteria. He got separated from most of the group, but he managed to group up with Tsuyu. Midoriya met up with her, but then was immediately pushed to the window. He then gazed out the window and saw Aizawa and a bunch of reporters before turning back to the front. They don't see the reporters because everyone is panicking, and I need to stop this. Just need to find somewhere I can get everyone's attention. Right there. He saw the area above the entrance and then headed over there, once again meeting up with Tsuyu. Tsuyu, can you get me up there? He pointed to the area, which she nodded and quickly grabbed him with her tongue and jumped to the nearest pillar. She then managed to place him onto the platform. He gave her a thumbs up before looking at the wave of students as they streamed out of the area. Midoriya then quickly made a wall of sunlight that blocked the entrance, causing people to look up at him with anger, but he held his hand up and then pointed to the window. Listen, it's just reporters, please calm down. Nothing serious is happening, so please calm down and carry on. People looked and saw that what he said was true, and then people calmed down before going back to what they were doing. Midoriya sighed as he jumped down from the platform and dispelled the wall, then he sighed in relief. He felt suddenly exhausted from what just happened, but he sighed and walked over to his table, seeing that everyone else had already made it there. He saw the approving look of Ida and the rest had a look of respect for him as he sat down and looked at everyone smiling at him. What? He said to everyone, but all they did was chuckle, which furthered his confusion, but then Ida placed his hand on his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. What you just displayed is why I voted for you, Midoriya. Being able to assess the situation and remain calm, and then you took hold of the situation and resolved it. I have much to learn in order to surpass you, he said as he pushed up his glasses. Midoriya blushed at the comment and thanked everyone before finally finishing his cold noodles. Once they all cleaned up, the table was cleaned, they all walked back to the classroom. A couple of minutes passed as the rest of the class trickled in, and finally entering was Bakugo and Aizawa. The blonde had an irritated look on his face while the teacher had the same old dead look he always showed. Once Bakugo was seated, Aizawa sighed and looked at the class. We will be heading out to do a lesson on rescue situations. Please wear your PE uniforms and meet at the entrance of the campus area. Aizawa walked out of the room as everyone started to get their uniforms and changed into them before going to the entrance to the campus. A bus was waiting as Aizawa was standing there all gloom and doom, counting each person as they got on the bus, and when they had 20, he got in and motioned for the driver to start heading over to the area they were going to have the lesson. Midoriya sat in the middle with Tsuyu and Kirishima as he looked out the window and frowned when he saw that the sun wasn't shining as bright as it should be, which got him on edge. His gut feeling was telling him something was bound to happen, and it wasn't going to be something that's all fun and games. He looked away from the window and bit his thumb as his irritation was growing from the feeling in his stomach, but he forced it to the back of his mind. Are you all right, Midoriya? He turned to Tsuyu, who was looking at him with her normal passive expression, but had a hint of concern in her words as she looked at him. He looked at her and shook his head. I'm fine, Tsuyu. Just thinking about something, that's all. Midoriya said as he looked back out the window before turning around, never looking behind him after that. Tsuyu looked at him before letting it go and sat there, turning her gaze towards Bakugo as he had his feet on one of the seats and had his normal explosive expression. He then snapped at Shiro and Kaminari as they were making fun of him as they were comparing him to Midoriya and their contrasting personalities. This led Tsuyu to join the conversation as she basically said she preferred Midoriya over Bakugo. Then she called the blonde's attitude burning rubbish, which set him off, but also sparked Kaminari to also get into it. How vulgar! Yaoyorozu looked at Bakugo and sighed in exasperation, triggering a little chuckle from Uraraka as they both smiled at each other and looked out the window, seeing the building as they entered a parking lot in front of the building. Everyone then started to trickle out of the bus, starting with Aizawa and ending with Sato. They looked at the massive building that was in front of them, taking in the sight as the door opened, revealing the pro-hero, 13. Both Midoriya and Uraraka were bouncing happily as Uraraka got to see her favorite hero while Midoriya was being Midoriya. 13. Where is All Might? Aizawa asked as he looked for the symbol of peace. He was busy and had to handle something for Principal Nizu. 13 said, but then looked over Aizawa's shoulder, straight at Midoriya and held up 3 fingers. The boy looked at the hero for a solid 20 seconds before getting it and nodded towards the hero, which made him subconsciously bite his thumb as the feeling came back. So, All Might went over his limit. That's not good, especially since I feel like something bad's about to happen as the sun isn't as bright and clouds were rolling in. That's not a good omen. Problem is, what's going to happen? Midoriya thought as he surveyed the area for anything that was out of the ordinary, but he couldn't see anything wrong nor sense anything as the clouds were now rolling over and thunder being heard in the distance. He cursed as his solar powers were going to be at normal power now as he didn't have the boost of the sun, but this also proved beneficial as his lunar powers could now do damage like his solar energy, but it's still not as strong as it isn't technically nighttime, a sort of pseudo-night in a way. With that in hand, he closed his eyes and opened them, revealing that his eyes were now a silver color with a hit of yellow as it allowed him to have heightened senses and sight. He looked around him again, this time seeing a sort of ripple near the fountain at the bottom of the stairs. He focused his eyes and saw a black and purple energy slowly leaking from small gaps in the area. It was almost impossible to see to the naked eye, but it was also a bit strenuous as he closed his eyes, feeling the slight dryness in his eyes. He blinked and stepped next to Aizawa, who looked at the boy then back at the lecture that 13 was giving to the class about rescue. What is it, Midoriya? You weren't paying attention to the lecture, Aizawa said bluntly as he looked down at the kid. I'm sure you've noticed the slight distortion near the fountain yet? What is that? Midoriya asked, causing his teacher to once again give him a large grin before dropping it and glanced at the fountain. I see, so you've noticed too then, huh? Most likely, a villain attack. What are we supposed to do, Mr. Aizawa? Midoriya asked as the ripples in the fountain area were beginning to get bigger and bigger. Then the boy also noticed ripples beginning to appear all around them, which caused him to grit his teeth as the situation was starting to get a lot worse. Midoriya's tugging feeling in his stomach started to go on overdrive as the ripples started to become more and more intense. By now 13 had stopped teaching as he also noticed the ripples, but Midoriya's classmates were oblivious to what was going on, except for Todoroki and Bakugo as their combat ability triggered their weariness. All of a sudden, a dagger was launched from out of nowhere as it bolted through the air and almost hit Jiro, but Midoriya was able to react fast enough and brought forth a barrier in front of her. The weapon collided with the barrier and was stuck in it. Then, the barrier hummed as it absorbed the dagger and transformed it into energy. Jiro looked at Midoriya with appreciation and fear. The boy then turned towards the direction the dagger was thrown and glared at the area. Damn it, my suspicions were correct. We're about to be surrounded by a bunch of villains with little to no actual combat experience. This will be rough. Midoriya thought as he then turned towards the fountain as there was a sudden release of energy. There he saw the black and purple energy slowly leak out of an opening, but then someone forcibly ripped the opening as it revealed a man with several hands all around his arms and one that was covering his face. Following suit was man in a suit, but his entire body was made of black and purple mist, which looked exactly like the mist that appeared all over the bottom area. After that, a bunch of people appeared as a mass of people were now at the bottom of the stairs. Midoriya soon noticed the energy that was near the group as it retreated down to the ground level. He eyed the mist guy and marked him as the culprit. He must be the one responsible for the mist. So he can teleport people using that mist, but can he control it so he can place anything where he sees fit? If he does, then this will be even tougher if he manages to split us up. Midoriya clenched his fist as he felt a battle was about to take place and this will be one they had to win. So, they were the ones that triggered the alarm this morning. Aizawa said as his capture gear and his goggles became visible as he looked at the man in the middle. The man seemed to know that he was being looked at and laughed out loud. His menacing laugh rang through the building, causing many of the students to flinch at the humorous laugh. He stopped as he looked around before scratching his head roughly. "Where is All Might? My sources says he was supposed to be here, not a bunch of UA kids and their teachers. No matter, we can just kill them all. Now that will get his attention," he shouted out, causing Midoriya to look at him in confusion before slowly piecing it together and brought his hand to his chin. So, they planned on All Might being here so that they can kill him, and Mr. Aizawa said that they might have triggered the alarm, not the reporters. Whoever we're facing, they are really dangerous. Midoriya gritted his teeth as he now saw that combat was unavoidable as villains started to charge forward, running up the steps as their crazed looks had bloodlust written all over them. Midoriya was scared for his life, but right now, that didn't matter as he looked at the waves of villains coming up the steps. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. Chapter 6, Attack on Class 1A. Midoriya was about to fight, but Aizawa blocked him as the pro-hero placed his goggles on his face and his scarf began to float. "No, stay here with the rest of your class as you one of the only people that can fight. Leave this to me, after all, I am a hero," Aizawa said as he parried a punch that came his way and sucker punched the villain in the gut while capturing some villains and used them as a wrecking ball, knocking down them left and right before dropping them on top of some more. The villains focused their attacks on the pro-hero as they saw him as the immediate threat. 13 had everyone huddled together as he watched over the class. People were looking on with worry as they heard the sounds of combat while Midoriya was looking around as he felt the presence of somebody nearby and quickly looked as the purple mist began to envelope the group. After some time, Ida looked around and saw over half of their class was gone as the man made of mist appeared and bowed to them. "Hello there, young UA students. My name is Kurogyri and we are the League of Villains." He motioned to himself and the crowd. 13 didn't respond as he SCK'd in the villain, but Kurogyri used the pro-hero's quirk against him as he let himself get SCK'd in and then basically tore the hero apart. He then looked as the rest of the students blocking his way as Shoji and Tokoyami were the vanguard while Uraraka and Hagakure were the rearguard, protecting the fallen hero as they were scared, but they knew that their lives were on the line. Ida was worried as he didn't see Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, or Yaoyorozu, which he cursed as they were the top 4 strongest in the class, according to him. He felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Koda looking really nervous, but he had a look that said that he was ready for anything. Ida nodded and stood in the vanguard with the rest as they were about to be in a different ballpark. Fear was evident in the group as they never faced a villain before, but they were about to experience it firsthand. "Everyone! We need to survive this!" Ida yelled out, and was followed by voices of agreement as they faced Kurogyri and the attack of the villains. Midoriya gained conscious as he looked around, noticing the copious amount of water in his vision, until he saw that he was underwater. He quickly looked around as he then started to swim up, and then sensed something that was coming face to his left. Not even looking at the direction, Midoriya quickly dodged to the left and sent a beam of light that connected with a guy with a shark face. He then was grabbed by something and pulled him out of the water, and placed him on the boat deck. He gasped for breath as he then saw Mineta getting slammed onto the deck with a loud cry in pain. He then saw Thu getting onto the deck as she looked at Midoriya and smiled as she then turned to the purple-haired boy with a glare. "Thanks for that, Tsu," Midoriya said as he recovered from the warping and looked around them and noticed that they were in the water simulation. Then he looked and saw shadows making their way towards the boat. He then focused on those shadows and saw that there was a massive amount of villains lurking in the water and cursed as he looked at his 2 companions. Well, one as he saw Mineta freaking out and was basically out of commission leaving him with just Tsu, but he looked up as he saw that the clouds had began to disperse, and the rays of the sun began to pierce through some of the clouds and grinned. He then looked as he saw the villains began to gather around the boat, waiting as they stared at the trio with bloodlust. "We may have the advantage here," Midoriya said as he looked at his 2 companions, one giving him a confused look. "Are you insane? How in the world do we have the advantage?" The other yelled out as tears were running down his face as he then went back to curling himself up into a ball and cried as he thought it was over. "Karo, what do you mean, Midoriya?" Tsuyu asked. He smirked and held up 2 fingers. We have two advantages. One is the element of surprise. He said to her, but she looked at him confused. What does that mean, Caro? She asked, bringing her finger to her chin. He smiled and pointed to her. They don't know our quirks, but we know ours and each other's. Better to say that we are familiar with each other's quirks. If they did know our quirks, why are you here, in an area you excel at and not a place where you would most likely die? That supports the point that they don't know what our quirks are. The second advantage is that these guys are grunts most likely. Only the guy with the weird hand mask and the mist guys seem to be like the ones we need to look out for. It looks a lot more like quantity, not quality, so we can beat them. Midoriya said to the frog girl, who nodded. All of a sudden, a loud explosion was heard and caused the boat to rock side to side. They all turned to the area where the explosion occurred. The green-haired boy frowned as he looked at Mineta, and Tsuyu then looked at the area again. So, we weren't the only ones that were teleported. Man, I'm worried about everyone. He then summoned a little orb of light and launched it up into the air. His eye color changed into its solar state and then into eagle eyes as he examined the area using the orb he had sent up, seeing Aizawa continuing to defeat the grunts of the villain force, and then he cursed loudly. Damn it. The rest of our class is facing that mist guy and 13 is down for the count. I don't see Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, Jiro, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki. So, those are the ones that got warped like us. Midoriya sighed as his eyes returned to normal. It once again turned to its orange-yellow. He sighed as he grabbed the orb and it disappeared. He then looked at Tsuyu and Mineta. We need to get out of here. The villains here will most likely try and capsize the boat. Midoriya then looked at Tsuyu. Wait. They both turned to their third companion, seeing the tears streaming down his face as he had his hands into fist, looking at the both of them. Why are you doing this? You know it's dangerous and yet you still do it. Mineta yelled at the two of them, then an explosion was heard right next to them as the boat started to sink. Midoriya closed his eyes and sighed before looking at the shorter boy of the two. I know you're scared, Mineta, but we have to do this. We are training to become heroes, and if we run from this, what about the rest of our classmates? I don't know about you, but that's something that I don't want answered. Everyone is out there fighting to survive, so we need to do so as well. Tsuyu, are you ready? Midoriya didn't wait for her answer as he watched the boat sink slowly as the villains looked at him with lust for blood as they got ready for him to become their victim. Midoriya jumped into the air and held out his hand with his middle finger held down by his thumb. He breathed out before waiting for the right opportunity and took it. Delaware smash. Midoriya flicked his middle finger as OFA energy released, sending a large shockwave into the water and while creating a large amount of wind. The move displaced the water and then a couple of seconds later a large vortex of water appeared as the quick displacement and the rushing water as it rapidly collected itself ensnared the villains. Tsu! Midoriya yelled out. The frog girl nodded and grabbed Mineta before jumping out of the sinking boat and caught Midoriya with her tongue as they managed to escape the simulation area. Mineta, however, was still in turmoil as the words of Midoriya was slowly pitching away at his heart. He was scared, but the words of his classmate brought some light to the boy. He wanted to be a hero, so he grabbed his grape-like ball from his head and began to throw it at the vortex, causing the ball to stick on the villains, and then it stuck villains together as the vortex sucked them in, effectively defeating them. Midoriya looked stunned for a bit, but then smiled at the boy, who gave him a thumbs up as blood trickled down his forehead. Let's go. We can cover you while you go get help. Shoji said as he blocked an attack from Kurogiri. The black-haired boy was conflicted as he didn't want to leave his classmates behind, but his gut feeling was telling him to go while his mind was telling him to stay and protect his classmates. Ida, don't worry about us. We need you to go get help, come on. Ojiro said as he blocked an attack and tried to counter but ended up hitting the mist. Ida watched as his classmates were protecting him from Kurogiri. He gritted his teeth and began to run towards the exit, but Kurogiri warped in front of him and tried to warp him away from the exit, but Uraraka managed to touch one of the metal plates that the villain wore from behind and caused him to go into zero gravity. Ida looked at her in shock. Go Ida, we'll be all right, she said to him. He looked at her before nodding and zoomed out of the building, bolting to the academy with a serious look on his face. "I will protect my classmates," Ida said as he picked up to speed. Kurogyari grunted and warped to the hand-masked man. "Shigaraki, 13 has been dealt with, but a student left to get help. This is a bust," Kurogyari said to Shigaraki, who grew frustrated as he clawed at his face with irritation. "We won't be able to handle reinforcements, but we can kill these students before they arrive," the hand-masked man said as he let out a maniacal laugh. The laugh was heard throughout the building, sending shivers through all of the students. "Daemen, that was creepy," Jiro said as she hid underneath the electric-resistant blanket created by Yaoyorozu as Kaminari was electrocuting everyone in the vicinity with his quirk. Jiro sighed as she looked at the rocky terrain they were in, then her eyes landed on Yaoyorozu, or more specifically the lack of covering of her chest area, showing her endowments to the petite girl, which caused her to go self-conscious and placed her hands on her chest. "Lucky." Jiro stared at the black-haired girl with envy, but then she shook her head and got her attention. "Yamamo, your top is ripped," Jiro said as she fought back a blush. Yaoyorozu looked down and saw her chest was in full view, but she shrugged and made herself a black bra. "Hey, can you help me with this, Jiro?" The purple-haired girl nodded and grabbed the bra from her and helped her put it on, taking a couple of minutes, but they were in no rush as Kaminari had defeated all of the villains. Both of the girls emerged from the blanket and looked at all of the fried villains. Then they sighed in relief as they were safe for now. "Hey Kaminari, what are you do dash?" Jiro turned the boy around and nearly died laughing. His face looked like an idiot as he had his hands in thumbs up as he walked around the area. Jiro was rolling on the ground laughing as she couldn't get the face out of her mind. Yaoyorozu chuckled at her friends, but frowned when she heard several more explosions that were occurring all around them. "Midoriya, I hope you're okay," she sighed as she looked up at the sky. "Move out of the way, Bises," Bakugo yelled as he fired off several explosions while Kirishima was fighting right next to him at the run simulation. Both of them were defeating villains left and right. "This guy is crazy," one of the villains said as he tried to escape, but was caught by Kirishima as he was then beaten into a pulp. They continued their fight through the area as more and more villains just kept on coming and coming. "The F out of my way," Bakugo yelled out and launched a massive explosion, knocking out the majority of the villains that were there. A feral grin appeared on the blonde's lips as he continued to massacre the forces of villains in his way, and with Kirishima taking out the stragglers, they were an unstoppable force that penetrated the villain forces with ease. "The hell is this kid?" Ice covered the entire area as Todoroki looked at everyone passively as he froze everything in his path. Many of the villains tried to attack the boy, but were soundly defeated as all he did was freeze them. He walked past the numerous amount of villains that he froze and turned to one of them. "Why are you guys here?" Todoroki said, causing the villain to gulp as he saw the growing of ice behind the boy. After a couple of seconds, the villain cracked and told him that they were planning on killing All Might, which caused the boy to look at him before freezing the villains and leaving the area to gain more information on the situation, and he decided to go to the middle of the building. Midoriya, Mineta, and Tsuyu were hiding behind some bushes as the battle was raging on. Mineta was hyperventilating as he hid behind the bush. The other two were scouting the area and found a better spot to hide, so they managed to sneak their way over to there, and now they were even closer to the stairs where most of the class was there. "We're almost there, just got to keep on going," Midoriya said, but all of a sudden, a loud crash was heard. The three of them hid as they peeked and saw that Aizawa was pinned to the ground by a mysterious black figure with its brain visible and a beak. Following it was the ringleader of the attack as he looked at the pro-hero with a sinister grin as he knelt next to Aizawa. "What happened? I thought that you were going to stop us, Eraserhead?" Shigaraki then started to laugh loudly as the beast still had Aizawa under his foot. Midoriya had sweat beading down his forehead as he felt uneasy about that thing that had his teacher pinned. The green-haired boy felt his heartbeat increase as he didn't know what to do as he needed to get to safety, but that thing was something that needed to be handled right away as almost none of Class 1A was able to beat it if it beat a pro-hero. He bit his thumb in irritation as he was trying to come up with plans, but was having no luck in doing so, which set him off a bit. That was all interrupted as the hiding spot that they were using was thrown to the side as Midoriya was now face to face with the hand mask man. The green-haired boy cursed inward as he didn't notice the presence right next to them as Shigaraki smiled down at the students. "Ah, I see you'll be my first kill of the day." He suddenly appeared in front of Tsuyu, catching Midoriya off guard as the villain slowly closed his hand around the girl's face, which caused Midoriya to react. "Get away from her," he said and launched a Detroit smash at Shigaraki, but felt nothing as his fist collided with the beast thing. What made the boy surprised is that his punch did no damage to the creature, except for making it mad as it screeched and whacked Midoriya across the chest, sending him flying into the wall. The boy coughed out and grunted as he wasn't able to react in time with the barrier, but he grew even more fearful as he was about to see Tsuyu get killed as he saw Shigaraki decay a piece of metal with his other hand, and then he imagined Tsuyu doing the same. He gritted his teeth as he rushed forward and tried to attack the villain, but once again was blocked by the beast. He cursed as he didn't see a way through this, but then saw Aizawa still moving as his quirk was activated, and then he followed the teacher's gaze to Shigaraki, which gave him the necessary things for him to save his two companions. "Apotheon!" Midoriya shouted and produced the solar bow. He pulled the string back and inhaled. A large amount of energy appeared as orange and yellow aura appeared around the boy as his hair gained a tint of orange. Once he felt that it was enough, let go of the arrow and it collided with the beast, sending it right into Shigaraki, who had placed his hand on Tsuyu, but his quirk was erased by Aizawa. The two of them crashed into the fountain area, giving Midoriya enough time to grab Aizawa and handed him over to Tsuyu, who was still shaken up from what just happened. The boy noticed this and placed both of his hands on her shoulder. "Tsu, Mineta, we need to get Mr. Aizawa out of here, please. Get him to safety." She nodded slowly as she picked up their homeroom teacher, and she was about to leave, but turned to Midoriya. "Karo, what about you?" she asked him. "I'll try and hold these guys off, just go," he shouted as he saw the figures emerging from the fountain area and got ready as he held the bow in his hands, charging it up for another shot. Tsuyu looked at him before nodding and made her way to the top of the stairs, but Kurogyri appeared in front of her and Mineta. "I'm afraid that you guys can dash." Midoriya launched several arrows at the villain, nicking the metal plates, forcing the villain to get behind his mist, but that allowed Midoriya to close the gap and sent a ray of light directly to Kurogyri's weak point, sending him flying. He nodded to Tsuyu, who nodded back and ran up the stairs with Mineta in tow. Midoriya watched as they made their way to the top and disappeared after they reached the top. He sighed, then turned back towards the villains. Kill that beefy." He heard Shigaraki's voice and a loud screech was heard. Nomu was barreling towards him. Apotheon hummed in his hand as he began to shoot rays of light at the beast, creating several wounds on the beast, much to Shigaraki's shock as Midoriya was laying down a barrage of arrows, which were creating cuts on Nomu's body and they weren't regenerating due to the solar power in the arrows. Once Nomu was close enough, he threw Apotheon at Nomu, and it created a huge flash of light, blinding Nomu, Shigaraki, and Kurogyri, allowing Midoriya to quickly grab Kurogyri by the plates and smashed him to the ground. Detroit smash. He directly hit the plates on Kurogyri before he could warp away, dealing major damage to the villain. However, Midoriya ended up getting punched by Nomu as the flash didn't affect the creature and was sent into the fountain, pain soaring through his back and abdomen as he groaned out loud, but he got back up. His hand glowed and he pressed it to his abdomen, then his back, the pain fading away as he felt his energy rejuvenate in him as he glared at the creature. Kurogyri appeared right beside Shigaraki, who was getting more irritated by the minute as Nomu hadn't killed the boy yet. "Damn it, and why isn't he dead yet?" The villain hollered out, which caused Nomu to perk up and then once again charged at Midoriya, only this faster as he shoulder-charged Midoriya, causing the boy to go on the defensive as Nomu started to punch the barrier around Midoriya at a rapid pace, making cracks on the barrier. The boy felt the recoil of the barrier and quickly dispersed it while rolling to the side of the beast and sent a solar beam at him, forcing it back. "Damn it." Midoriya grunted as he was starting to grow tired from all of this. "I can't use OFA as it seems like it can somehow absorb the damage of it, so I'm forced to use Celestial Homage. But it's very tiring after some time." He gritted his teeth and dodged Nomu's punch and fired off several beams of light that pierced the body of it, but it shrugged it off and screeched even louder, forcing him to cover his ears. Nomu used this opportunity to kill Midoriya, but was sent flying back as Midoriya fired off a huge beam of light. He dropped to his knees and panted. He then quickly sent a solar-infused roundhouse at Shigaraki, trying to kill him from behind, and then punched him with solar energy that sent him flying into Nomu. Midoriya then sent a Delaware smash at Kurogiri, who was slowly recovering from the earlier attack, only to incapacitate some more. "Why won't you die?" Shigaraki yelled at Midoriya, and Nomu charged once more at the young boy, but once again missed its punch as Midoriya parried the punch and sent a beam of light into Nomu's stomach, and then held his hand up to the sky and sent a massive ball of light that collided with the Nomu. A loud screech was heard as it made direct contact with the creature, but it didn't take it down, much to Midoriya's dismay. It was even angrier than before as it punched the tired Midoriya, sending the boy into the stairs. He coughed out blood as he impacted the stairs. The rough edges made it feel like he broke some of his bones, but he didn't care about that as he stood up. One of his eyes was closed as he breathed heavily while glaring at the villains. He grunted as he felt very tired from the fight, but he forced himself to continue forward as he sent a wave of light, hitting Nomu and sent it into Shigaraki. And then he clasped both of his hands together. Both were glowing as a beam of light came crashing down on them. "It's not over yet," he huffed out as he saw both of them. He took a step forward, but then a sudden pain shot through his left side as he grunted and got onto his knees as he spat out blood. He wiped his mouth with his pea uniform. "Damn it, I'm at my limit." Exhaustion and fatigue was overtaking his body. He dodged to the left, but wasn't fast enough and ended up getting smashed into the stairs as he groaned in pain as Nomu had him in his hands. He grunted as he tried to escape, but was unable to as he felt too tired to do anything. But he still tried as he sent a beam of light that pierced through Nomu's skin, but the creature kept on strangling the boy. Shigaraki's laugh could be heard as he made his way over to Midoriya, a smug grin plastered on his face. "What happened? Are you too tired to fight? Sad for you." He cackled as Nomu began to crush Midoriya, but the boy relented as he headbutted Nomu and sent a small bright light into the eye of it, forcing it to drop him. He then sent several beams of light that collided with the creature, but it seemed like it was doing nothing. He grunted in pain as he sent a cross wave of light that exploded in the thing's face. He was slowly losing himself as the exhaustion was becoming more and more challenging to combat. He created distance from the thing as he gripped his arm in pain and had one of his eyes open. He wiped some blood that was trickling down his forehead and then he looked up, seeing the scared looks of Yaoyorozu as she had her eyes widened and tears were streaming down her face. Midoriya grunted as he got up and turned to face the villains. This time, even more grunts appeared than before and were making their way over to the top of the stairs. "Damn it, why are there so many of them here? Either way, they can't leave this building," Midoriya said, but then dropped to his knees and coughed out blood, causing Yaoyorozu to run up to him with a worry expression, and tears was still building up at the corners of her eyes. "Stop, you're hurt, Midoriya," she said as she looked over him with worry in her eyes. He looked at her, then at the villains and tried to get up, but fell face forward. He groaned and launched a wave of light that went down the stairs and caught a lot of villains. After quite a while, it exploded at the bottom of the stairs, sending a lot of villains away and putting them out of commission. Midoriya wheezed as he was just about ready to pass out, but Yaoyorozu gripped him, stopping him from going and fighting some more. "Are you all right, Midoriya?" He looked and saw Kirishima behind Bakugo as they ran over to the pair, defeating villains left and right. Also, Ice appeared and froze villains, and Todoroki appeared as he froze more people. The three boys stood in front of Midoriya and them as Bakugo looked down at Midoriya and smirked. "What happened, Deku? Can't handle some villains now?" he said tauntingly, which caused Yaoyorozu to uncharacteristically let out a growl as she glared at the blonde, but he didn't notice it as he was too busy looking at all of the villains with a wicked grin. Kirishima was pumped up as he got into his fighting stance, and Todoroki had his hand out as he was waiting for them to come so that he could freeze them. Shigaraki growled as he was getting beat by a bunch of students. "Damn it! Why the foo unders?" Doors were swung open as everyone looked at the entrance of the building. All Might appeared with his teeth clenched as he looked at his fallen comrades, then to his students, taking in the sights of their injuries, and then they landed on Midoriya and his current condition. Ida panted as he looked at everyone with a worry expression on his face. "Do not fear, for I am here." All Might ripped his tie off as he glared at Shigaraki, who had a massive grin on his face. The number 1 hero walked in front of Midoriya and them. "All Might." Midoriya muttered out before finally letting unconscious overtake him as he passed out in Yaoyorozu's arms. She gripped him tightly as she looked up at All Might, who was gritting his teeth. "I know you all were scared, but don't worry. I will be taking care of things now," he said, and then disappeared from the top of the stairs as he zoomed through the line's villains, instantly taking them out as gusts of wind intensified, creating a ton of wind pressure that blew back even more villains. Shigaraki watched the scene unfold and cackled loudly. "Nomu, there's your target, kill him." Nomu screeched and charged at All Might, who saw this and followed suit. They both were at a standstill as they tried to overpower the other, but All Might used the strength of Nomu to his advantage and quickly dropped his attack, causing the Nomu to fall forward. Texas Smash. All Might punched the abdomen, but was surprised as Nomu took the hit like a champ and punched the hero in the face before ramming into him with its shoulders. It then tried to attack while All Might was down, but the hero quickly got up and punched it again. This time it still absorbed it, but it sustained some damage as the fight with Midoriya weakened it quite a bit, and Shigaraki saw this and yelled out in frustration. "Damn it! That brat weakened Enu. How did he do that?" He was scratching his face and body very roughly as the frustration the villain gave off was immense. All Might punched Nomu in the face, and then jumped away as the creature tried to grab him. California Smash. His heel connected with the top of Nomu's head, which caused it to screech in pain and anger as it landed some good hits on the hero, and that forced All Might back. Blood fell at the corner of his lip, which he wiped as he looked at the creature. He then dashed forward and quickly landed more punches on the thing, which the Nomu reciprocated as they basically had a punch-out. All Might felt the power of the creature, but he didn't falter as he increased the speed and power of the punches. He slowly overpowered Nomu, and with that he landed an uppercut and then smashed the thing into the ground, creating a small earthquake in the area. Nomu got up and then looked up to see All Might above him as he had his fist ready and wind picking up around the hero. Detroit Smash. His fist collided with the being as huge crash was heard, followed by cracks forming all the way to the stairs as All Might put everything in that punch as it pierced through Nomu's guard and connect with the head of it. A large amount of debris and dust kicked up. People shielded their bodies as the force of the punch sent a huge amount of wind that pushed everyone back. Yaoyorozu shielded Midoriya and herself from the dust as she held his body close to her and turned the other way. Shigaraki didn't even bother shielding his body as he was stomping the ground in rage as he saw that Nomu had been defeated when the dust cleared. "Damn it! What the F-?" he yelled out, but then was shot in the knee and legs before Kurogiri, who had recovered, shielded him from the bullets. "We need to go, or we'll get caught," Kurogiri said. Shigaraki growled, but nodded as he then looked at the top of the stairs, more specifically at Midoriya. "You may have won today, but the League of Villains will kill you all. Especially you, All Might, and that green-haired boy too," Shigaraki said, and Kurogiri teleported them out of there, leaving Nomu and the grunts behind. Snipe holstered his gun as the rest of the pro-heroes had arrived and assisted the police force as they rounded up all the villains, including Nomu, and were also attending to the wounded. Out of all the students, only Midoriya required immediate attention, as he suffered the most injuries in the process, while all the rest of them had cuts or bruises, but nothing too serious. All Might watched them wheel in Midoriya to the ambulance, and Yaoyorozu opted to accompany them as they rushed out of there while the rest of the class was being brought in for questioning. "I'm sorry, young Midoriya. If I was here quicker, you wouldn't be in that condition, but I'm proud of you for protecting your friends and not giving up." All Might then looked as he saw his two companions, who were both in critical condition from the villain attack. Ida walked out of the area after he was questioned and met up with some of his classmates as they were sitting at the entrance of the building. None of them dared to say anything as they all sat in silence. Their faces had all the same expression on them: fear. They had faced a bunch of villains, and some of them nearly died from the attack. All of them were scared as they didn't have the experience that the stars of the class had. Ida remembered the condition of Midoriya's body and clenched his fist in self-disappointment. All I did was get help from the academy, but Midoriya faced that creature all by himself, and even when he was injured tried to protect everyone else from getting hurt or worse. I can probably say that, if Midoriya wasn't here, we'd probably be in serious condition, even killed. He sat next to Uraraka. She gave him a sad smile as she went back to looking at the ground for the time being. Yaoyorozu watched Midoriya's chest rise and fall slowly as she looked at his state, bandages covering most of his body, except for his face, and even then it had a small patch for his left eye. She lightly grasped his hand and gently squeezed it as she frowned at his current state. But she then looked at her own hands, and clenched them as tears started to fall from her eyes. I'm so useless. I couldn't do anything but watch as Midoriya was getting hurt from that thing. She looked glumly as she ended up crying herself to sleep at Midoriya's bedside. Several of the doctors, Toshinori, and Detective Tsukachi walked in and they saw the girl sleeping alongside the bed, so they tried not to wake her as the doctors began to check up on the boy's condition before making their way out of the room to check on the two pro-heroes. Toshinori and Tsukachi looked at the boy before walking out of the room. So, he's your successor, Toshi? He will have a rough time from here on out. The detective said as he leaned on a wall and looked at his friend, who was looking out the window in the lobby. I'm sure he will be able to overcome anything that comes his way. You know, he kind of reminds me of you, Toshi, rather if that's good or bad I can't say. Yeah, he does too. Chapter 7. The Sports Festival. Midoriya groaned as he opened his eyes, only to be blinded by the bright light the sun was giving off, forcing him to close his eyes and close the curtains. He sighed and stretched his arms, noticing the bandages wrapped around his arms. Then he looked under the blankets and saw that he was wrapped in bandages. He ran his hand over the bandages, hissing in pain when he went over a tender spot. He then looked down at the other occupant in the room. Her light snores were heard as she had a frown on her face. He then placed his hand on her hand and started to slowly rub it, causing her frown to disappear, and a smile replaced it as she continued to rest, but now had a peaceful expression on her face. He sighed and looked at the tray next to him, which had breakfast for the two of them, from what he saw as it was covered with a lid. Seeing the food made his stomach growl as he looked at the delicious food, but then looked at it again. From my experience, hospital food isn't that good, but I'm really hungry. He rubbed his stomach as he looked and saw that he wasn't hooked up to anything, so he got out of the hospital bed and grabbed one of the trays. He opened it, releasing a buildup of steam which wafted in his direction. He sighed in delight as it smelled really good, but he wasn't getting his hopes up as he took a bite out of the pancakes and deadpanned as he swallowed the food before putting the lid back on and placed it back on the cart. That was horrible. He muttered as he looked at his sleeping occupant and walked over to her. He looked at her peaceful expression and felt guilty for waking her, but it was almost time for school as he checked his phone. He gently shook her, but she whined and told him to stop. He chuckled and shook her again. This time she stretched and muttered something about hating mornings as she yawned, stretching her arms as she let out a satisfied "eh." She then looked at the person who awoken her, and her eyes widened as he smiled. Midoriya, she said as her eyes started to tear up, causing him to feel a bit guilty. Yaoyorozu. He looked at her as the tears started to fall down her face, but her face had the biggest smile he had ever seen as she stood up and knocked him onto the bed as she wrapped her arms around his neck as she pressed herself onto him tightly. He was blushing like a madman, but he slowly wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her in tightly as they both held each other tightly, not noticing the audience that they had peeking behind the door. That's it, my boy. All Might whispered to Inko, who was still surprised as she was talking to her son's idol and the #1 hero in the world. When she heard that he was in the hospital, she immediately bolted to see if her son was okay, meeting the hero himself shortly after arriving the hospital. Needless to say, she was very honored to meet him. She is very beautiful. To think my son got a girl this beautiful. I'm so happy, she said as she grabbed her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. After a while of spying on her son, Inko knocked on the door and opened it, seeing the red faces of the two occupants as they were sitting next to each other with their hands in their smiled at the pair and handed Midoriya a school uniform and a lunchbox, which was All Might themed, causing the said hero to snicker outside the room. I'm so glad that you're all right, Izuku. And who is your beautiful friend? I assume she's from UA as well. Inko said, and noticed the blushes on their faces grow ever more red. She chuckled softly and looked at Yaoyorozu, who stood up and bowed. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu said as she bowed and smiled at the mother. Midoriya looked at his mother with embarrassment, but couldn't agree on her statement. He then grabbed his uniform and headed to the bathroom in the room. Yaoyorozu watched as he entered the bathroom, and sighed as she sat down on the bed, not noticing Inko's sly smile as she also sat down on the bed and looked at the girl. You like my son, don't you, Yaoyorozu? Inko asked the girl, taking in the immediate reaction that she displayed. Her whole face turned instantly red as she started to stutter, but she stopped once the older woman chuckled and placed her hand on the girl's shoulder. Don't worry, my Izuku always talks about you when we have dinner. He always talks about how amazing you are, and how beautiful you are. I can see why my son likes you. Inko said, causing the girl to blush even further, but she also looked at Inko with curiosity. Wait, Midoriya me. Yaoyorozu finished her sentence with a massive blush on her face as she placed both of her hands on her cheeks, causing Inko to chuckle and nodded. Oh yes. He never had a crush before, but you're his first now, and I approve of you. Please, take care of my son. Inko said as she bowed to Yaoyorozu, causing the girl to quickly shake her head as she wasn't used to this, but she heard the genuine concern for her son, and that brought a smile to her face. Yaoyorozu tapped the mother's shoulder, causing her to look up. Of course, Mrs. Midoriya. She smiled and nodded. Please, call me Inko, I insist. Anyways, you two should probably get to school as it's about to start. And please, if you can, stop by and have dinner with us someday. I'm sure my son will love to have you over. Inko smiled as she looked at Midoriya, who had just walked out of the bathroom, and hugged him before walking out of the room. Midoriya smiled and looked over at Yaoyorozu, who was twiddling with her thumbs and had a massive blush on her face, but she was also smiling. She looked up at him and smiled wider, causing Midoriya to lose his breath. Was she ever this beautiful? I felt like she's even more beautiful than before. Midoriya blushed and grabbed his bag, which his mom also left, and looked at Yaoyorozu, who was looking at the ground. He looked at her and walked up to her. Hey, are you okay, Dash? He couldn't finish his sentence as he felt a pair of lips on his. His mind started to malfunction as he felt Yaoyorozu kissing him, his whole body feeling like jello as he struggled to comprehend what was happening, but his instincts took over and he slowly closed his eyes, pressing his lips onto her as they kissed for a couple more seconds until they were forced to pull back from the lack of airflow. Both of them were panting as they both looked at each other and blushed, but they both were smiling as they interlocked hands. So, that I guess we're a thing now, Midoriya said, but Yaoyorozu shook her head and looked at him expectingly. He looked confused, but then it hit him like a truck. Midoriya cleared his throat and pulled her closer to him. Momo Yaoyorozu, will you be my GG girlfriend? Midoriya stuttered the last part out, but Yaoyorozu didn't care as she happily wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled his face closer to hers. Of course, Midoriya. She was blushing like a schoolgirl, but she was very happy and pressed her lips onto his once more, both pouring their feelings into the kiss. He tasted strawberries and he liked it as he pulled her even closer as she wrapped her arms around his neck tighter. They were simply enjoying the other's embrace as they pulled back with another sigh of relief. Midoriya smiled at her before checking his watch and his eyes widened. Crap. We have about 5 minutes until class starts, he said to Yaoyorozu, who also was shocked, and they sprinted out of the hospital, not knowing if Midoriya was discharged from the hospital, but they didn't care as they sped to the academy, but at the rate they were going to be late for class, and that wasn't good as they were the representatives of the class. Midoriya was thinking of a way for them to get there in time, until he suddenly stopped, causing Yaoyorozu to stop. Why'd you stop, Izuku? She asked as he bent down and looked at her. Get on, Yaoyorozu. I'm going to get us there. She looked at him incredulously, but she quickly got on and grabbed Midoriya's bag as she wrapped her arms around her neck after placing both their bags on her little hanger that she made just now. Hold on. He powered OFA through his leg and he took off, racing past people as he sped past, and within a couple of seconds, they were almost there. Yaoyorozu was holding on tightly as she was scared, but also was enjoying it as she never felt this before, and it felt nice to piggyback ride on Midoriya. They made it past the gates and Midoriya stopped as Yaoyorozu hopped off, and they made a dash for their classroom, getting there shortly before the bell rang. Both of them panting as everyone was looking at them. Some had a look of suspicion, while Ito was doing his weird hand motions as he walked up to the two of them. As class representatives, you should be the first ones here, and yet both of you were almost late for class. Ida exclaimed, while the rest of the class let out a sigh of exasperation. After that, all three of them sat down as the bell rang, signaling that class had started. Who do you think is going to be teaching homeroom, Tsu? Ashido said as she leaned her chair back to the point where Tsuyu placed her hands on it from going too far back. I don't know, Karo. Mr. Aizawa should still be in the hospital. Tsuyu said as the doors to the classroom opened, revealing Aizawa, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, as he slowly made his way to the front of the class and then looked at everyone. All right, it's a new day, but your battle isn't over yet. Several students began to panic as they thought that there was another villain attack happening. Are you freaking kidding me? Mineta shouted out, tears in his eyes as he thought he was going to die. Several murmurs of uneasiness rang through the class as they waited for Aizawa to explain. I'm referring to the sports festival. Sighs of relief was heard. Mineta was still flipping out from the lack of context beforehand. They're still doing it after what happened at the USJ? Jiro asked. They're still doing it as a sign that we've dealt with the situation, plus security will be beefed up than previous years. However, this will be the time for you to shine. This is an important event, so you better give your best effort if you want to be a pro hero. Stand out from the rest, get noticed by the hero agencies. It will begin in 2 weeks, be prepared to do your best at the festival. Class dismissed. Aizawa said as he then left the classroom, dragging his sleeping bag with him. Oh man, I'm so pumped for this event. Kirishima said to Shiro, Sato, and Kaminari. Midoriya looked at everyone as he looked at his notebook he created during Aizawa's little lecture over the sports festival. The notebook had a plan for training over the 2-week PRD, and he smiled at it after making an optimal plan. He smiled as felt psyched for the event. Over the 2 weeks leading up to the festival, Midoriya was primarily focusing on his lunar powers, more specifically, his defensive capabilities during the day, figuring out how to use it effectively alongside his solar powers. So, he spent most of the 2 weeks coming up with abilities that would further enhance his combat prowess, while also building up his body, but he didn't forget to train OFA for at least an hour over the weeks. But there was an uneasy tension running through his mind as he trained celestial homage and his weapons as well, but he always had this unshakable feeling that he wasn't tapping into his true potential, and that irked him. Damn it! He yelled out as he watched his moonlight barrier was shattered so easily by a cannon that Yaoyorozu had made as she wanted to help him. The sun was beating down on him as he created another barrier and once again did the exact same test, which also yielded the exact same result. Frustrated, he threw his water bottle as the contents spilled all over the ground, causing his companion to run over to him in concern. She saw him clenching his fist as he looked at the thrown water bottle. What am I doing wrong? Midoriya asked as he went over to his bag and grabbed his notebook for himself and flipped through the pages until he got to his lunar section and looked at everything that he had written down. Yaoyorozu looked over his shoulder and watched as he furiously wrote down notes and started to sigh, burying his head into his hands and yelled out in frustration. She looked concerned, but she grabbed his notebook and started to look at everything he had written down in both sections. She looked hard and a light bulb suddenly went off in her head. Maybe you're thinking this wrong, Izuku. Instead of thinking them as two separate quirks, think of them as a conjoining quirk. You rhetoric in the notes make it seem like you're just pushing one of them away while you're trained. I read in a book that the sun and moon are opposites, but they also complement each other in many different ways. The yin and yang symbol can represent the light and darkness of the sun and moon, respectively. I think you should incorporate both of lunar and solar, with of course the time of day in consideration. Yaoyorozu said. Midoriya looked at her in shock before suddenly picking her up and spun her around, a large smile on his face. She was blushing hard, but had a huge smile on her face as she wrapped her arms around his neck. I can't believe my answer was right in front of me, Midoriya said as he stopped spinning her, but his smile never leaving his face. Yaoyorozu blushed even harder as he let her down and ran over to his notes, and started to rip out pages out of the notebook until she ran up to him alarmed and saw that he had ripped out the pages for his quirk and started to write new ones. After a couple of minutes, he smiled and nodded, then looked over to her and nodded. She saw the intensity in his eyes and smiled at her boyfriend before giving him a serious look and created a whole line of cannons. Midoriya looked at the line, but he kept his focus as he felt a weight has been lifted from his shoulders as he suddenly created a barrier, this time infused with the powers of the moon being backed up by the powers of the sun. His whole demeanor changed as his eyes were now a dance of silver and yellow. The sun started to glow even brighter as he looked at Yaoyorozu and nodded. She nodded and fired all of the cannons, a wave of cannonball rushing towards the green-haired boy, but he calmed his nerves, clearing his mind, and imagined that the barrier was impenetrable. All of a sudden, he saw what appeared to be two figures placing their hands on the barrier and it somehow empowered the barrier. Midoriya focused all of his energy and watched as the cannonball impacted the shield, shattering almost all of them, except for one as he absorbed it and molded it into energy. He disengaged the barrier and didn't even feel tired. In fact, he felt rejuvenated. Izuku! Yaoyorozu ran over to him and leaped into his arms. They held each other, smiles on both of their faces as Midoriya felt the connection with the sun grow, and he assumed his connection with the moon would be the same. He shook his head and smiled as he felt great about his quirk. After letting Yaoyorozu down, he then started to practice some more barriers and began to gauge how wide and large the barriers can be to get a good feel on the parameters. As his solar powers began to develop more and more, Midoriya was able to figure out numerous advantages his quirk had. First, he could make himself invisible by using the sun as a camouflage while he exerted light from his body, and that ends with him being able to be invisible to the naked eye. Second, he also noticed that he was a lot faster whenever he's using his solar powers, and combined with his ability to hide his movements and omit any sound that he makes with his lunar powers, soon he was able to make that into a pretty useful trick. For his lunar powers, he was able to move stealthily anywhere he went and was able to be one with the darkness. He was also able to track anyone once he got their scent, and was able to some amount of control over gravity during nighttime. After that, he kept on figuring out more and more of his quirk, finding out things like levitation, reflection, and refraction to name a few. He also continued his research over the sun and moon, learning that he could also heal with his lunar powers, but they are less potent than solar healing. He also took mental note that he could surround himself with an aura that could protect his body and his mental state as well. He also was discovering new myths and legends about the sun and the moon, however was unsuccessful in finding a lot. He also worked on his weapons training with Yaoyorozu, more specifically the Naginata. She put him through hell as she gruelingly trained him, constantly beating him up as she pounded the basics and techniques. Needless to say, he quickly was able to get the hang of using the Naginata, as it was very similar to a staff, which his girlfriend was a master at. He slowly became better with it as the 2 weeks went by. In secret and at night, he would practice with all might at Takoba and improve his control over OFA. With the help of the calming oceans and the feeling of tranquility the moon had on him helped with the training. He ran the coastline of the beach area with OFA in his legs as he did this almost every night with all might for an hour, and when the weekend after the second week, he solely focused on honing OFA and improving his performance. All Might was watching his pupil's growth with OFA and couldn't be any more proud than he was at the moment as he saw himself in the boy. Master, I couldn't ask for a more perfect successor. I imagine that he will change the course of history and defeat the greater evil. All Might thought as he looked up and saw a shooting star streak across the night sky. The hero smiled as he felt that Midoriya would be the star of his generation and would lead the world into one of peace and unity. The 2 weeks passed as Midoriya waited in Class 1A's waiting room at the stadium where the festival was going to take place, and he felt pretty nervous as he saw the freshmen of the different classes, and needless to say, there was a lot of people. He was playing with his thumbs as he waited for the big reveal of Class 1A. Many of his classmates were preparing themselves for one of the most important events in their hero careers, and some were doing some warm-ups to loosen their bodies from the stress. Midoriya. The green cinnamon bun turned and saw Todoroki walking up to him, a passive-aggressive look on his face. Midoriya stiffened a little as the fire ice user looked at him, and silence quickly swept through the room as people were interested on what was going to happen between the I'm pretty confident that the two of us are the strongest ones in the class, however. Midoriya wasn't interested beforehand, but he was now zoned into what his classmate was saying. "That I believe that I will triumph over you, Midoriya," Todoroki said. Several people began to voice their disapproval as the two boys stared at each other. Yaoyorozu looked concerned as Midoriya and Todoroki had a stare down, but it only lasted a couple of seconds as Todoroki disengaged and started to walk out of the room. "Wait!" The dual-element quirk user turned and saw Midoriya with a serious look on his face, but also his eyes were now the familiar golden haze, but more pronounced. "I don't think that the two of us are the strongest because everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, but I do believe that everyone in our class, heck, even the entire school has something going on for them. And a matter of fact." Midoriya looked at Todoroki in the eyes. "I'm winning this festival, so you better watch out." Midoriya left that hanging. Todoroki just looked at him before turning around and continuing out the doorway, but not before saying something to the green-haired classmate. "Interesting." After the little scuffle between classmates, everyone was getting ready as the 5-minute warning sign flashed in the room, causing everyone to exit the room and walk towards the designated area. Midoriya was the last person to leave as he shut the door and saw Yaoyorozu waiting for him, alongside Ida and Uraraka. The bubbly girl waved excitedly as the green-haired boy met up with his friends. "I'm so excited!" Uraraka exclaimed as she had her hands in the air and was waving them erratically. Midoriya chuckled at her actions, but also agreed as he felt the adrenaline pump throughout his entire body. "This is going to be a big event. Remember to give it everything you've got. This is a huge opportunity to impress the big heroes." Ida noted as they soon caught up with the rest of their class as the roaring cheers from the crowd was booming throughout the hallway. Midoriya's heart began to pound at a rapid pace, but he was excited for the event. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UA Sports Festival. This is a huge event for out freshmen. So, coming now is the Hero Course class, Class 1A. The crowds began to cheer even louder as Midoriya and the rest of the class began to walk out to the center, seeing the massive crowd up in the stands. And now, the other hero class, but with the same potential, Class 1B. Class 1B students began to file out of their entrance. General classes C, D, and E also making their entrance, followed by support courses F, G, and H. And finally business courses I, J, and K. All the freshman classes are here. The large amount of students were gathered at the center, where a platform was appearing from the ground and then midnight appeared, much to the boys' delight and the girls' annoyance. The 18-plus hero walked up to the platform and looked over the group of students and had a huge smile on her face. "Welcome to the sports festival." Cheering roared as Midnight chuckled and held her hand out for everyone to settle down before she started to speak again. "As usual, we're going to start off with a few words from the freshman representative, Izuku Midoriya." Midnight said as she pointed her whip at the young boy, who was shocked and nervous from being called out, but he sighed and nodded. His whole demeanor changed as the air around him changed to something that royalty or someone with high regard carried around them. He got up to the stage and walked up to the mic and looked at the crowd of students. "I'll try and keep this short, but this is something that has been on my chest for a while. This is probably a major stepping stone in our lives as we strive to become pro-heroes in the future. And this is yet another chapter in our lives, and we need to make the most of it as we don't get many options to put forth ourselves. I'm sure all of you are going to be gunning for the top spot, and frankly, so am I, and I'm going to be putting maximum effort in this event. So that I don't want to see anything but the best out of you, all of you. And in the crowds, I hope you can feel our emotions as we go through with the festival. and I hope we look like future pro heroes. Thank you. Midoriya concluded his speech and bowed before the crowd and walked off the stage. Everyone was speechless, but a small little clap turned to a roaring crowd of applause as everyone was starting to get pumped from the speech he just said. That was an amazing speech, Midoriya. Excellent work. Ida said as Midoriya went back to his class. Great job, Midoriya. Uraraka said as she slapped his arm. Man bro, you got me all psyched up for this festival. Kirishima said as he cracked his knuckles. Midoriya chuckled as Midnight walked back towards the mic. What an exhilarating speech from Izuku Midoriya. Anyways, on to the first event of the festival. She then motioned towards the large screen as it started to cycle through different events until it stopped on an event. The first event is an obstacle race. Midnight said as the crowds began to grow excited. Midnight began to explain the rules. Within the borders of the race, students were allowed to do anything, with of course obvious restrictions. Soon, the group of students began to file into the area where they were supposed to go to start the race at. Midoriya ended up somewhere in the front as he noticed the cramped spacing in the tunnel that they were in, which triggered a sort of warning in his mind. With this tunnel and the race, this could very well be an obstacle as the narrow spacing of this tunnel could possibly hinder your beginning as people can get trapped in the tunnel. If that's the case, being relatively in the front of the group, or have a quirk that can let you bypass the traffic, then you're all good. However, Midoriya saw Todoroki up at the front, which immediately made him grow wary of his classmate as he felt the temperature drop slightly, which would have been brushed off from someone not worried about that, but he knew that more than likely, Todoroki would freeze the ground in order to trap everyone in the tunnel and make him have a head start. So, Midoriya waited as the countdown for the race was starting. 3, 2, 1. Go. Midoriya immediately used the speed that he had improved through his training at Takoba at night and with Yaoyorozu as he combined both powers and quickly dashed past everyone as he used the speed to phase through people to quickly get ahead of everyone as he heard the cries of disbelief as he turned and saw Todoroki freezing the ground faster than Midoriya had anticipated, but his speed was able to create a gap between him and Todoroki, and to make sure that he wasn't seen, Midoriya was able to quickly gain a lead as he noticed how his steps felt lighter than before and was also moving faster than in the past. He smiled as he picked up his pace as he sped off, increasing his lead over Todoroki. Even the audience and pro heroes thought that Todoroki was first as Present Mike was commentating over the race, with Aizawa as the guest speaker. What a play by Class 1A's Shoto Todoroki, using his quirk to quickly give him the lead over the rest of the group. Thoughts, Aizawa? Present Mike turned to his friend, who just simply shrugged and continued to watch the race unfold. Todoroki turned and saw members of his class unfazed by his move and simply went over the ice. Should have figured that they would have managed to overcome my ice, he said as he continued on with the race, believing that he was in first place. Midoriya weaved through the faux robots as he didn't want to attract attention to him, so he remained in stealth. Not even the robots noticed him as they simply stood there, on guard as he managed to clear that area without any issues. He didn't feel too tired, so he slightly lessened his pace and pressed forward towards the second, arguably, third obstacle of the race, the fall. He noticed that there was ropes that were there so that he could cross the canyon without any issue, but he didn't want to do that either, so he cancelled his lunar power of stealth and then used it to allow him to fly over the canyon while he was still hidden from the crowd's eyes. He then landed at the end of it and transferred his lunar energy back into stealth as he made his way to the final stage of the race, while also noting that Todoroki had made it to the canyon and was followed by a group of students. Students are now making their way to the fall. Please watch your step. Meanwhile, Todoroki is breezing through the obstacle and is now onto the final stage, and then we have Katsuki Bakugo catching up to him. Just look at him also breeze through the fall. Present Mike exclaimed as the cheering crowd was getting hyped. Aizawa noticed something as he watched the race. Where is Midoriya at? Aizawa thought as he couldn't find the boy anywhere, and so was Toshinori as he didn't see his pupil anywhere. He calmed himself as he believed that his student could pull through. At the minefield, Midoriya once again levitated over the minefield as he saw Todoroki and Bakugo making their way over to the minefield, and both of them were having a bit of a scuffle as the two of them were trying to outdo the other. Midoriya disengaged his levitation and quickened his pace as he was waiting for the right moment to reveal himself, and it was about to present itself, and it was all thanks to present Mike. Alright, nearly everyone is at the final obstacle, the minefield. With both Todoroki and Bakugo fighting for the lead, it'll be a very close race. Cheering was heard as the pro heroes were eyeing the two boys and commenting on which of them was going to win. Out of the way, Bakugo said as he launched an explosion, but Todoroki blocked it with his ice. The two boys were lashing out at each other, not noticing Midoriya was way ahead of them. Alright, time to reveal myself, Midoriya said as a loud rumble was heard as every camera was focused on the ball of light that appeared in front of Bakugo and Todoroki. After it dissipated, it revealed Midoriya as he picked up his speed, a small smile on his face as he saw the finish, and stunning everyone in the stadium. W. It appears that Class 1's Izuku Midoriya is in the lead, and by a huge margin. Where did this guy come from, Aizawa? Present Mike turned to Aizawa, who was also stumped until he finally figured it out. He used his quirk to gain an advantage and was able to hide himself from everyone, including ourselves. Combined with that, his speed was another factor for him to actually be the one in the lead. He must have used the situation in the tunnel to quickly get a lead over Todoroki and the rest of the group. Pretty clever. The bandage-wrapped hero said. Pretty impressive, kid. Wow. Izuku Midoriya was actually in the lead this entire time. Aizawa, why do you have all the strong students? I wonder that myself sometimes. The participating students all were shocked that Midoriya had such a huge lead, but both Todoroki and Bakugo were both speechless as they both saw the disappearing figure of the boy run into the hallway to the finish line. Damn it, Stu. Bakugo said as he tried to pass Todoroki, but the red and white-haired boy blocked him as a couple of seconds later, he also entered the hallway, and then was followed by a set-off Bakugo. Midoriya was running through the hallway as he saw the light at the end and he crossed into the light, hearing the cheers and applause from the crowd as he looked at Toshinori, who gave him a thumbs up and had a huge smile on his face. Midoriya smiled and reciprocated it with a thumbs up of his own. He then noticed that Todoroki and Bakugo had arrived as well. Here we are, folks. The winner of the race is Izuku Midoriya, the boy who caught us all off guard. Confetti appeared out of nowhere as people started to finish the race. Uraraka ran up to him and held her hands out for a high five, and he high-fived her as they both smiled at each other, and then turned to see Ito walking up to them, a hint of disappointment on his face. Congratulations, Midoriya, you had us all beat with your little stunt you pulled. I must say, I'm rather impressed with your performance, Ida said, and Midoriya smiled at him as they both shook each other's hand. A couple of seconds later, he saw Yaoyorozu finishing the race, and she had her top opened, revealing her black bra. He ran over to her as he noticed that she had a look that screamed, something was wrong. When he got to her, she had a look of relief when she saw him. Izuku, please remove him. She turned and he saw Mineta on her back as he had a thumbs up and was covered in bruises. Totally worth it. Midoriya was irked by the comment and knocked the pervert off his girlfriend. She sighed as she gave him a thankful smile as they all watched as everyone slowly made their way to the center, where midnight was at once more. Midoriya walked up to the platform as she had a huge grin on her face. The top 42 students will move on to the next event of the festival, and for those of you that didn't make it to the top 42, don't worry. We have a bunch of other stuff that you can do. As for the rest of you, please turn your attention towards the screen once more. Midoriya looked at the screen as he prepared himself for what's about to come in the near future. Chapter 8. The Moments of Festivity. The screen once again scrolled through numerous events, creating tension among the group of contestants. Midoriya felt sweat drip down his spine as he felt nervous about the next event, seeing the screen slowly slow down until it landed on the next event as the massive crowd bellowed with excitement. Midnight smirked as she saw the event and waved her whip to the students. The second event of the festival is the cavalry battle. Such a great event for the crowds. Here are the rules. The pro hero turned towards the screen as it changed to a picture of All Might being carried by 13 as the vanguard and Present Mike as the rearguard. Point values were issued towards each of the members of the team, and then a total score was off towards the side. Midoriya looked at the image and started to visualize what was about to go down in the event, and ended up with plenty of scenarios, but almost all of them had a similar characteristic: he was targeted out of the gate. He bit his thumb as Midnight continued on with the explanation for the event. Teams will be 2 to 4 people, meaning there will be 10 to 12 teams on the field. The rider will have these headbands that will display your cumulative score for your team. The objective is to have the most amount of points within the time limit. If your headband is taken or your team falls down, you still have time to gather points. Contestants that make their opponents fall on purpose will issue a warning. Second time is immediate disqualification. As for the point values, the screen switched to the point values of each of the places, starting with 42nd with 5 points. If the pattern continues, since I'm first, my point value should be. However, the purpose of the sports festival is to stand out amongst the group, plus being in first place is a major disadvantage in events like these. The constant targeting will be an issue, and the fact that point value system seems sketchy. If what I believe is to be true, my point value will be something desirable like 750 to 1000 points, even 2, that's still pretty low than what I'm actually feeling. Midoriya watched as the screen scrolled up as it gave the point values, and then it got to the top 3 scores, with Bakugo having 200 points and Todoroki the green-haired boy gulped as it finally went up to first place, but didn't display a value. Midnight smirked as she grabbed everyone's attention as she then held her whip, pointing it at Midoriya. And for Izuku Midoriya, who placed first in the obstacle race. His value is... The screen then displayed his score, causing Midoriya's eyes to bulge out of its sockets. 10 million? Midoriya exclaimed as he felt bullets of sweat began to form on his back as he stared at the screen incredulously, and then bit on his thumb hard. I see, so that's the condition I have. So my suspicions were correct? But it seems a bit extreme for my value to be that high. I'll expect that I'm the target for everyone, as if they succeed and grab my headband, it's guaranteed first place for that team. Another problem is team composition. Since my value is so high, people will avoid teaming up with me. Also, I'm being stared at. He looked around as everyone looked at him. I see. Since his value is so high. Everyone's stares became hostile as everyone began to paint him as the main target for the event. Midoriya then looked at Midnight, who had a devilish grin on her face as a timer appeared on the screen for 15 minutes. Alright, you've got 15 minutes to find your team composition. Ready and go! Midnight yelled out as everyone scrambled to find their partners, and Midoriya sighed as nobody was around him in a 10-meter diameter, which he wasn't surprised as he sighed and stayed focused. He saw a lot of people around Bakugo as he placed third in the race and was pretty powerful, and after a couple of minutes, saw that his team consisted of Ishido, Shiro, and Kirishima. Ishido has her acid that can deteriorate, Shiro can use his tape as a sort of rope for pulling in, and Kirishima for defense. That's not a bad team at all. Midoriya thought as he continued to search with 8 minutes left. After roaming around the area, he then saw Todoroki's team, which consisted of Ida, Kaminari, and his girlfriend. He didn't think too much of it, but he admitted that the team composition was very dangerous. Ida for speed, Kaminari for attacking, and Momo for insulating and defense. And Todoroki's ice for a good measure. That team will be very difficult to handle, but it shouldn't be all that bad, because Todoroki's refusal to use his left side. That means I can use that to my advantage. Now, I need to find some team members. He was brought out of his thoughts and turned to see Uraraka smiling at him. Let's team up, Deku. Midoriya felt happy that she wanted to join him, and that also went well with some of his strategies, but above all else, she was his friend. He nodded and she smiled as they continued to search for more people to join up with 5 minutes left on the clock. Midoriya saw that people were beginning to wrap up their team compositions, causing him to grow more tense, not noticing the figure approaching him from behind. Hiya, first place. Midoriya jumped in surprise and yelped. Once he calmed down, he saw a girl with symmetrical pink locks and goggles on. She had all sorts of gadgets on her waist belt as she moved her goggles up, revealing her yellow eyes to him. He was intrigued as instead of pupils, she had crosshairs at the center. She had a huge smile on her face as she got uncomfortably close to him as she examined his entire body. I was wondering if I could be on your team. Since you're in first place and going to get all the spotlight, I'd figured that being on your team will help me showcase my babies to the world. Oh, name's May Hatsum, pleased to meet you, Muscles, she said as she was behind him, feeling his body, causing him to lose all sense of feeling while Uraraka was yelling at her to stop. After that, Hatsum showed off several of her gadgets, including jetpacks, which Midoriya recognized them as the ones that the ProHero Air Jet uses, which got the both of them into a friendly conversation, much to Uraraka's confusion. We still need one more person, and if my luck is great. Midoriya wandered off until he saw a familiar figure watching the rest of the teams. Once he reached his target, Midoriya began to explain the role that he was going to play for his team. I see, so you want me to focus solely on defense. Very well, Midoriya, me and Dark Shadow will join your team, Tokoyami said, causing Midoriya to smile as the two of them made their way back to Hatsum and Uraraka as there was just 2 minutes left. Everybody had their teams ready and were waiting for the final countdown. Midoriya exhaled as he was trying to calm his nerves, but suddenly felt his consciousness being warped to somewhere away from his body, and began to panic as he didn't know what was happening. Calm down, young Midoriya, I mean you no harm. The boy turned and saw a woman in her mid-30s with flowing black hair and piercing blue eyes. It seemed like she was glowing as she had a tiara with a sun on it, and much to his surprise, saw a dazzling mirror and regalian sword with her. The mirror was floating to her left and the sword at her hilt. She smiled at the boy and ushered him to come closer, and Midoriya slowly made his way over to her, slowly piecing the clues together, until he got to her. His eyes widened as he figured it out and started to stutter before hastily dropping to one knee and bowed to her. Your Lady Amaterasu, Midoriya couldn't formulate a complete sentence, causing the goddess to chuckle and placed her hand on his shoulder. Please rise, my champion, she said. Her voice flowed along as her white robes flowed and with the wind that appeared out of nowhere. He felt incredibly small but followed her instructions and stood up, seeing the smile on her face. He then looked shocked at her. Wait, what do you mean champion? He asked as he then looked around the place that they were in, only to see an endless amount of white and it was very bright in there, but his eyes adjusted to it. He then fixated his gaze back towards the deity, finally noticing that she was taller than him by a couple of inches. She sensed his sadness, and laughed softly as she found out why, but she then cleared her throat and looked at the boy. You're considered my champion since your quirk allows the use of my powers over the sun. Although, I would like for you to be my actual champion. Midoriya's eyes bulged as he heard her proposition and started to overwork his brain to the point of burnout, but she stopped him as she touched his shoulder, sending calming waves throughout his body. He felt his nerves loosen up as her calming presence slowly cleared his mind until he was able to think clearly. Why do you want me to be your champion, Lady Amaterasu? Midoriya asked as he looked at her, confusion all over his face. She smiled towards him and turned around. The winds began to pick up once more. I believe that you are worthy for my blessing. Your heart for protecting others and sense of justice is what got my attention, however, it was the use of your quirk is what caused me to finalize my decision. You used my powers to help those around you and the self-sacrifice is what made me choose you as my champion. I'm pretty sure you felt a surge of power when you figured out to combine both sun and moon rather than seeing them as different anomalies, she said as she created 2 chairs out of light and sat down in one, while motioning for Midoriya to sit in the other one, which he did. Yeah, I felt the surge of power, but also saw 2 hands press on the barrier when I figured that out. But wait, that you were one of those hands, weren't you? He asked her, causing the corners of her lips to turn upwards. She nodded as she placed her hand on his hand, and he felt the same power as he did when he created the barrier. Wait, then what about the other hand? He asked, and then saw Amaterasu flinch at the question, as he felt the temperature suddenly drop and the air around them was beginning to feel more depressing than anything he had ever felt, not even when he was told that he was going to be quirkless. He looked concerned as the goddess looked down. Her demeanor changed into a depressed state. You'll meet him eventually, but let's not get into that. For now, let's focus on the matter at hand. Now tell me your response. She looked at the young boy, who was in deep thought, but he already knew his answer well before she had asked him to give his answer. I accept, milady, Midoriya said, and blushed slightly as he felt weird for saying that word. Amaterasu smiled as she stood up and motioned for him to do the same. She began to hum as her entire body began to glow brightly, and the winds began to pick up, forcing Midoriya to shield his body. This immense power, he said as she then fired a beam of light that hit Midoriya right in his chest, causing that spot to glow brightly as he then felt the surge of power flow through his body as he felt even more powerful than before. After a couple of seconds, the glowing began to lessen. As Midoriya looked at his body, and checked himself to see if something was wrong. After he concluded that there was nothing wrong, he turned to his patron and saw her smile. All of a sudden, he was pulled into a hug from her as she embraced him warmly, and he then slowly reciprocated it. She broke away from him and smiled. My champion, it is time for your return to your body. Make me proud, she said as Midoriya felt his conscious return back to his body. He opened his eyes and looked around, seeing the arena and all the teams gathered in a circle as he saw the timer had gone down only by a minute. He looked at his hand and saw that there was a symbol of a cherry blossom on the back of his hand as it slowly disappeared. He clenched his hand as he waited as the final minute was counting down. I am the protector of man and this country, young Midoriya. Now, that title will carry on to you as well. Make use of that power, and banish the evil that would dare harm the innocent. My champion, protect this world. Amaterasu said in his mind as it was now 10 seconds until the event started, and felt the flow of energy course into his body as he felt the warm embrace of the sun, almost as if it was smiling and protecting him. Are you ready, guys? Midoriya said to his teammates. Uraraka nodded as she looked straight ahead, following Midoriya's every command and the plan that he came up with. Hatsum gave him a thumbs up as she held the remote in her hands and her goggles over her eyes. Tokoyami nodded and Dark Shadow appeared, giving Midoriya a thumbs up as well. He felt calm as the final countdown was upon them, and he concentrated energy into his entire body and it slowly enveloped the entire team, causing all of them to be shocked, but saw that Midoriya was doing it. This is a protective field around us, Tokoyami said. Midoriya nodded as his eyes changed, but this time, instead of the orange-yellow tint by itself, now it had a small outline around his iris, making it look like a mini-sun. 3, 2, 1. The cavalry battle begins. Now, Midnight exclaimed, causing the crowd to roar with cheering, and just as Midoriya predicted, almost all of the teams went straight for him as a barrage of attacks came directly at them. Midoriya held his hands out and a pulse of lunar energy washed over him as he sprung multiple barriers all around him and his team. The attacks from the other teams were blocked by the barriers, and some of them were even absorbed. Uraraka gave Midoriya a smile as they used the commotion that the barriers caused to move out of their original area to get some breathing space using Hatsum's jetpacks and Uraraka's zero gravity. Midoriya noticed that he was still being chased by Toru's group as Jiro used her boot speakers to slow their progress and unbalance them, but Hatsum stopped her by throwing a device that short-circuited the boots, which earned Midoriya a few spew of curses from the earjack user. Good work, Hatsum. Your gadgets sure are amazing, Midoriya said to the inventor. She looked up at him and smiled widely, and then quickly pressed the remote in her hands to deploy a shield that blocked an attack from an opposing team. Tokoyami then took the initiative to block incoming attacks and used Dark Shadow to gain some distance from more teams. Uraraka then released her quirk as they were now on the opposite side of the area from where they started, seeing that Midoriya's barrier had trapped Bakugos and a couple other teams. He scanned the area, seeing that everyone wasn't focused on them for the time being. Alright kids, 10 minutes left. Midoriya looked shocked as the starting time was 30 minutes. Meaning that they've been dodging and weaving around other teams for 20 minutes, which showed as both Hatsum and Uraraka were panting while Tokoyami had beads of sweat coming down his forehead. He felt a little bit tired too, but he clasped his hands together and tugged at his energy. A beam of light came from up above and engulfed the team, basking them in the rays of the sun and restored their energy and got rid of their fatigue. Wow, muscles! Was that your doing? Hatsum said as looked at Midoriya. Her smile was unwavering. He nodded and then turned to Tokoyami and Uraraka, who had intrigued looks on their faces. The ability to remove any negative conditions on the body such as fatigue and sickness. I'm once more impressed on your quirk's abilities, Midoriya. Tokoyami said as he then began to watch out for incoming groups. Uraraka noticed that her nausea was gone and she felt completely fine. My nausea's gone, wow. Deku, your quirk is amazing, Uraraka said. Midoriya smiled, but then noticed that the fighting going on in his barrier grew more and more intense, which forced him to release it as it was draining him of his energy because it's taking damage. He exhaled as he then saw Bakugo's group going straight for them, which caused Midoriya to sweat drop. "Du!" Bakugo yelled out as he jumped from his group and fired off an explosion, but Tokoyami blocked it. Zero then used his tape to reel in Bakugo as the two teams were watching the other for any movements. Uraraka, Hatsum, now, Midoriya said, and the two girls nodded as the jetpacks powered up. They barely managed to dodge an attack from Todoroki as his group joined in. 5 minutes left. Present Mix's voice boomed over the loud cheering. Midoriya felt nervous as he had to deal with Bakugo and Todoroki, plus any other team should they try and face the other. "You, icy prick. Deku is my target." Bakugo yelled at Todoroki, who just looked at him before sending shards of ice at the blonde, but were easily taken care of by Ishido's acid. Soon, both of them were staring each other down as both were ready to duke it out, but that gave Midoriya just the amount of time he needed as he motioned once again to his team members and with Midoriya's ability to mask the sound of anything, was able to successfully escape the dangers. Tokoyami, up front. Tokoyami quickly blocked an attack that came from Class 1B's Ibara Shiozaki, the vines dancing around Dark Shadow as they tried to get past the sentient, but was unable to as Midoriya launched several blades of light that severed many of the vines. Dark Shadow then was able to get rid of the rest. After a brief scuffle with Class 1B's Tetsu, they managed to repel their attacks and retreated away from all the action. However, Midoriya felt something wrong. "Hatsum, do it now." The pink-haired girl looked confused, but did so anyway and pressed the button, causing the jetpacks to activate and they quickly dodged to the left. Midoriya saw Todoroki's team zoom past by them, and tried to grab the headband around his neck, but the green-haired boy sent a small ray of light that stopped him from grabbing it. Both teams were looking at each other, but Midoriya saw Ida's engine had stalled, so he took action and shoot several rays of light at the group, but Yaoyorozu created a mirror and reflected the attack, sending all over the place, even hitting a couple of teams in the process. "I should have figured that Momo would come up with that, can't say I'm surprised," Midoriya said as he felt a presence behind him and quickly launched a wave of light, hitting Bakugo's chest dead on, sending the blonde flying, but Zero managed to catch him and then flung him straight at Midoriya. The bloodlust on Bakugo's face was apparent as he was getting ready to rip Midoriya's face off. But Midoriya was ready as he quickly parried the fist so that it directly came into contact with Bakugo's face, and then used that momentum from Zero's throw to throw him at Todoroki's group. "Tokoyami!" Midoriya yelled, and he nodded, sending Dark Shadow to block attacks coming from Ishido, Zero, and Kirishima. Uraraka used her quirk to float Hatsum's bombs over to Todoroki and released them once they got close enough, alarming them. Yaoyorozu tried to deflect them while Kaminari tried to short-circuit them, but it was too late as the bombs exploded, covering all of the substance that stuck all of them together. Midoriya sighed in relief and smiled at Hatsum, but then noticed the glare that Todoroki was giving as he then saw the flames that emerged from his left side. "Time's up." Present mic boomed over the intercom as everyone stopped what they were doing. The flames on Todoroki's left side vanished as the Fire Ice user looked at his left hand in surprise, but noticed that they were still stuck in the substance that Hatsum made, and Bakugo was spewing out profanities as he was stuck to Yaoyorozu's mirrors. Midoriya sighed and jumped down from his position, stretching his limbs to loosen them up. "That was amazing, Deku," Uraraka said as she patted his back hard. He couldn't help but smile as her infectious personality was too infectious, but he didn't mind it one bit. Hatsum was looking over her gear, looking kind of depressed that some of her gear was damaged or destroyed from the event. Midoriya noticed the sudden drop of temperature from the eccentric girl and went over to try and comfort her. "Look, Hatsum, I dash." Midoriya was cut off as he was suddenly grabbed by Hatsum. Her face was beaming with happiness and excitement. "Wow. I'm extremely impressed that you managed to keep first place, Muscles. And I got amazing data from my babies. You've helped me out so much and I had a blast using all of them. I'd even like to be a personal inventor for you." Midoriya's eyes bulged as he looked at her with confusion, all the while her huge smile on her face never leaving her face. Really? Hatsum, why would you say that?" Midoriya stuttered out as he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Hatsum pet her head to the side and smiled. "Why not? I feel like you're going to be something big in the future, so I'd like to use now as an opportunity to present my babies to the world. Plus, it helps you out as I can upgrade your uniform and anything else you need made to better suit your hero career. Not a bad agreement?" Hatsum said as she leaned forward right into Midoriya's face, causing him to blush and backed up. He did think about her proposition, which he saw no drawback whatsoever, plus she is petty amazing with her babies. After thinking about it for a couple of minutes, he looked at her and nodded. Hatsum grinned widely as she clasped both of his hands and shook them. "Thanks, Muscles. I'm sure this relationship will be crazy good." Midoriya chuckled nervously as he almost started to regret his decision, but held it back for a later date. Tokoyami stood there as he looked around the arena, seeing the teams all waiting around for the results of the event. Midoriya rubbed his forehead as he sighed exasperatedly from the conversation with Hatsum, but was happy that she would help him out. He then saw the substance that the inventor made begin to dissolve, and soon after, it was completely off of Todoroki's group. Midoriya felt the glare coming from Todoroki, but didn't pay heed to it as he saw Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Ida walking up to him. "I must say, you caught me by surprise as you dodged my burst of speed. I'm very impressed by that, Midoriya," Ida said as he pushed up his glasses. Midoriya put both of his hands in front of him and shook them. "Oh, that was nothing, Ida. I'm more interested with that burst of speed you pulled. You traversed about half of the stadium in less than a couple of seconds. That's really fast," Midoriya exclaimed, causing the glasses boy to smirk as he rubbed his nose. Kaminari chuckled as he slung his arm around Midoriya and Tokoyami. "I must say, you two were amazing out there. And even Uraraka and that other girl you had were pretty amazing as well." Kaminari smiled as he looked at the two of them. Midoriya chuckled at his friend's actions as he then looked at Yaoyorozu, who had a solemn expression on her face as she looked at Midoriya. But he just smiled at her and walked up to her. Hey! Midoriya looked at her as she turned away from him, causing him to pee his head to the side in confusion. He placed his hand on her shoulder and turned her around, seeing her worried expression as she didn't meet his eyes. He looked at her and sighed as he figured it out and looked at her. "Look, I'm not mad that you joined Todoroki. I know you have your reasons of doing so, and I respect that. Plus, I was really amazed on how you thought up of using mirrors to counter my solar powers," he said as a tinge of red appeared on his cheeks as he turned to the side and scratched his cheek. She looked at him stunned before chuckling softly and smiled at him. After that, it was uneventful as people were chatting it up with other people, except for Bakugo as he was yelling out curses at Midoriya and Todoroki for beating him once again. Midoriya just sighed in annoyance as he noticed that the intercom came back on. "Okay, everybody. Here are the scores. In 1 ST place. Team Midoriya, 2 ND. Team Todoroki, 3 RD. Team Bakugo, and 40. Team Shinso. Those be the 4 teams that will advance to the final event of the festival. Everybody give a round of applause to them," Present Mike said, and right after that, they were all told that lunch will be served in 10 minutes, so everyone made their way to the cafeteria. Midoriya felt relieved as his stomach was grumbling since he didn't eat breakfast and was about to join Jiro and Tsuyu as they were the closest after everyone mixed in together. He was talking to the two of them, but then felt someone place their hand on his shoulder and pulled him back, causing the two girls to be alarmed. The green-haired boy looked back and saw Todoroki. Midoriya, come with me, he said and walked away, causing Midoriya to look at him in confusion, but reluctantly followed him. Jiro and Tsuyu looked on with worry, but Midoriya assured them that nothing wrong was going to happen. Jiro, can you tell everyone that I'll be a little late to lunch? He asked her, which she nodded. He sighed in relief and began to increase his pace to catch up to Todoroki. They traversed the stadium until they reached one of the exits and he leaned on one of the walls, and Midoriya took the other side as he waited for Todoroki to talk. I'm going to be blunt about this. Are you All Might's Bisudi? Todoroki said, causing Midoriya to look at him in confusion, but he shook his head slowly, which garnered a sigh from the Fire Ice user. You know my father, Endeavor, the number 2 hero. He hates All Might to the point where he wants to take his spot as the number 1 hero, but has always been outshined by All Might. He will do everything to gain that position, and that's what he did. You've heard of interquark marriages, correct? My father bought her hand in marriage and bared a Bisudi child for the sole purpose to one day overthrow All Might and become the number 1 hero. That child is me. After a couple of years after I was born, my father put me through grueling training, and my mother hated that to the point where seeing my left side caused her to go insane and threw boiling water at my face. This side of me put my mother through so much pain that I hate it. Todoroki gritted his teeth as he clenched his fist tightly. Midoriya didn't know what to say as he just stood there. After a couple of seconds, Todoroki looked at Midoriya with a serious look. This festival will help me send a message to my father. I reject his power and the side he gave to me. The power that hurt my mother, I reject it. I will defeat you and win this festival with just my ice to prove that I don't need his power. I will reject everything my father stands for. Todoroki announced and began to walk away from Midoriya. Many thoughts were rushing through the green-haired boy's mind as he didn't know what to do, but his body did. Wait, Todoroki. The boy turned his head and saw Midoriya jogging up to him. Look, I won't pretend to understand what you went through as a child, but I can relate to that as my childhood wasn't all that great either. But right now, let me be blunt. I think your resolve for winning this is a bunch of pitiful excuses. Midoriya said uncharacteristically in a monotone voice, almost mocking in a way. Todoroki suddenly turned his entire body and gave Midoriya the biggest death glare ever, but it didn't waver the green-haired boy. What did you say? Todoroki growled out as he glared. Midoriya stood his ground and turned to the side and sighed. I said exactly what I said. Your reasons for rejecting half of your quirk is utter nonsense, pitiful excuses that won't cut it on the field. You say you will win, but that half-Butte's resolve won't get you your win. You won't defeat me, hell, you won't even win against Bakugo with your weak resolve. Give it up, Todoroki, you're weak. Midoriya said callously as he turned around and walked away from the heterochromia boy, still feeling the glare that Todoroki was giving. As he turned the corner and walked for a couple of minutes, he suddenly collapsed to his knees as his heartbeat was skyrocketing. He felt bad for saying all of those harsh things, but Midoriya felt it was necessary to do so. After calming his nerves for a bit, he remembered how cold he was to the boy, which sent shivers down his spine. He sighed as he then gained a look of confidence as he figured out what he wanted to do. I will help you, Todoroki. Midoriya then made his way back to the cafeteria and saw Yaoyorozu waving at him. He smiled and went to grab his lunch from Lunch Rush and walked over to Seita, Uraraka, Kirishima, and almost all of Class 1A, and right next to them was Class 1B. He smiled when all of his classmates waved or said some greetings of sorts, and then looked over to Class 1B's Itsuka Kendo and waved at her, which she reciprocated, and then turned to Shiozaki and waved to her as well, receiving a nod. He knew them from a couple of class representative meetings, and he had a group chat for the class representatives, so he had a couple of interactions with them. What happened with Todoroki, Midoriya? Jiro asked as she looked at him while playing with her food. Several people turned to him with worry, but he waved them off as he sat down next to his girlfriend. All we did was chat for a bit, nothing to worry about. Midoriya briskly said, but Yaoyorozu caught on to his hastiness and narrowed her eyes at him, but didn't pry as she knew that whatever him and Todoroki talked about, he wanted it to be a secret. She let it go as she unconsciously moved closer to him, smiling a little as she felt safer around him. Her actions, however, didn't go unnoticed by Ishido, Ida, Jiro, and Tsuyu. Ishido had a smirk on her face and was about to question it, but was at the receiving end of Ida's emotionless look as it told her not to ask, which she grudgingly obliged and huffed in her seat. Anyways, what do you think the last event is going to be? Shiro asked as he looked at Kirishima and Kaminari. Many people were also wondering that question. Apparently, it's going to be something a one-on-one battle, like last year was a pool noodle fight. But anything can go from here on out, man. I'm so pumped for this final event. Kirishima said excitingly, and many people agreed. Midoriya looked at his hand and clenched it as he remembered his talk with Todoroki. The look of pure hatred for his father was surreal. But, even knowing the reason, Midoriya wasn't going to give up on getting first place. He then looked over and smiled as he saw his friends all bustling with happiness and laughter that butterflies were in his stomach. My champion, I would like to speak with you, if that is all right. Amaterasu's voice filled his mind. Looked around and saw everyone's focus on Kaminari and Kirishima, so he felt like it was a good time. I would be honored, milady. Chuckling can be heard in his mind as his patron was chuckling at his antics. Please, don't call me that. If you would please, call me something like Mother or Mom. I feel like those are acceptable names. Midoriya could hear the laughter in her words, but they were also genuine as he pondered her words for a second. Wait, you've never had a child before? All of a sudden, he felt immense depression as he knew that Amaterasu was about to reveal something big. Well, I did have a child, but my husband killed her so. Midoriya felt pretty guilty for even asking that question to her as he felt like her depression was directly involved with her husband, and he couldn't help but hate him for doing that to her. I see, well, please don't be sad. Mom. Midoriya felt embarrassed for saying it, but he felt like Amaterasu was a motherly figure for the 2 hours that he had met her. He felt like her heart was genuine, and since she was his patron, why not? Having another mom shouldn't hurt, right? My champion. No, my son. I couldn't ask for a more perfect son. As of now, I, Amaterasu, adopt you, Izuka Midoriya, as my child. Please, use my powers and your quirks to make this world a better place. I forgot about why I wanted to talk with you, son. I would like to give you this as a gift from a friend of mine. He felt energy in his palms as he held them out. All of a sudden, a small rabbit appeared on his hands. Its sleek white fur and green eyes made it seem like the most adorable thing he had ever seen. Although we are of different origins, me and the Chinese goddess Chang'e are really good friends in this world. She wanted to give you the jade rabbit as a way to show her appreciation and to help you on your future endeavors. Even though you don't have a similar link that me and you share, you both are still bounded by the moon. She also wishes you good luck as your adventure had yet to begin. Midoriya looked at the small rabbit as he then looked around him, seeing that none of his friends could see the rabbit, which was a relief to him. Then, he saw the rabbit slowly transform into jade as it was now a necklace, which he put on and watched it disappear. Is that all, Mother? Midoriya still felt awkward for calling her mother, but he didn't mind it a bit. He still loved his real mother a lot, and he wasn't trying to replace one with the other. Actually, son, there is one more thing I would like to give you. A sort of power-up, to put it in lamest terms. It is called divination, the power to temporarily transform into a god. However, please be careful in using it. This power is very dangerous and should only be used when you really need to. You are powerful, but even with your power, you will face opponents much more stronger than you. Utilize both of your quirks, and train to have the ability to protect this world. And do please give this to your girlfriend. I would like for her to have it. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Do your best, my son. Farewell for now. Midoriya felt her leave his mind, and he sighed before feeling something in his pocket. He then felt a tap on his shoulder and saw Yaoyorozu looking at him with a worried expression. Are you okay? You've been spacing out for quite a while now. She asked. Midoriya looked at her, before remembering the thing that Amaterasu wanted to give her. He replayed her words to him before looking at her with a serious expression on his face. Hey, Momo, can we talk for a moment? Chapter 9, Eruptions and Combat. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu eventually found a spot where they could talk in private, and they both found themselves at the gardens near the entrance of the academy, seeing the cherry blossoms in full bloom. Midoriya was fidgeting with his hands as he grabbed the gift that Amaterasu, or now his mother, wanted him to give to Yaoyorozu. So, this is what she wanted to give to her. He eyed the hairpin as it glowed softly in his hands, giving off energy and warmth that felt very calming to him. The sun on it was glowing brightly, as if it was catching your attention on purpose. It was the main detail of the hairpin, while the clip of it was a golden tone, and overall, it was very beautiful and the craftsmanship was exquisite. He turned to see Yaoyorozu looking down as she clenched her jacket, as if she was expecting for something bad to happen. Midoriya was confused as he got closer to her and placed his hands on her shoulder, startling her. "Are you okay, Momo?" he asked his girlfriend, who looked everywhere but at him. He sighed and finally figured out why she was like this, but he didn't ask about it in fear that something bad would happen, knowing his luck. He fished the hairpin out of his pocket and hid it from her as he was trying to find the right way to do this. "Why don't you put it on her yourself, my son?" Amaterasu's gentle voice played through his mind. Midoriya couldn't think of a better solution, so he did what his mother had suggested. As he gripped the hairpin, it then started to glow and then changed into a hairband, but with the exact same design of the hairpin, only difference was the sun was now bigger, like the size of most flowers on a headband. He felt the change, but didn't question his mom's reason for making it a hairpin first, and then changing it into a hairband. "Momo, can you please close your eyes for a moment?" Midoriya asked nervously. She looked at him in confusion before closing her eyes, and after a couple of seconds later, she felt his hands flow through her hair as he was gently stroking her head, causing a massive blush to appear all over her cheeks. She then felt something on her head as she no longer felt his hands in her hair, which disappointed her a little. "Okay, that you can open your eyes now." The first thing Yaoyorozu saw was the blushing face of Midoriya as he scratched his cheek sheepishly. She then hovered over her hair until she felt the hairband and slowly took it off. She gasped as she saw the hairband, and then looked over at Midoriya as tears started to appear at the corners of her eyes as she launched herself at him, causing him to lose his balance, and both of them were sent tumbling down into the flower beds. Midoriya felt the wind knocked out of him, but he still wrapped his arms around her as she had wrapped her arms around his neck. They stayed like that for a while, until Yaoyorozu sat up in Midoriya's lap as she placed the hairband back into her hair and smiled. She felt the warmth of the sun and Midoriya when she had the hairband on. "Izuku.I. Thank you," she said as she leaned down and pressed her lips onto his, surprising the boy as he wasn't anticipating it. She pulled back and smiled at him. Midoriya silently thanked the heavens for bestowing him such a beautiful and caring girlfriend, causing his mother, who was still there, to laugh softly at him. "I'm glad she liked the gift. I'm sure you're wondering what it does, and it's just a simple protection charm from any dangers she might face. It also increases her power, granting her a small portion of solar energy, but it won't be tapped into unless she gets training. I advise to train her after the festival, as it would just make her lose focus. Anyways, she's a very lovely girl, son. I'm expecting grandchildren," Amaterasu said as she left the area. Midoriya sighed and grew red as he imagined little babies with both of their looks, eventually frying his brain due to an overload of cuteness. But he quickly gained his head as he felt Yaoyorozu getting up from his lap and held out her hand for him. "Come on, they did a 5-minute call for the remaining people for the final event. We don't want to be late now, do we?" she said teasingly as she gripped his hand and pulled him up to his feet, then proceeded to drag him to the stadium. They managed to get there in time as both of them were panting slightly, causing a couple of people to look at them weirdly, but no one questioned it as Midnight walked up to the stage with a box in her hands and placed it on a table that had appeared from the stand. People were anxious as the final event was about to be revealed. For the final event, it is Dash. Midnight was about to say it, but Ojiro raised his hand up, catching the pro hero's eye. "Yes, Mashireo Ojiro?" Midnight said, waving her whip. Midoriya turned and saw the look of someone that lost his will to continue forward, and the air around him confirmed it. The green-haired boy looked concerned as everyone else was now looking at his classmate. After a couple of seconds, Ojiro sighed and looked at Midnight. Ida would like to resign from the final event. Everyone gasped as Midoriya and Yaoyorozu looked at him with confusion. Hagakure ran up to him. "Why, Ojiro?" Hagakure asked. Concern was present in her voice, but he didn't meet her gaze, or didn't try to look at her. "Are you sure, Ojiro? This is a rare opportunity for all of us. Are you sure you want to do this?" Midoriya asked as he looked at his classmate with concern. Ojiro met his gaze and a sad smile appeared on his lips. "I don't remember much of the cavalry battle. I felt like a puppet. That wasn't how I wanted to proceed with the festival while everyone got here with their best efforts, but not me. That is why I want to resign from the event. I want to win with my own powers, not by being a mere puppet," Ojiro said, his voice projected throughout the entire stadium. Several people were concerned for him as he had a downcast look on his face. "Ojiro, are you truly okay with this?" Midoriya placed his hand on his shoulder. Ojiro looked at him and nodded. "My pride is on the line. It's the last thing I have right now." Class Republic. Midoriya turned to see Hagakure looking at him, and Yaoyorozu looking on with concern. After thinking about it for a couple of seconds, Midoriya turned to Midnight. "I believe Ojiro should be able to resign." Everyone looked at him like he was crazy while Ojiro smiled at him. Then, someone else stood forward and raised his hand to get everyone's attention. He was from Class 1B and was on the same team as Ojiro. Midoriya then turned to the purple-haired guy with bangs under his eyes and watched as the boy didn't seem fazed by anything. Midoriya narrowed his eyes on him and began to make notes about him. He then turned back towards the Class 1B, who introduced himself as Shota Nairenjiki, also wanted to resign. His reasons were the same as Ojiro's, and told a similar experience about how he didn't remember much of the fight. Midnight was looking at the two boys, and placed a finger to her chin as she was debating on if she should allow it or not, and then saw their convictions and made up her mind. A smile appeared on her face as she pointed her whip at the both of them. "I see very well. I will allow the both of you to resign the event. With their resignation, we will need to fill those 2 spots. Team Kendo, your team came after Team Shinso. Will you please select 2 members to participate?" Midnight turned her gaze towards the orange-haired girl and her team. "Actually, I would like to hand that proposition to Team Tetsu. We were frozen for most of the event while they were working hard. I believe that's not fair on our part, right girls?" Kendo turned to her group, who all nodded, and she then turned to a stunned Tetsu and Shiozaki. "Are you sure, Kendo?" Tetsu asked, and she nodded. Midnight was interested with the turn of events and turned to Tetsu's team, motioning them to pick there. After a small discussion, Shiozaki and Tetsu were chosen. Midnight smiled as the event was now ready to begin, so she smiled and walked over to the box. She tapped her finger on it and looked at all of the freshmen. "All right, will the remaining students please come up and grab a lot from the box?" Everyone walked up and grabbed a lot before returning to where they were standing. After a while, the paper disappeared and was replaced with a bracelet as it clasped around their arms. Midnight then asked everyone to scan it up on the stage, which took 10 minutes to do so. Once everyone scanned the bracelet, it disengaged from the arm and fell to the floor. A screen began to appear as Midnight had a smirk on her face. "Now, we will see the brackets for the final event. A 1v1 match tournament," Midnight shouted, and the audience went nuts as this was what they wanted. Several agencies began to take out notebooks and get situated so that they can scout for potential internships. Midoriya felt pumped as he got a chance to see Tetsu's and Shiozaki's quirks in actions, plus he got the opportunity to test his actual combat prowess against different people. Murmurs traveled among the group while the screen suddenly started to cycle through the faces of the remaining freshmen. "It's displaying the matches of the first bout," Midoriya said as he looked at the screen closely until it stopped and sighed when he saw it. He felt someone staring at him from behind, but Midoriya didn't think much of it as he gazed at his opponent's picture on the screen. "I see, so that's the leader of the group that Ojiro and Shota were in. His quirk must be something that can force someone to become a puppet. Problem is, what's the condition that needs to be triggered for him to do so? I'll talk to Ojiro after this." The first bout is between Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya and Class 1 sees Hitoshi Shinso. The rest will follow after. After that, the matches were all set as people were pumped from the event, especially Kirishima as he was facing Tetsu. Midoriya made note of the matches as he began to create a couple of scenarios in his head. Todoroki will win, not discounting Zero, but he isn't as strong as Todoroki. Who knows? Something might happen unexpectedly. Kaminari and Shiozaki will be interesting as she was in the top 10 from the entrance exam, and she has a lot of power. That fight will be tougher to come up with a conclusive winner, while the match between Ishido and Aoyama favors Ishido more. Ida and Hatsum, I truly don't know. My main concern is Uraraka and Momo. He turned towards the two girls, who were talking to each other about something. He then looked over at Bakugo as he stared at the screen in confusion, as if he didn't know Uraraka at all. He felt the air around Momo grow colder as the minutes passed, but he didn't want to intervene as of now and began to walk towards the designated spots for where they should wait. He went to the room as he was the first match of the event. He then proceeded to go into deep thought as he didn't know the trigger for Shinso's quirk, so he thought about it, not hearing the door open and close. Midoriya. The green-haired boy quickly turned, seeing a familiar tail and white uniform. Midoriya relaxed and set his hands on the table before looking at his classmate, watching as he took the seat across from him. So, was there something that you wanted to talk about, Ojiro? Midoriya asked. Ojiro nodded and began to explain what happened with him during the cavalry battle, and how he couldn't control his body while his mind was unaffected. Ojiro continued to explain what he felt like when his body was under Shinso's quirk, which made Midoriya furrow his eyebrows as he listened to Ojiro's story. Midoriya held his hand up and waved it in front of him, getting the tailed boy's attention. So, what happened before your body was manipulated? Midoriya asked him. Ojiro thought for a bit and then a light bulb went off in his head. It was when everyone was looking for members, he approached me and said something that angered me. I responded to him, anger getting the best of me, and then, I was his puppet. Ojiro clenched his fist. Midoriya looked at him before connecting the pieces together, or the fact that Ojiro gave him what he needed was apparent. Midoriya nodded and stood up as the match was about to begin. All I have to do is not respond to any of his comments, verbally, definitely. I'm not sure about something like sign language or something along those lines. Anyways, I'm pretty sure you had already figured it out. I appreciate the advice, and I'm sure I can win this fight. Midoriya said as he made his way to the door and gripped the knob, hearing Ojiro getting up from his chair. Good luck, Midoriya. Thanks. Midoriya opened the door and walked out to the center stage with Ojiro following close behind until they reached the intersection. Ojiro looked at Midoriya and began to walk up the stairs to Class 1A's booth, hearing Hagakure's and Ishido's voice coming from there. I'll win this for you, Ojiro. The blonde stopped and looked at him, seeing the green-haired boy giving him a thumbs up and walked towards the arena. Ojiro looked at the retreating figure of the class representative before making his way up the stairs, only to be knocked to the ground by Hagakure once he had made it to the top. He saw his class looking at him, all smiling at him. He grinned and patted Hagakure's back before taking his seat next to Jiro and Kaminari, then Hagakure took the other spot next to him. Everyone was anxious for the first bout as they were trying to contain their excitement. All right, it's time for the first bout of the final event, ladies and gents. Here, our two fighters are coming out of their respective entrances. First off, we have Class 1A's class representative, Izuku Midoriya. He has successfully stayed in first for the entire festival thus far. Will he manage to continue that trend? Find out. As for his opponent, the only Class 1C student to make it, Hitoshi Shinso. Which one of them will win, but make sure to give your plus ultra. Plus ultra. Everyone shouted as the two contestants made their way up onto the arena that was made and centered. Midnight appeared as she stood on a platform, as she was the referee for the event. A timer also appeared right next to her, displaying 15 minutes on the screen. Midoriya nodded as he looked at his opponent. He calmed his nerves as he stretched his body, while Shinso just looked at him with a passive look. People in Class 1A were concerned for Midoriya like Ojiro as he had a troubled look on his face. Are you okay, Ojiro? Hagakure asked him, a concerned look on her face. He didn't say anything as he nodded and planted his gaze at Shinso. I'm worried about the match. Is it more like you're worried about Midoriya? Don't worry, I'm sure he can win this. He isn't the class representative for nothing. Go Midoriya! She shouted out to the green-haired boy, which he heard and smiled at the invisible girl before going back to his stretches. Ojiro found his nerves to be calm, and his mind free from his troubled emotions from a couple of seconds ago. Now he felt more at ease. He felt someone place his hand on his shoulder, and saw that it was Kirishima and Kaminari behind him. I don't think there is anything to worry about, Ojiro. Midoriya's got this in the bag, he's very strong, and I doubt he came into this without a plan. That's not his style. Kirishima said. Kaminari agreed, and people began to chip in with their own little comments about Midoriya. Ojiro smiled and nodded as they all turned back to the arena as the match was about to start. Midoriya finished his stretches and walked to where he was supposed to, seeing Shinso do the same as Midnight waved her whip in the air. Is everybody ready? All right, let the match begin. Midnight shouted, and the cheers of the crowd empowered the excitement that was about to go down. Midoriya didn't move, and neither did Shinso, which caused everyone to look at the two of them confused. Midnight looked between the both of them, but noticed that Midoriya had a calculated look in his eyes, as if he was studying Shinso and his every move. Well, aren't you going to attack me? Shinso remarked as he stood in a relaxed position as he eyed Midoriya, who just looked at him as he stood. People were looking on with confusion, while other people were getting impatient. Midoriya exhaled as he then began to walk toward Shinso. His face showed confidence as he took small, choppy steps towards his opponent. Shinso noticed this and felt a drop of sweat fall down his back. Ojiro, that's name, right? The monkey that resigned when he had a shot at winning, what foolishness! Shinso exclaimed at Midoriya, but noticed that his opponent wasn't paying any attention to him. Midoriya gritted his teeth as he continued to hear Shinso mock Ojiro for resigning from the vent. As it continued non-stop, Midoriya bared his teeth and disappeared out of sight for a split second until he reappeared right in front of Shinso. The gloomy boy threw a punch blindly, but Midoriya swatted it away before punching him in the stomach and then kicked him out of the ring. Shinso grunted when he came into contact with the ground, sprawled as the kick knocked the wind out of him. Midoriya just looked at his opponent before turning his gaze to Class 1A's booth and held out the thumbs up. Hitoshi Shinso has been knocked out of bounds. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight shouted as the whole stadium erupted with applause and cheering. Midoriya exhaled before making his way over to Shinso, who was now sitting upright as the medical team was checking for any injuries. The two of them stared at each other before Midoriya sighed and sat down right in front of him. Listen, Shinso. You want to become a hero, correct? The green-haired boy asked, causing the purple-haired boy to look at him and scoffed, turning his head to the side. Of course I do. I'm going to become a hero to prove everyone wrong, Shinso said. Midoriya raised an eyebrow at him, causing Shinso to sigh and looked at him. I wasn't born with a quirk like yours, Midoriya. With the quirk I have, people see me as a villain just because I can control someone if they respond. Naturally, those people drive me to prove them wrong and to become a hero without a flashy quirk like yours. Since you've beaten me, that dream will soon die, Shinso said. I see. Well, if you think that a simple defeat will diminish your chances of becoming a hero, then you're surely lacking in resolve. If you want to become a hero, then you're going to need resolve and the motivation to do so. You have a cool quirk, Shinso, so if you use it like a hero would, then people would start to see you in that light, just saying. Anyways, great match, Shinso, Midoriya said as he sprinted back to his side of the arena and waved at his class as he entered the hallway. I told you Midoriya was going to win, Ojiro, Hagakure exclaimed, causing him to smile at her. Yaoyorozu had a smile on her face as she made her out of the booth to meet Midoriya in order to congratulate him. Midoriya had Shinso's words in his head as he made his way back towards the waiting room to grab something that he had left there, not noticing his girlfriend running up to him. Izuku! Midoriya turned only to come face to face with Yaoyorozu's chest, feeling her wrapping her arms around him as she pulled him closer to her. His face went red as he was pulled even closer to her chest, which felt very soft, and he ended up sighing in relief as it was a nice feeling for him. After a couple of seconds, she pulled away, much to his dismay, and smiled at him. "Where are you going?" she asked as she gripped his arm and looked at him. He smiled and told her that he was going to the waiting room to grab his phone, which he had placed on the table at the far back of the room. She nodded and went with him, holding his arm as they made their way to the room and enjoyed each other's company. Midoriya's face was slightly red as he felt his arm press into her chest, and he was trying really hard not to faint from embarrassment, but he still greatly enjoyed the feeling and that he was spending some time with his girlfriend. Then, his mind went to the date they had planned after. "Oh crap! I totally forgot about the date. Damn it, Izuku, how could you forget about the date she had asked you?" Midoriya was mentally beating himself up over it, which caused Yaoyorozu to look at him with concern and gripped his arm tighter. "Izuku, are you okay?" Midoriya broke away from his thoughts and looked at Yaoyorozu, seeing the concern in her eyes. He was conflicted on rather if he should tell her or not. He opted to tell her because he didn't want to concern her any further and that they should have trust in each other. He calmed his nerves and gripped her shoulders, which caused her to face him as she grew even more concerned. They stayed like that for a little bit until Midoriya exhaled and looked at her. "Momo, I'm sorry for forgetting about the date," he said solemnly, only for him to get a perplexed look on his girlfriend's face as she furrowed her brows at him and ped her head to the side. Question marks began to appear all around her body as some even bounced off of Midoriya as he felt like he asked something that didn't even happen. Yaoyorozu looked at him with confusion until she went back to when she was mad at him, then she had a look of realization. "Oh, you mean that? To be completely honest, I forgot about that since that was right before the USJ incident, so I don't blame you for it, Izuku," Yaoyorozu said to him. Midoriya sighed in relief before looking at her face, noticing a subtle hint of disappointment as they continued to walk to the waiting room. They ended up passing Shiro as they almost reached the room. Shiro waved at both of them as he walked past them since his match was about to begin. Midoriya felt the confidence that the tape user had, however. He's facing Todoroki. This will be a very difficult battle for Shiro. I believe that Todoroki will win, not discounting Shiro's strength after all. Midoriya watched as Shiro's figure disappeared around the corner. Yaoyorozu looked at him, understanding what he meant, and then looked back at the corner. "Still, I kind of feel bad for Shiro. He has to face someone way above his skill level, and so early too. What's even worse is that Todoroki isn't even using his left side in the fights. It makes me wonder why he doesn't use it in the fights, as it would make him even more of an unstoppable opponent," she said as they entered the waiting room, and Midoriya jogged over to the table to grab his phone. He quickly went through his phone to see if he missed anything and pocketed it when he saw that he didn't have anything urgent. "Say, Momo, about that date, would you like to go on one after the festival?" Midoriya stuttered out as he fidgeted with his fingers and was sweating bullets. Yaoyorozu blushed a bit but hugged him from behind and inhaled his scent. She felt so warm and safe every time she was near him. "Of course, Izuku. I am your girlfriend after all," she joked as she spun him around and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer to her as she smothered her lips onto his. Midoriya's mind went blank as he savored her taste as he gripped her waist and pulled her in closer, pressing her onto his chest as they enjoyed each other's embrace. They broke apart as they needed to breathe, and that the next match was about to begin as Present Mike announced that Todoroki had won, which surprised the both of them. "He won that fast. Anyways, it seems like I'm his opponent next. We should get moving, your match is coming up soon," Midoriya said, and she nodded as they made their way back towards the booth, passing by Kaminari as his match was about to begin. He waved at the two of them as they had a little chat over the blonde's match. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu wished him luck as they made their way to the booth, taking a seat next to Uraraka and Ida as the third bout was about to begin. Kaminari and Shiozaki walked up to the arena from their respective sides as midnight began the match. Kaminari started out with sending a copious amount of electricity at Shiozaki, but all she did was turn around and summoned a wall of vines that insulated her from the shock. She then grabbed him with her vines as the blonde was currently in his short-circuited state. She then hung him out of bounds, making her the winner of the bout. Midoriya was writing notes on her quirk while he had a smile on his face as Jiro was almost crying as she watched Kaminari was being carried out of the arena to the medical room. Her quirk is pretty powerful. If I'm going to fight her, I need a plan, as she did come in fourth in the entrance exam. Surprised she isn't in Class 1A, unlike a certain purple-haired pervert I know. He did a quick glance at Mineta before concluding his notes over Shiozaki until he felt something hit his head, and recoiled back a bit as it almost hit his eye. He gritted his teeth and looked over and saw Monoma looking at him with a smug grin on his face. Whoops, my bad. That was just a celebration as Shiozaki beat one of you Class 1A hotshots, he said smugly. Midoriya glared at him as he gripped the side of his head. Yaoyorozu looked at Midoriya with worry before she stood up and glared at the blonde. Jiro was on a similar boat as her earjacks were ready to gouge out his eyes. Everyone else could feel the bloodthirst the two girls had as some of them backed away from them while others were really interested in and continued to watch on. What the hell is wrong with you? That was uncalled for and on purpose. Yaoyorozu growled out as she was ready to gut the smug BSRD, as said BS didn't take the hint and smirked at her. Oh, and what is the VP of Class 1A going to do? Monoma said as he gripped the barrier between the two classes. Kirishima also got up and was about to step in, but suddenly there was a loud whack as the face of Monoma dropped out of view, and the face of Kendo took his place as she had an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry about him, Midoriya. I hope that it didn't hurt too much. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. Once again, I'm sorry, Kendo said and then disappeared from the view of Class 1A. People dropped their guards as they turned their attention to Midoriya as he gripped the side of his head. Yaoyorozu moved his hand away and saw that there was a trickle of blood on his forehead. She quickly made some gauze and disinfectant and wrapped it after she disinfected it, earning a grunt from the green-haired boy. After some basic medical attention, Yaoyorozu sighed as she finished her operation. Midoriya felt better as he hovered his hand over the wrap and then smiled at her. Thanks, he said, causing her to blush and nodded. They then saw Tokoyami grab the can from the ground and threw it in the trash. I'm glad that it didn't hit your eyes. That would have been very bad, Midoriya, Tokoyami said. Shoji agreed as he looked at the barrier between the two classes. Hagakure was ranting towards Ojiro as she was jumping sporadically and was using very colorful language while the blonde tried to calm his friend down. Man, what an a-hole, Jiro commented as she looked at Midoriya. Most of them agreed. Midoriya sighed and then turned to find Hatsum stepping out of bounds and sweat dropped. Everyone else followed suit and as the fourth bout was over, and Midnight declared Ida the winner. Midoriya sighed as he would have expected something like this with Hatsum even though he just met her not too long ago, but he couldn't deny that it was a great way to expose herself to the world. The next bout was between Ishido and Aoyama, which ended rather quickly as Ishido used her quirk to swiftly tire out Aoyama, or in this case his stomach would. She used this opportunity as he had used his power too much and she took the initiative to uppercut him, knocking him out of the ring, declaring her the winner. Yaoyorozu stood up from her seat and motioned for Midoriya to follow her, which he did and the two of them descended down the stair and into the hallway, meeting up with Ishido in the process. Hey guys, Ishido said as she skipped to them, her face beaming with happiness. Yeah, that was a great match, Ishido. Keep it up, Midoriya said to her, causing her to chuckle as she swatted his back hard. He yelped and playfully glared at the pinkette. Thanks, Midoriya, but my match can't compare to your and Todoroki's fight once it starts. People are already betting on who's going to win that match. I placed a bet on you, of course. Right now, it's split down the middle. Anyways, Yaoyorozu, your match is about to begin soon, right? Good luck on that. I need to go to the infirmary just in case anything happened that I didn't catch. Ishido waved as she sprinted down the corridor. Ishido sure is lively, isn't she? Midoriya said and looked at Yaoyorozu, who smiled and nodded as the two of them leaned on the. Midoriya, look, Yaoyorozu said, looking at Midoriya as she held the hairband in her hands, playing with it as she looked at him before handing it over to him. He looked at her before slowly grabbing it from her and waited as she smiled sadly at him. I gave it much thought, and I also noticed that the hairband you gave me had some amount of energy that you possess with you quirk. I would like if it wasn't like that. I want it to be a normal hairband and not something I can use in combat. I don't feel right using this in the fight with Tokoyami. It feels as if I'm cheating in a way, and I don't want that. I want to win my own way with my own quirk. I appreciate the thought, but I don't want to keep on relying on you for everything. Yaoyorozu said as she looked at him. Her conviction was sound. Midoriya looked at her before smiling a little and nodded, grabbing the hairband and absorbing the energy from within until there was nothing left. Would you like it back? He asked, and she deadpanned. No, please throw it away. Of course I would like it back. It is technically a gift from you, even though it was through your mother. She whispered the last part, but Midoriya still heard her and pouted, causing her to giggle and pecked him right in the cheek. Both of their faces were red, but both of them were smiling as they waited for her to be called up. Anyways, Izuku, how is your studies? If you need any help, then please come to your girlfriend for anything. She said to him enthusiastically, causing the boy to chuckle at her enthusiasm before bringing his hand up to his chin, thinking of all the classes. Then he had his subject. To be honest, I'm having trouble in English. The new material is somewhat confusing and hard to pinpoint, like I have some of it down, but I want to have it down 100%. He said to her before stepping back a bit, seeing as how her face was really close to his. Her face was light up with excitement as beams of light were emerging from her, indicating her feelings. Really? I can help you with that. I know. How about you come to my house so I can help you with that, and after that we can go on our date. That sounds like a great plan. What about you, Izuku? Yaoyorozu said as she gripped his hands together, a bright smile on her face at the notion of studying with Midoriya. He chuckled slowly as her obsession with anything academically was kind of appalling to say the least, but he liked that about her. The two of them were always butting head in academics since they were the top two students in that regard. They had a healthy rivalry going on in class to the point where Aizawa forced them to stop answering the questions to give the other students a chance to answer them, which peeved the both of them quite a bit. I'm down for that, actually. But what about the date? He asked her. We can create a plan for that after we finish our study session, and how does 8 a.m. sound for you? You already know where I live and all. Yaoyorozu said. He nodded and then a horn was sounded, meaning that the next bout was about to begin. She smiled and then looked at Midoriya. Looks like I'm up, cheer for me, yeah? She laughed as she jogged out the hallway and into the center stage. Midoriya smiled as he watched her stride into the area with confidence. Good luck, Momo. He said as he was about to go back to the booth, but a bright light appeared in front of him, forcing him to shield his eyes until it dimmed down. He slowly looked at the figure and gaped like a fish at the figure, a radiant smile on her lips as she looked at him. Amaterasu. He looked at her with surprise. She smiled at him as she walked past him and watched Yaoyorozu stretching her body for the fight. Yes? She asked, still looking at the VP of Class 1A. Why are you here? More importantly, how are you here? That's none of your concern, dear. I'm being serious, Mom. How did Yo dash? I said it's none of your concern, dear. Yes, ma'am. Amaterasu chuckled as her son pouted before eyeing the hairband in Yaoyorozu's hair. She then turned to Midoriya, who was in deep thought. She smiled as she crossed her arms over her chest. She didn't want the extra power? I see, so that's her response to can't say I'm surprised. I actually like that. You have a strong girlfriend, Izuku. Make sure you protect her, okay? That's my mission for you, to protect her and this world. Amaterasu's tone grew serious as she turned back to Midoriya, snapping him out of his thoughts as he looked into her eyes. Listen, Midoriya, the quirk you possess, Celestial Homage, it allows you to control the sun and moon, and it allows you to use powers that are based around those things, correct? He nodded, and he started to grow weary as she didn't use his given name, instead opted to use his familial name. Your research had pinpointed powers like mine and my husband's, alongside a couple other pantheons. Again, he nodded as he was trying to piece things together to figure out where she was going with it. Midoriya looked at the being with a blank expression on his face, causing Amaterasu to sigh in disbelief before walking over to him, a flame growing in her hand. What I'm saying is, my champion, is that due to your research on your quirk, you were able to increase your knowledge about different abilities and gods that are synonymous to celestial homage. An example is myself. I originally was a part of your quirk, but with your research and studies, essentially you were able to enhance your powers. Amaterasu said, closing her hand, smothering the fire in the process before walking away from Midoriya, but looked over her shoulder and smiled at her champion's son. Anyways, my champion, your girlfriend is about to begin her battle. I suggest you pay attention, she said, but Midoriya wasn't paying attention. Instead, he was mumbling to himself and was writing on his hand with his finger. Amaterasu rubbed her temple before walking over to him and lightly tapping him on the shoulder, but that didn't get his attention, but he also lightly slapped her hand away and continued to walk around while mumbling. She shook her head and created a fireball and sent it at Midoriya. He saw it at the last second, and squealed in terror, falling down onto the floor, his heart racing. He quickly got up and was about to glare at Amaterasu, but he saw her pointing to the center of the arena and he understood what she was talking about. We'll discuss things further on when we have the time, however. Right now, please do focus on your girlfriend, Amaterasu said before disappearing. Midoriya looked at the spot she was in before taking it her place as the match was about to begin. He had many thoughts running through his mind, but he pushed them all to the back of his mind, but a lingering thought crossed his mind. As he ran his hand through his hair. All right, let the sixth bout begin. Midnight shouted as Yaoyorozu was about to charge forward, when she saw Tokoyami standing there and immediately stopped. She looked at him confused but quickly dodged out of the way as Dark Shadow blitzed her, but she managed to guard the attacks as she rushed Tokoyami. He continued his assault, but Yaoyorozu managed to evade and block the attacks as she got closer to him. She swung her staff at her classmate, but he managed to dodge and sent Dark Shadow to push her out of the ring, but she managed to create a flashlight and turned it up to the max, forcing the shadow back as she used that opportunity to strike Tokoyami in the stomach. He grunted and retreated a bit, but she didn't give him any time as she rushed him once more with the flashlight. Weakening Dark Shadow some more, she then quickly stepped to the right and delivered a couple of swift jabs to the ribs, and then delivered a kick using her pole as momentum, sending him back a bit. Impressive, Yaoyorozu, I expected nothing less, Tokoyami said as Dark Shadow returned to him. He was breathing hard from the combo that she did, but he wasn't down for the count. Yaoyorozu wiped some sweat from her forehead as she smiled at him. And I the same, Tokoyami. However, I will win this. She charged at Tokoyami, the flashlight still in her hands as she sidestepped out of the way and whacked Dark Shadow with her staff as it passed by her. She then placed the flashlight in her mouth as she created multiple flashbangs from her arms and threw one at Tokoyami, who used Dark Shadow to encase himself the light, even though it weakened Dark Shadow. This gave Yaoyorozu to create rope as she then sent a couple more flashbangs at the barrier Dark Shadow, hearing the cry of the shadow as she launched even more flashbangs at the barrier. With the rope she created, she threw it at Tokoyami and then opened her top, exposing her black bra to the crowd as she created a mirror and then a bigger mirror from her back as she created even more flashbangs to create another round of cover. Tokoyami was sweating as he felt the light hit Dark Shadow, and he peeped out from a little hole Dark Shadow had made for him and saw what Yaoyorozu was planning. If she manages to finish what she's doing, I'll have no choice but to surrender. Very well done, Yaoyorozu. I can see why you were recommended to the school. However, I'm not done yet. Once the flashing stopped, Tokoyami quickly sent Dark Shadow at her, which shocked Yaoyorozu as the speed of the shadow was faster than she had anticipated and was sent crashing into one of the mirrors she had created, but she managed to hold her ground. She felt blood trickle down her face, but she didn't mind it as she felt the energy from her hairband flow through her body and began to heal her wound. She held her staff as she gripped the flashlight that was in her mouth and threw it at Tokoyami. The light was at its max. Dark Shadow swatted it away, blocking Tokoyami's sight for a few seconds, but it was enough for Yaoyorozu as she created several more flashbangs and threw them at Dark Shadow and Tokoyami at the same time, causing the shadow to weaken even further while blinding Tokoyami. She used the opportunity to get in close and kicked Tokoyami in the chest before striking him multiple times with her staff. Dark Shadow then quickly went over to protect its master, but Yaoyorozu planned for that and sent a couple of flashbangs in advance, intercepting the shadow. But the shadow managed to land a punch at her side, causing her to cough out as she was sent flying to the other side of the arena, almost sending her out of bounds, but she shakily stood up and noticed that Tokoyami had recovered. 2 minutes left. Yaoyorozu heard that, but she stayed calm even though she felt a sharp pain in her side. She breathed in and out before once more getting into her stance, creating even more flashbangs and placed them on her belt that she created. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow at Yaoyorozu as he wanted to push her out of the ring, but she knew that was his ultimate goal, so she quickly created a big mirror and shined the reflected light at the shadow, paralyzing it for a couple of seconds as she quickly dashed straight for Tokoyami, but he read her and quickly dodged out of her way and broke the mirror using Dark Shadow, then he sent it straight at Yaoyorozu. Knocking her down, and used that opportunity he ripped off her belt. He threw it out of bounds so that she couldn't get them. But Yaoyorozu smiled as she charged once more. This time she held a wooden sword and was even faster than before. Dark Shadow! Tokoyami yelled, sending the shadow, but all of a sudden, a bright flash of light exploded right in front of him, causing him to grunt in pain as his eyes were blinded by the flashbang, and then he heard a couple more go off, presumably to keep the shadow away. She must have planned this out, turning my attention away for just a split second so that she could place a flashbang out of my view. I must say, I'm very impressed by her. He thought before he was whacked a couple of times before being thrown out of the ring, a smile on his lips as he landed on the ground. The pain wasn't all that bad as his vision came back to him as he saw Yaoyorozu holding her hand out to him. Are you okay? Sorry about that. She apologized and bowed before him. He waved her off as they looked around. Cheering was heard throughout the stadium. Fumikage Tokoyami was thrown out of bounds, making Momo Yaoyorozu the winner. Midnight exclaimed. People were cheering both of their names as the two of them made their way back to the infirmary. Both of them spotted Midoriya waving at them as he met them at the hallway entrance. Both of you guys were great out there. That was an amazing battle, he said, stars in his eyes as he saw two amazing quirks at work. Tokoyami smiled and excused himself in order to go to the infirmary. Yaoyorozu smiled as she winced a bit from the pain in her side, causing Midoriya to look on with concern. She waved him off, but he shook his head and placed his hand on her side before chanting a small verse. Then her body was engulfed in a light. She felt the pain decrease and then it just disappeared. She looked at him stunned as he gave her a thumbs up with his tongue sticking out a bit. She chuckled a bit and smiled at him. Let's head for the infirmary, just to make sure, she said and walked past him, continuing on her original plan of action. He smiled and ran up to her side, making their way to the infirmary. Both of them conversing about the fight and the strategies she had planned out just in case the one she used to win didn't go as planned. The two of them busted out laughing as she explained some of her plans, which were utterly ridiculous. Midoriya smiled as he saw the look in her eyes and couldn't help but feel prideful for a bit, but his smile masked the troubled look that Midoriya had as what transpired earlier was the reason why. But he didn't want to think about it now as he wanted to focus on Yaoyorozu. I'll worry about it later when the time comes. Chapter 10. The Fight of the Festival. Do you see here, Sonny? Recovery Girl pointed at several X-rays showing the bones in Yaoyorozu's body, more particularly her left arm and ribcage. It showed several fractures and cracks in multiple areas, which would indicate that she would be in some amount of pain, but she was acting all fine when they had arrived. Midoriya was looking at the old lady as she walked over to Yaoyorozu and began to use her quirk, kissing the areas that were shown in the X-rays. Midoriya looked on with wonder, seeing the green aura surround his girlfriend's body as she healed her back to perfect condition. I healed up your bones so they should be good as new. As for you, mister, your healing is amazing. However, you're still a novice in the terms of medical treatment. To elaborate, your healing just handles the problem's first layer and not the core of it. I suggest you practice your healing ability and to learn more about the medical field, all the while not taking the risk of not handling the problem. Just handle the small stuff and leave the heavy stuff to the professionals, alright? Now, do head on back. The last bout is about to begin, and a patient is arriving shortly. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu snapped their heads over to the older woman, who was currently getting a couple of things together. Wait, what do you mean the last match? What happened with the 7th bout? Midoriya exclaimed as he gritted his teeth, as he didn't get to cheer Uraraka on. But he shook his head and looked at Recover Girl's face fall a little, which automatically signaled something bad happened. The seventh bout ended with the victory of Katsuki Bakugo by a ring out. Achiko Uraraka gave it her all and had him on the ropes, but he quickly bounced back and finished the match. Don't worry, her injuries aren't too severe and just a couple of bruises, sprains, and cuts. Anyways, please leave as I need to set up, and here you go, young lady. She handed Yaoyorozu a sucker and shooed them out of the room. The two of them looked at each other with worry as they saw the bots carrying Uraraka, who was unconscious, and entered the infirmary. Midoriya couldn't help but feel guilty that he wasn't there to support her, but he pushed it into the back of his mind as he looked at Yaoyorozu opening the wrapper and popped it in her mouth. Strawberry flavored, she said as she smiled and looked at him, who had a look of disbelief. She huffed and began walking towards the booth, hearing the steps of Midoriya as he caught up to her and kept in stride with her. The two of them walked the corridors of the stadium, passing by a couple of other people. The two eventually made it to the booth and saw the exact moment as Tetsu and Kirishima knocked each other out, signaling that a draw has occurred. This fight is a draw. Once they regain consciousness and they have rested for a couple of minutes, the winner will be decided via an arm wrestling match. Midnight said as she hopped off the platform and walked to the arena, alongside several recovery bots. Midoriya sat down in his usually spot and Yaoyorozu followed suit as they were disappointed that they didn't get to see the last two matches of the first round. Say, Jiro, what happened in the last two fights? Yaoyorozu asked as she looked up at her friend, who was currently twirling her earbud. She looked at her before bringing her finger to her chin. The fight with Uraraka and the a-hole was, to say it in lamest terms, brutal. That BSD ditched out everything he had against her, but she managed to stand her ground and even had him pushed back. Then I guess he blew a fuse and overpowered her, sending her crashing into the wall. TSK, what a asshat, no chivalry with him. The fight with Tetsu and Kirishima was a draw from the beginning, the only interesting part was what you saw. Jiro concluded. Yaoyorozu nodded and looked at Midoriya, who had an expressionless look on his face, but she noticed how he pawed at his pants and watched as it strained against his leg sleeve. Midoriya. She frowned as she glanced at the blonde, looking rather uninterested at what was going on. From the moment they had met at the beginning of the school, she began to dislike him, which was further increased as his crude behavior became evident in everything he did, from the apprehension test to the simulation battle, had irked her very core. And at every time he yelled at Midoriya always made something in her snap, but she would always remain calm and collected as usually either the green-haired kid dealt with it himself, or a teacher would. She bit her thumb as her thoughts were swirling around in her head, but the lingering feeling that something is bound to happen stayed put. When will be the day when I finally snap of Bakugo's aggravating personality? She thought as the two boys had recovered from their battle and soon, they were setting up the arm wrestling match. She sighed as she nudged Midoriya, causing him to look at her in confusion. She pointed at the stadium, and he nodded before putting his focus on the match. Midnight then took her spot right next to the concrete block, thanks to Cementos, and ushered the two boys to step up, each taking a different side of the block as they planted their elbows. Their quirks activated as they gripped each other's hands tightly as Midnight placed her hands on top of theirs. The winner of this will move on into the second round of the tournament event. I'm sure you all know the rules to this, and remember, no cheating. Alright, are the two of you boys ready? Both of them nodded as she smiled and released their hands. Immediately, the two boys put everything they had into their hands as they tried to win this. Kirishima gripped the side of the block with his other hand as he put every last amount of strength he had, and Tetsu did the same, resulting in a draw. But the two boys didn't give up as they continued their match, not breaking eye contact with each other. Several pro heroes were commenting on their resolve and passion. Both of them started to yell out as they tried to overpower the other, until the steel in Tetsu's arm began to crack, alarming the Class 1B student, but Kirishima capitalized on that as he yelled out, and eventually slamming his opponent's hand to the concrete. Both of them were breathing heavily as Midnight waved her whip, signaling the match was over. Ijiro Kirishima defeats Tetsu in the arm wrestling match. He will advance to the second round. Give a round of applause to these two amazing contenders. Cheers roared throughout the stadium as Kirishima helped Tetsu up and smiled. Both of them locked looks and firmly shook each other's hands. Midoriya smiled at it, but grew serious as it was now the second round of the event. And now, will everyone turn your attention to the screen as we present the bouts of the second round? Our freshmen are doing amazing out here, and these fights will only get more and more intense from now on. Here are the matches. Midnight motioned towards the screen as the next matches were being displayed. The first bout will be Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. That will be a match that everyone is looking forward to, as these are the two students that are projected to win the tournament, alongside Katsuki Bakugo. Who will win? You don't have to worry, as it will be the first fight. Second bout will be Tenya Ida versus Ibara Shizuki, another great match to watch. Third bout is Momo Yaoyorozu versus Mina Ashido. And finally, the fourth bout will Katsuki Bakugo versus Eijiro Kirishima. That's the top 8 of this tournament. All these fights will be amazing. You don't want to miss this. Midoriya frowned as he stood up and made his way to the waiting room. He quickly looked around him and quickly opened the door before shutting it behind him. He sighed before looking around the room. Alright, Amaterasu, let's talk right now. Midoriya said. Lo and behold, she appeared in a dazzling light right in front of him. A smile played at her lips as she eyed the green-haired boy and then sat down on the table. He looked at her before walking up to her and looked at her. You want to continue our previous conversation? Are you sure? You have a big match right around the corner. Amaterasu commented as she drew her blade from the sheath and began to inspect it, putting Midoriya on edge as his instincts alerted him, but she shook her head and sat it down on her lap. He lowered his guard a bit but kept a close eye at it. She sensed his alertness and chuckled as she brandished the sword. Don't be so alert after all. Midoriya saw her hand move, but he couldn't react as she swiftly swung the sword at him. He gritted his teeth as he was ready for the imminent pain, but he didn't. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the blade was stopped a few centimeters from his body, like a barrier was placed all around him as she slashed a couple more times, each getting increasingly faster and stronger, but it was the same result. Midoriya looked at her as she sheathed the sword and sighed, opening one eye. She glanced at him and smiled. Anyways, like I said before, research will improve your quirk as it did for my own power. By researching ancient myths about the sun, you were able to get a grasp of what you can do with your current abilities. Wonderful job, by the way. And you were able to improve your quirk by simple research. So, in addition to researching quirks and getting information through observation, you should consider researching more about your quirk and its ties to ancient and maybe even some modern interpretations in the future. Oh, and here is this. Amaterasu held out her hand and showed an image of the sun, causing Midoriya to look at her on confusion. What is that? He asked, but she didn't answer as she gently pushed the image towards him and watched as it glowed right in front of him before disappearing. She smiled and just shook her head. That crest is yours. Well, you have two exactly. A sun and moon, shocker, huh? Anyways, this crest is what binds the two of us together, and is the source of the link that you and me have, sort of like a telepathic tether in a way. Meaning that we can communicate with each other through our minds. Of course, this link can be severed if you wish it to be, and vice versa. Do you get that as well? Amaterasu asked, which he once again nodded as he groaned a little as she was telling him the least important stuff, or rather the things that he wanted to be informed of last. As he was about to speak again, she grabbed his hand and began to chant something that he couldn't understand, and all of a sudden, she started to glow brightly. Midoriya instinctively looked away until she returned to normal. What was that? Midoriya asked as he checked himself, until he checked the back of his right hand, the one she grabbed, and on it was a celestial sun just like Amaterasu's, but it was a reddish-purple color and looked more badass than hers. She smiled and disappeared into a ball of light, then Midoriya absorbed it. He looked down at the crest, and felt the heat of it as it glowed brightly before dimming down. I made our pact official, as we weren't necessarily a pact when we first met and also when I made you my champion. We can do the ritual right now, however. This will also be a shortened form of it since it will take too long. Now that it's official, you can now tap into my power, hence the god form, and the ability to temporarily give a boost in your power. I must warn you that the time limit of the form is dependent of the current mastery over it, so basically, you're a novice, so that means the time in that form will be around 3 to 5 minutes depending on your energy and ability to control said energy. However, going overboard can lead to an enormous amount of strain to your body, and excessive times of overusing that power will dissolve your body from the inside out. Now that's something you don't want to experience. Anyways, I advise you to only use that form if you really need to for now. Once we get some time, I can help you improve the amount of time you can stay in that form. One more thing, depending on your emotions, celestial homage will obviously react differently. Sounds pretty usual, right? Anyways, your match is about to begin. I wish you the best of luck, my champion. Amaterasu said before going quiet, causing the young boy to sigh as he didn't get to ask some questions, but he figured that it should wait as his current focus should be Todoroki. Alright, I'm ready for this. He cracked his knuckles and made his way to the hallway leading to the center stage. He saw Toshinori standing there and waved at him, getting one back from his mentor. He stopped in front of the lanky man. What are you doing here, All Might? Midoriya asked him. The hero chuckled and ruffled the green-haired kid's hair, earning a disgruntled yelp as the older man laughed and the boy followed shortly after. After they stopped, Toshinori placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and looked at him in the eyes. Kid, you've made me proud. Now, I want you to win this match, better yet, win this festival and show the world what the next symbol of peace can do. Anyways, kid, how is OFA? Midoriya began to fidget with his hands and he began to pace the floor as he looked everywhere but the hero. To be honest, I'm still at 10% and I really haven't been doing hot with it as of late. Midoriya confessed, but Toshinori shook his head and got the boy's attention. Young man, even if 10% doesn't seem that much, you learned to control that much in such a short of time that it's really impressive. It may be small now, but your potential with it will one day succeed even my power, and you will be an even greater hero than myself. Remember, a hero will always strive to improve themselves and their quirks. Alright kid, I've kept you here long enough. Remember to give your plus ultra. The older man held out his arm towards the boy, who looked at it for a bit and then realized what he wanted. Yeah, I'll give my plus ultra. Midoriya fist bumped him and walked into the center stage. A sudden air of confidence surrounded the young man, putting a wide grin on the hero's face as he watched from there. Midoriya made his way to the arena as the crowds cheered for the start of the second round of the tournament. Alright folks, the first match of the second round is about to begin. It will be Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya versus Class 1A's Shoto Todoroki. These two freshmen have been the main focus of this festival as the two of them have maintained their ranking of first and second, respectively. Now the two of them will battle each other to see who will advance into the semi-finals. Who will win, who knows? Both of them are complete powerhouses and so strong that it turns me on. Midnight gushed out, causing several people to question her commentary while others weren't bothered by it. Midoriya walked up to the stage and looked up to see Todoroki making his way up the stairs as well. The two boys stopped at their designated place and waited for the match to begin. Finally, I get to show that BSTRD father that I don't need his DMN side to beat you and win this tournament. Todoroki said as ice began to collect at his fingertips. Midoriya just looked at him as he began to collect energy throughout his body, and once more his eyes turned golden, and his hair gained the familiar tint of gold that he always donned when he got serious. Todoroki smirked as the two boys were ready to get the match started, and the crowd liked the tension the two of them were making. Their cheers became louder as people were taking sides in the fight, some even making bets on who was going to win. The Class 1A booth was pretty split on who was going to win, and some were even arguing with each other. I think that Todoroki is going to win, Kirishima. Dude's a freaking badass. Kaminari yelled at the redhead. No, Midoriya has got it in the bag. Bro's a manly man. Kirishima backed up his bro as the two of them continued to argue. They were all split on who was going to win, but the majority were leaning towards Midoriya as he was more likable than Todoroki. Jiro was chuckling at Kaminari for being stupid, then she turned towards Yaoyorozu, who had a concerned look on her face as her mind was off in her own little world. Jiro looked at her before following her gaze to Midoriya and tapped her friend on the shoulder, startling the onyx-eyed girl. Yaoyorozu quickly fixed herself and looked over at the shorter girl. "You wanted to talk to me, Jiro?" she said as she smiled at her, causing the purple-haired girl to frown as she knew it was a forced smile. Jiro sighed and whispered in Yaoyorozu's ear. "Are you okay? You've been staring at Midoriya the entire time. Do you think Midoriya is going to lose to Todoroki?" Yaoyorozu quickly pulled back and shook her head, causing Jiro to raise an eyebrow as she was confused on Yaoyorozu's current behavior. "Are you okay, Yamamo? You're acting strange, out of your usual character. Did something happen?" Jiro questioned her friend, noticing how she would steal glances at Midoriya, and then she started to piece the clues together. "Wait, you are worried about Midoriya?" Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as she tried to deny it, but couldn't bring herself to do so and nodded timidly. Jiro looked at her in surprise and then grabbed her hand, and the two of them walked down the stairs until they were out of earshot of the other class members. When they reached a good spot, Jiro turned to Yaoyorozu and looked at her expectantly. "Momo!" Yaoyorozu's attention automatically zoomed in on her friend as she called her by her first name, which would have made her happy if it wasn't in a situation like she was currently in. After a couple of seconds, Jiro looked at Yaoyorozu in her eyes and with a serious expression on her face. "What is your relationship with Midoriya?" Yaoyorozu's eyes widened a little, which the earphone jack user caught, and stayed silent as her eyes darted all around except for her friend's face. After a couple of minutes later, Jiro sighed and placed her hand on her shoulder. "You like him, don't you?" Jiro questioned, and prayed that her friend would extricate her behavior, but alas, her friend kept quiet as she stood there, gripping the zipper of her top. The constant zipper action began to irk Jiro as it continued. The sound of it zipping and unzipping sent her over the edge, and she gripped her friend's hand and held it up to her face, getting the taller girl's attention. "Yamamo, we're friends, right? Then you can tell me what's bothering you, come on. Not like I'm going to laugh at you or anything." Jiro joked, trying to lift the mood up, but she saw Yaoyorozu's expression as her face was all scrunched up in worry and concern, and occasionally steal glances out the hallway towards the way to the arena. Jiro huffed in annoyance as she mentally apologized to Yaoyorozu and slapped her friend across the face. Yaoyorozu's face looked shocked as she gingerly brought her hand to her cheek and placed it on the spot where she slapped. Jiro's hand stung as she gripped it and looked at her face, seeing the shock and anger in her eyes. Why? Yaoyorozu had the biggest glare she had ever seen, and she wanted to flee, but she stood tall and glared at her friend. "I did that because you're putting too much thought into this fight. Don't you believe that Midoriya will win?" Jiro yelled at her friend, which caused a vein to appear on Yaoyorozu's forehead. "Of course I believe that Izuku will win. I'm worried about the aftermath of the battle. This fight will be intense, and he will probably obtain injuries in the process. Why are you questioning my concerns? Can't a girlfriend worry about her boy dash?" Yaoyorozu quickly covered her mouth, blushing slightly at what she was about to say, but Jiro smirked as she leaned closer to her. "I knew it, you and Midoriya are dating. Even on first-name basis, too? Wow, you guys have grown that close to each other," Jiro slyly said as she nudged her shoulder, irritating the black-haired girl further. Jiro stopped and chuckled at her friend's annoyance before returning back towards her serious expression. "If you guys are dating, then you should have a lot more faith in him than what you have now. If he gets hurt, it's your job to be there for him when he needs it and vice versa. You know, he was cheering for you during your match. And I must say, he was very vocal and it was very cheesy, but he cheered for you nonetheless. Come on, we're going to miss the match at this rate," Jiro said as she turned around and made her way back towards the booth. Yaoyorozu looked at the back of her friend and smiled as she quickly caught up to Jiro, and the two of them made their way back into the booth. They took their seats and watched as the match seemed like it was about to start as both Midoriya and Todoroki were ready to duke it out. "Alright, ladies and gents, the match is about to begin. Are the two fighters ready?" Midnight looked at the two of them, and both of them nodded as they got into their stances, their quirks already beginning to appear around them as Midnight grinned widely and held out her whip. 3, 2, 1. Let the match begin," Midnight yelled, and immediately Midoriya rushed Todoroki, sending multiple rays of light right at him. Todoroki countered it by making wall of ice as a loud crash was heard as the rays made contact with the ice, melting some of it. The ice user looked at the area of collision and frowned at it. It should have been reflected. How? Todoroki glared at Midoriya. A cheeky grin was on the green-haired boy's face as he held up his hand. The light around his fist looked a lot more sporadic and the color was a more orange-yellow. Midoriya then sent a wave of light, and once more, Todoroki created a wall of ice. His eyes widened and quickly sidestepped out of the way as the wave of light sliced through the ice. He then felt a cut on his cheek and glared at the boy before sending multiple shards of ice, followed up by a wave of ice. Midoriya quickly created a solar barrier that melted the shards before sending the barrier forward, melting the wave in the process, but didn't notice the second wave of ice shards and ended up getting pierced in the shoulder by the tip of it. He grunted as he yanked the shard out and healed the area, but it felt tender. Todoroki charged forward, covering the area around him with ice, increasing his speed and launched another wave of ice, and used the wave to block his movements and exploded the wave with another ice attack, hitting Midoriya's solar barrier. "Right where I wanted you," Midoriya said as he fired a ray of light that hit Todoroki square in the chest, sending the boy flying. The ice user grunted and closed his eyes for a brief second. When he opened them, Midoriya was right in front of him as he punched him in the stomach and used the momentum to combo into a roundhouse, sending him into the arena floor. The green-haired kid grunted a little as he looked at his leg to see that Todoroki had frozen some of his leg in the process. He melted the air with his aura and saw Todoroki standing up, a look of hatred on the boy's face as he launched multiple waves of ice. The damage that Midoriya had on his leg forced him to dodge, but still got clipped by the wave and a couple of shards impaled the same leg. In retaliation, Midoriya used lunar energy and created a wave behind the fire ice user as it connected with Todoroki's back. With the wave, Midoriya sent a solar wave at the boy. The two moves collided with Todoroki in the middle, creating an explosion as dust was kicked up into the arena. A wave of ice surged from the impact zone and caught Midoriya off guard as it froze his left arm and leg. Midoriya grunted as he quickly went into a defensive stance, creating a barrier as he couldn't see what was going on. On instinct, Midoriya stepped back as a pillar of ice moved out of the cracks below his previous location, then it began to branch out in unimaginable speeds, forcing the boy to release his barrier and launched a pulse of solar energy, clearing the dust cloud and saw that Todoroki had encased the outer edges and even parts of the center area in ice. Even Midnight's platform was covered in ice, with the pro-hero encased partly with ice. She had an annoyed look on her face as she shivered a little. "You're good, Midoriya, but I'm going to beat you using only my right side. I'll prove that I don't need that BSDRD's power." Todoroki yelled as he created a wave of ice that traveled a lot faster than his previous attacks, catching the OFA user off guard, but he quickly countered with two light waves. The first one was the more destructive one and the second traveled a lot quicker than the first, hitting the unsuspecting boy. It knocked him off balance and Midoriya took the opportunity to dash in and sent Delaware Smash at the boy, but it was damaged as Midoriya shook of the pain and punched the stunned ice user, forcing the boy almost out of the ring. Todoroki created a wall of ice that stopped him from going out of bounds. Anger swelled in the heterochromia boy as he sent large amounts of ice at Midoriya, with hopes of crushing him with sheer force. Midoriya looked at the huge amount of ice and held up a barrier, but the ice in the cracks jutted out more spikes, some even impaling his foot and his leg. He grunted as he was forced to drop the barrier and sent a giant ray of light in desperation. The attacks collided with each other with an explosion, several ice shards flew into the air in all directions, and Midoriya came up with an idea and sent copious amounts of solar rays hitting the ice shards, causing them to reflect off of the surface and go everywhere, hitting Todoroki and Midoriya both and even some of the crowd, but Midoriya made sure that they didn't do any harm to the audience. He felt slightly rejuvenated as the warm rays were absorbed into his body, but he noticed several ice shards in his other leg and saw the trail of ice on the ground, with Todoroki at the end. A harsh glare on the boy's face as he sent another wave of icicles at Midoriya, but the boy launched a ray of light, melting the ice and colliding with Todoroki's chest, sending him back, but he once again created ice to stop him. Both of them were breathing heavily as wounds were all over their bodies. Midoriya panted as he didn't bother healing his wounds to conserve energy, and then he looked at his opponent with a smile on his face. "Do you see what's happening? I'm still standing after your desperate attempts at winning. I thought you were going to win using only your right side? At this rate, you're going to tire out before I do." Midoriya taunted as he looked smugly at the fire ice user, getting under his skin as he felt the glare send tingles down his spine, but he forced it back. Midoriya then rushed at Todoroki, catching him off guard as he was there in seconds, and grabbed a hold of the boy and quickly threw him over his shoulder and sent a Delaware smash at the airborne boy. In the spur of the moment, Midoriya teleported and punched Todoroki, sending him crashing into the ground. "I can teleport?" he said as he tried to teleport again, but was caught in a counter by Todoroki as he sent a multiple tendrils of ice and managed to trap Midoriya in it. The fire ice user then sent multiple shard of ice at the boy and got in close and punched Midoriya with his ice-encased fist in the stomach, but was sent back as Midoriya broke his leg free and lashed it out, sending a wave of solar energy at him. "Just give up, Midoriya. You can't win." Todoroki huffed out and sent a wall of ice. However, his frostbite was getting the best of him. The wall was easily avoidable as Midoriya took advantage of it and sent a lunar wave at Todoroki and made it disappear as he dodged a sloppy punch from Todoroki and uppercut him in the chin, and then created a solar fist above the boy and sent him straight into the ring. Midoriya was feeling the repercussions of using his quirk as he felt his energy decreasing at a constant rate. "Thought I have to finish this and help Todoroki before I run out of energy." Midoriya looked at his 2 broken fingers and sighed. He needed to work on OFA as he's getting sloppy at it, but he shook his head and focused on his opponent as he had trouble standing up due to the amount of damage he had sustained in the fight. "I have to win.to prove I don't need my DMN father's power. In you, Midoriya. Why won't you go down?" Todoroki shouted angrily as he was beginning to go over his limits, and sent a massive ice storm at Midoriya. "DMN, a new attack. Damn it, got to start going overboard too." Midoriya thought as he held his hand out to the sky, his body glowing as a massive ray of light shot down from the sky, engulfing the entire stadium. It lasted for a second as Midoriya fell to his knees, panting heavily, and the corners of his eyes were starting to become hazy, but he pushed through and stood up, gritting his teeth as he saw Todoroki still standing, but barely. A massive glare on the boy's face, almost a look of bloodlust. How come I haven't defeated you yet, Midoriya?" Todoroki shouted as he clenched his hands into fist, not caring that frostbite had appeared on his left side of his body. Midoriya looked at him and shrugged his shoulders, almost in a mocking manner as he looked directly in his eyes. "You want to know why? It's because you're weak. Claiming that you deny half of your quirk and want to be a hero is laughable. Half-butting is what you're doing, and I've never met a hero that half-buttes their work because some lame excuse like their past. Utterly pathetic. If that's how you want to see things, then give up being a hero." Midoriya said, crossing his arms to his chest, and glared at Todoroki, who was seething with anger and roared, launching a massive wave of ice, but Midoriya simply melted it and appeared right in front of him, sending a punch to the chest, kicking his side, and launched a ray of light at him. He was sent flying, but then hit the lunar wave Midoriya concealed and was paralyzed, and then was sent into the arena floor by Midoriya's kick. Todoroki coughed out and stood up, wobbling a bit as Midoriya landed on the ground. "Midoriya.ubstrd. You don't understand how I feel, so just piss off." Todoroki yelled out as he tried to send another wave of ice, but the frostbite zapped his energy dry and fell to his knees, panting heavily. "You're right, I don't understand how you feel, but an idiot uses the past to blind themselves from the truth. You can't deny that your left side is a part of you now, and you can't cast it off. It may be your father's power, but now, it's part of your quirk, Todoroki." Midoriya said as he looked at Todoroki, who had his eyes wide and suddenly clenched his head in pain. Todoroki began to remember his childhood, feeling the pain and suffering he went through because of his father, and the look his mother gave him. He clenched his chest as he remembered everything. Shoto, do you like All Might? His mother asked him, and he had the biggest smile on his face, all the while holding up an All Might figurine. He nodded happily as he smiled. Mommy, I want to be a hero just like him, and a hero to you as well. That's sweet, Shoto, but you already are my hero. She hugged him tightly, a smile on both of their faces. You say you want to be a hero, then be one. The past is done, but the present, you can become the hero you want to be. Your quirk is your own, no one else's. It may be your father's power, but the way you use it and how you perceive it is your own. It's your quirk, Todoroki. You have the power to be the hero you want to be. Midoriya yelled out at him. All of a sudden, his heart stopped clenching as he looked at Midoriya's eyes, seeing the conviction and drive in the boy, and smiled softly as he closed his eyes. Shoto. Yes, Mommy? No matter what people think, your quirk is your own. Use it to become the hero you wanted to be, the hero that will make me proud of you. I see so that's what your aim was, Midoriya. Thank you. Todoroki said, and his left side began to ignite ablaze as the flames grew more and more intense. Todoroki had a grin on his face as he felt the frostbite on his right side melt, and the flames grew more and more intense. Holy crap! Those are some massive flames. As expected of the son of the number 2 hero, so powerful. Is that Todoroki's left side? Holy crap, what power! I can feel the flames from here. Ashido exclaimed as the rest of Class 1A were staring at the flames in amazement, except for Yaoyorozu, as she was growing increasingly worried at Midoriya and his current condition. She already knew what he was planning on doing in this match, and of course she questioned it as was a gamble. But she shook her head and pushed that worry to the back of her mind, and then she cupped her mouth. You can do it, Midoriya. She yelled out as the cheering of the crowds was dialed up a couple as it was getting to the good part. Several agencies were now getting serious in their scouting as they were writing down everything that they could on the two boys. Toshinori was watching the match from the hallway and was growing increasingly concerned for his student, gripping the corner of the wall harder. Who do you think is going to win? Nizu said to Toshinori, startling the hero as he turned and looked at the intelligent animal. Principal Nizu. Good to see you, sir. Toshinori said. The animal chuckled and walked right next to the teacher. I'm glad that my students are giving it their all, however, I have yet to hear your answer, Toshinori. Nizu looked up at the lanky man, who was deep in thought, and was about to answer, but the animal held up his paw. I assume you were going to say Midoriya, your successor, weren't you? I believe so too. Nizu said before going back to watching the match. Toshinori looked at the animal before looking at his student. I see you were aiming to help young Todoroki, Midoriya. I am very proud of you. Midoriya looked at the flames and couldn't help but feel amazed at the sheer power of the flames. He then began to power up himself, feeling the sun beating down on him, and the energy he had began to surge through his entire body. However, it didn't feel much as he started to feel his energy was weaker than Todoroki's. He began to think of what he could do, until Amaterasu interrupted his thoughts. Remember that your quirk is much like Todoroki's, however, since you've been training both aspects of the quirk, you should be able to use both at once. However, it does expend extra amounts of energy, so at the moment I suspect you'll last approximately 5 minutes. This isn't the God form, unfortunately, call it the Yin and Yang form. Keep in mind, since I'm the only servant you've met thus far, the Yang aspect of the form will be more prominent, as in stronger. Anyways, please do win this match, Master. Midoriya nodded and felt his quirk's energy pool together. An aura began to form around him. Silver on gold, swirling all around him as winds started to pick up all around him. It became so intense that people were forced to shield their bodies from the wind. After gathering enough energy, he held out his hand, and a yin-yang appeared in the sky before a blinding light forced everyone to shield their eyes as well. Once the blinding light had dissipated, people quickly looked on the arena to see Midoriya. Is that Midoriya? Kirishima exclaimed, seeing the completely different look the boy was sporting. Midoriya's hair was a silvery gold with a golden aura around him. He opened his eyes, revealing one silver eye and a gold eye. Yaoyorozu looked at him in awe and then looked at the sky, gasping at the bizarre detail of it. How is the moon up at the same time as the sun? She asked herself as she already knew the answer and looked at Midoriya, a calm and passive expression on his face. The two boys were showing off their quirk's powers to the entire world. Both were ready for the final stretch. Are you ready, Midoriya? Todoroki said, holding out his flame-engulfed hand, and ice was forming around his foot. Midoriya smiled as his hands glowed silver and gold. The two of them looked at each other before Todoroki shot flames at the green-haired boy, but he blocked it with a lunar barrier and then launched several waves of energy, cutting through the ice that Todoroki had acted. Midoriya then dashed in, blocking the ravenous fire that was thrown at him, and kicked him in the stomach before snapping his fingers, sending rays of solar and lunar energy all around the ring. Todoroki quickly recovered and sent multiple ice shards at Midoriya in very close range, getting a couple of good hits in before sending the boy crashing into the stadium using his fire. By now the arena was all cracked and broken, and the battle itself was getting more and more intense, but the crowd was loving it. Several of the classes were amazed by the sheer amount of power that was being displayed, while others were fearful of those too. Midnight, I believe this battle has gone long enough. Cementos said as he moved into position just in case something bad was about to happen. The risque pro hero looked at the battle and shielded her body as shockwaves shook the entire stadium. She nodded and began to tear her hero costume, causing several people from the stands to whistle in approval, and she sent a flirtatious wink at their direction. She activated her quirk and released her pheromones to incapacitate the two boys, but the force of their attacks caused the mist to be blown back. Midnight gasped as she shielded her body from the increasing amounts of debris. Cementos noticed this and quickly shielded his fellow hero and then turned to the arena, seeing both of them panting hard, but they were collecting their energy as if they were going to finish this right now. The both of them looked at each other as they gathered everything they had and then some. Once they were ready, the two of them charged at each other. They were only focused on the other as they got closer and closer to each other. Were about halfway when cement walls began to form in front of them in order to stop them, but they continued to charge at each other, and once they felt like it was the right time, they unleashed their attacks. Celestials embark! Midoriya yelled, sending an immense amount of celestial energy, as the solar and lunar energies intertwined, creating a sword construct and sent it at Todoroki. Icy flames melt down. With both of his hands, Todoroki joined the fire and ice and launched at Midoriya, a huge wave of engulfed flames of ice at Midoriya, not caring about the cement walls, only each other as the two moves collided, causing a huge explosion to occur as dust was kicked up, and debris from the arena and cement walls were sent flying everywhere. The whole stadium shook violently as people were protecting themselves from the debris. Yaoyorozu created a wall in front of the booth while Kendo shielded her class with her hands while Shiozaki tried to help ease her pain. Once the stadium stopped shaking and everything was calm, the dust slowly started to settle, showing the destruction of the arena. Some more dust was still present, but it too settled, and it revealed an unconscious Todoroki on top of some rubble. Kirishima broke the wall Yaoyorozu created and saw Todoroki, but none of them saw Midoriya, causing Yaoyorozu's heart to sink in distraught as there was no sign of the green-haired boy. She was about to look away, but saw movement from some of the debris and quickly jumped down from the booth, creating a mattress to help with her fall and rushed over to the area. She got there and quickly began to move some of the debris as the movements were beginning to be more and more forceful until she stepped back and Midoriya sprung out of it. Multiple cuts won his forehead as he coughed out. "Izuku," she said and smiled as he looked at her and smiled. Midnight got up and rubbed her thighs before looking at the scene in front of her. She looked at the state of the two boys before sighing and raised her whip high in the air. Shoto Todoroki has been knocked unconscious and is out of bounds, making Izuku Midoriya to the winner of this bout. Midnight said and stepped forward before falling off of whatever she was on. The stadium roared with applause as people cheered Midoriya's name. He looked around and then to Yaoyorozu before seeing his vision suddenly go black as he fell to the side. She saw this and quickly caught him before he could fall on the concrete floor. She then placed him on her lap as she waited for the medical robots to retrieve him. She looked down and saw his beaten face, but she smiled and ran her head through his hair, then placed a kiss on his forehead and closed her eyes. "You did great, Izuku,"